Yeah, good evening, Kenyans. We are back live. Tonight we want to weigh in on opinion polls that were released by Infotrak that has caused a lot of political fireworks. The current opinion polls shows that Raila Odinga has overtaken DP William Ruto, is leading by 33%, and then William Ruto 32%. Undecided is 35%, and Oka Principles, surprisingly, Mudavadi 1%, and the other guy Kalonzo pia 1%. So I don't know what you think, but this has caused a lot of reactions on social media. So you are free to give us your own opinion as far as opinion polls are concerned. So welcome. For those who want to join, I'm sharing the link in the comment section. And those who may not be able to join, of course, it can only accommodate 10 people at a time. For those who may not join, you can follow us through the comment section and give us your input. Welcome, Emmanuel. Welcome, Barack. Welcome, King Katwe. Welcome, Omar. Yeah, let's get started. I see already people have started giving their comments. Some are saying that is fake news. Okay, you have a right to say what you think is the right thing. So let's stay on mute first. Let me mute you until I give you a chance to speak, so that we avoid the echoes. Let me mute all the mics. Okay, Peterson. Yeah, welcome, Peterson. Welcome, Humphrey Young. Welcome, Vincent. Welcome, Omochokoro. Hey, what an interesting name, huh? Omochokoro. Yeah, guys, let me begin with Emmanuel. How are you? You are on a black screen. I'm not sure whether you are around. Emmanuel. Okay. Let me begin by Barack. How are you, Barack? Promise. Yeah, you unmute and then you talk, huh? You're on mute. So for you to talk, you unmute.
Hello,
Yes.
how are you? You are getting me?
Yes.
This is okay. I am using my son's gadget. That's why it's reading Promise Baraka. This is Jared Joram Wangira.
Yes, I've seen the face is familiar, but the name looks unfamiliar. Okay, proceed.
Okay, this is my son's gadget. You'll bear with me.
It's okay.
Thank you very much. It's the first time I'm getting to the show. Oh, and I would like to interact with you people and see how it's going to get. Thank you.
Okay, just stay back. You will you can contribute later. So let's have King Kato. King Kato, how are you? King, now umehang, huh? I think he's having a network problem. Omar, how are you?
Because jambo.
Yes.
Hapa
What is your
relax.
take?
Siku yangu imeenda vizuri.
Let me share that one. I'm putting it on display. Yes, you have seen the display.
Naangalia hata niko nazo kwa simu, hata nimeziangalia zote.
Yeah, we are displaying for the purpose of those. There are people who follow this, but maybe they have not seen the news or whatever. So that is why we display. So what is your take?
Leo ilikuwa big surprise. Kila mara Omari akizungumza anaambiwa ni wazimu, ajui ni nini anasema. Leo sasa wamejionea battle. Kila siku nafuatilianga hizi poll. Hata wachana hii imetoa, kuna kampuni nyingine inajiita, I think hata si ya Kenya, hiyo kampuni ni ya nchi ya nje.
The first one ilikuwa FIFA.
Hiyo kampuni ya kwanza nilikuwa naangalia. Raila Odinga amebeat Ruto. Ruto ako na 44, Raila ako na 46%. Wanasema Raila ana gang, yani ana move speed tangu wakati ameanza kujitangaza kukuwa rais. Wakasema sababu Raila kugain mavitu nyingi walikuwa wamezungumza, mbali na hii imetoa leo kuhusu vyama. Kitu ya kwanza ile DP amedrop same things vile hii ingine inasema DP amedrop na 12%. Raila kugan hivyo speedi kwa sababu ana ile umoja ya Wakenya, yani kila mtu anaweza kuingia kwake katika, yani akuwe na chama yake. Kila ikikucha watu wanasema kila ikikucha Kenya watu wana change mind. Wale walikuwa kwa DP wanaenda kwa Odinga, na kuna wale hawaja decide. Sasa nikiangalia hii ya leo si maajabu, kwa sababu nilikuwa nikijua hii wametoa tu, yani wametoa tu, yani kigafla. Hakuna mtu alikuwa anatarajia, lakini mi nilikuwa najua. Kila nikiangalia hizo poll tofauti, Raila ana gain speed sana sana. Raila ana gain upande ya Central. Central Raila semaje, yani anazidi kupanda juu. Kitu ya pili, hii wamesema Raila ako popularity Northeastern, Mombasa Coast, Western na Nyanza. lakini wakasema tukikuja Nairobi, hawajataja Nairobi. Hiyo ya Nairobi nakataa, vile mimi naona na hizo zingine. Nairobi hapo sijakubaliana nayo, lakini huyu mzee
kindly let's share information inasaidia watu. So what did they say in Nairobi? Because when you just say sikubaliana now, just say Nairobi ilikuwa
kulingana na ile ingine naziona. Hello.
Yeah, I'm saying when you talk about Nairobi ukubaliana na yao, ilikuwa aje ndio ukubaliani na nini? So that you see, people who are following you may not even understand what you are saying. So say in Nairobi they said Raila is ahead or is ako nyuma, maybe it's 30%, and then according to you ukubaliana, it may be understood. Lakini ukisema tu Nairobi ukubaliane na, we don't know what you are saying.
Okay, Nairobi sikubaliani na hii imetoa leo.
Imesema nini?
Wanasema okay, upande wa Nairobi wanasema Ruto yuko juu, Raila ndio anamfuata. Nikiangalia ile ingine Nairobi, Raila ana lead. Raila ana lead na 5 county. Hapa wanasema Raila ana lead 4 county. Haya, Ruto hapa wamesema Ruto ana lead na 4 county. Nairobi, Rift Valley kwake, itwaje, Central na Ukambani. Hata hiyo Ukambani pia niko na doubt. Hiyo sijakubaliana nayo, lakini kulingana nao vile wametoa hii ya leo, hiyo ni upande yao, lakini kuna mambo mimi kwa binafsi upande ya Ukambani na Nairobi bado sijakubaliana nayo. Hiyo tu nilikuwa nasema. Hello. Hello, unanipata? Hello.
Omar,
nakusikia boss.
Ni kama
okay,
okay.
Okay, mnanisikia? Sijui kama Wekesa nanisikia, although I'm also getting some bad reception from you.
Yeah, these are poor reception. For me, it's raining this side, so network in katika. So let's have King Kato.
Yes, this is King Kato speaking. Thank you for this chance, Wekesa, and to all the panelists that are here. I want to thank you for taking your time to join and subscribe to this channel that is really informative to the way the current situation of the politics of this country is going. And I must say that starting from the time Raila decided to become president, we can do away with 1998 and start with 2007. And as we are looking at the way this person has been gaining ground, of course, we must say that 2007 he was very popular because he was moving a revolution, and we understand that when somebody is moving a revolution, we have to admit that a revolution brings a lot of masses because people are always willing to have change, but when they are given change, again, they are resistant to that change. So when he was moving a revolution, is like now the latter day of Deputy President Ruto. So a revolution will always be famous, but does it give you power? The answer is no, because when you're moving a revolution, you are touching on very key people in the government, and we understand. I've heard people saying about the deep state. Everybody who is here, including Wekesa, even in your village, there is a deep state that decides ni nani atakuwa mzee wa kijiji. That one we have to admit. And this deep state does not mean that they mean bad to people. This deep state are a collection of people who have influence to the society. So let me come back to today's matter. Infotrak is a very much renowned statistical consultant company that deals with the popularity of politics in this country. And we've seen it work. It has stood test of time during the time 2007. It did this poll in 2013. It did another poll 2017. It went well. And by the Tanga people, just recently another poll company made statistics showing that Ruto was very far much ahead. I didn't hear them talk about ill of this particular poll. So I'm wondering, when things flip, they start complaining about the whole issue for no good apparent reason. Infotrak, when conducting their poll, they are very careful in the way they conduct it. And I'm even surprised that they've given Ruto 32%, because as it is right now, Ruto doesn't have 32%. That is according to my own opinion. Because if you check the way his recent rallies for 1 month fuller, for 1 month, this guy has been having rallies that did not have any impact at all. Because if you check the media, the way it was reporting, this guy used to be at the top of the news. But for 1 month down the line, they used to bring him, even including the media marks that he might be owning, and together with other news stations, they were bringing him as just a by the way, because people are very tired. Sometimes back I said that whenever you want a lie to become truth, and the frequencies to make it a truth. But you see, when you overdo it, the truth will start working against you. And I think when he was talking about bottom up, people did not understand the bottom up. They felt like this thing is the best for this country. But with a lot of scrutiny, when people decided to scrutinize and want to know the source of this bottom up, it became now working against him. Because even if you ask, if there's anybody who is in here, if you ask them about the bottom up and how it works, I'm in the field of construction, and I can tell you, when you're given a tender, there is something we call the methodology statement that you give to your client. How are you going to deliver this project? You have to give the outline of how you're going to work until you achieve the milestone that is required. If you ask any UDA person who is inside here, what is the methodology statement for your bottom up in economic model? First of all, any economist will tell you that bottom-up economic model is very much hard to understand. And it is not purely bottom-up, because where is the money coming from? It is coming from the top to the bottom, then from the bottom to up. So what sort of thing is that? People do not really understand about the whole such thing. In the recent past, you've seen most of the Tanga brigades. We saw the other time, like 2 weeks ago, when Irungu Kangata was unable to print a poster having the wheelbarrow logo. This means that, yes, you can popularize Ruto in your region, but Ruto cannot help you to become what you want to be. And when the people that are surrounding Ruto, these people are not politically stable back in their backyards. Take an example, Irungu Kangata, who wants to become governor. Take an example, other people like the MP for Kandara, Alice Wahome. These are people that are not stable back in their backyards. They will have to go and seek mandate in their people. But you see, these people are not people that can be relied on. They cannot deliver. That is why you saw William Ruto go when he was in Madeira, trying to tell the people of Madeira kindly, in as much as I know, you guys need to vote, but you need to reserve this seat for this gentleman because he's going for national politics to help me. Why was he trying to beg these people? Because he understands that the hands that Ruto and his brigade has been fighting, if they decide to bring the fight to his doorstep, if I was to be the deep state or the system as he alleges, I will not fight Ruto. I will fight his brigades. I will sponsor very strong persons in those backyards, and Ruto will be rendered helpless, because when the time will come 3 months to, and when these polls are started to be made, check on that these polls to us. It is not by coincidence that it is almost now around 8 months to the elections, to the elections, and it has started. When this thing will start, I don't think Ruto and his UDA brigade will stand the tornadoes of the sea, because politics is not a walk in the park. It is not something that you can say you are in an electric SGR and you're going to go fast. In fact, the road has been started to become muddy, and it is going to make a lot of buses stuck. So we've got, there will be a lot of challenges that the UDA kingpin is not going to withstand. So the Infotrak, to me, the Infotrak poll that was conducted, to me, I think they were a little bit fair to Ruto as it is that.
Okay, so
thank you so much.
Yeah, any question, or we move to the next person?
Yes, please.
Okay. Barak, are you now ready?
Nilikuwa nataka kuuliza swali kidogo.
Yes, ask.
Nilikuwa na kuna sehemu mbili sijakubaliana na hii imetolewa leo, upande ya Ukambani na Nairobi. Namuuliza mwenzangu. Okay, nilikuwa nataka kuuliza swali kuhusu Ukambani na Nairobi, kwa sababu Ukambani mtu aweza akaniambia Ruto anashinda paka Musyoka Ukambani. Hapo haijaniingia kwa akili.
It depends on the perception the people are having. If the people are having a perception that Kalonzo will not go to the poll, yes, and are having a perception that we have two horses, then maybe their voting can be between Raila and Ruto. And that's why you see their percentages are high. And then there is also, don't forget, there is 35% undecided. So maybe majority fall under undecided. The few who poll are the already who have decided between the two horses, and those maybe who support Kalonzo and Mudavadi are still undecided. For me, that is how I look at it, because the poll didn't show that everybody, assuming everybody's voting. No, it's just a percentage of those who have decided, and there is a higher percentage of people who are undecided. They are looking, maybe they are not sure where Oka is going, whether they will decide it's Musalia, they will decide it's Kalonzo, or even they will not be on the ballot.
And also to echo on that, I think Mr. Omar, pending the fact that you saw there was a by-election that was held in Ukambani, and I think it was an MCS seat when the UDA clinched that. I think the popularity went up during that time.
Not UDA, it is wait, Kingatwa. It was the independent who clinched, then UDA was number 2. So Kalonzo came 3rd.
Yeah. Thank you for the information. I think that one might have given them a upper hand. And you see, the Ukambani people have been left helpless, depending the fact that Musyoka has not been able able to decide on which way to go. They've left. It's like sheep that doesn't have a shepherd. So that is why you might find that Ukambani, if Kalonzo does not decide very early, it may be coming as swing votes for everyone there, because nobody knows where Kalonzo wants to go. Thank you.
My friend, knock the nail from the head. Just a minute. King Katwe, knock the nail from the head. Kalonzo is just a watermelon. He's an undecided mind. He's a coward. He's a person who is no straight.
I'm seeing from Dan Bundi. Dan Bundi, I'm seeing a hand from Dan Bundi.
Yes.
Okay, Dan, you
Habari ya leo.
Yuri.
To go first, one is to say that Ukambani Ukambani kawaida saa hii hata bila kuambiwa mambo imebadilika pale. For now we have 3 people wenye watadetermine kura za Ukambani. One is Ngiru, second is Kifuta Kibwana, another one is Machakos Governor Alfred Mutua. These are the people who have done exactly what Machimbo should do. Ukiangalia ile kazi Ngiru amefanya pale Kitui inachiongelea yenyewe. Ukiangalia kazi Kifuta Kibwana amefanya inachiongelea yenyewe. Ukiangalia kazi Machakos amefanya, he has tried. 2 governors ni outgoing governors. Ile governor na second term ni Ngiru. And these people ukiangalia kwa pamoja wameshikana na wako nyuma ya Azimio la Umoja. Kalonzo politics, Kalonzo he has been all through amekuwa kwa serikali. I'm not counting him out, lakini ukweli ni kwamba even his own neighbor does not have water, neighbor yake mwenyewe. So ana support yenye ambao tunaweza muita swing vote. Hata huyu Mudavadi mnasema ni ukweli kwamba Figa hata MCA wake mwenyewe ni wa ODM. That means hana nguvu kule. So either there and there, Kalonzo will not agree to opposition. Definitely we know will support Raila, but
Sorry, he has dropped out. I think he has a network problem. Let's have MCA.
Okay, thank you very much, my brothers in this platform. Let me speak very fast because I need to give others room to speak. You know, we are here to speak our mind, and I need to speak my mind the way I see things. Raila is the only strong man in Kenya. You cannot compare Raila and Ruto. Ruto is a junior. Ruto is like Malala in the village back in Kakamega. Ruto came to Ruto when the time Ruto came to this game, so-called politics, is the time Raila have tried several times. Now let me say this. Huyu jamaa Ruto, hii udadisi ambao umefanywa na Infotrak.
Before I endelee, are you able to
Can you be able to hear me? Okay, let me say this. This opinion of Infotrak is not right, is not true. Like now, as you see, Raila 33 and Ruto 32% is not true. Ruto is 20% right now. Because they are bribing people, they are using money. Raila, you know, Raila does not give money, does not give bribe, does not give even sadaka in churches. Raila ni mgumu but tunampenda. So these guys so called Ruto wanapeana pesa na gunia, wanapeana pesa na gunia na bado hawana maso ya kujiuza. This so called UDA wheelbarrow movement is a movement ya wakora wezi. Like now ukiangalia the wheelbarrow movement, people like Moses Kuria, people like fake people ambao hawana maso, they are not politically fit, ni watu wajanja, ni watu ambao they are after money. Like now the Kikuyus ambao walikuwa na hang mikono ya Ruto wamechoka, wamekula pesa, wamechoka. So let me say this, Raila is the only strong man. Raila is the only person kila mtu atatrust. Weka trust yako kwa huyu mzee because is the only man ambaye ana ujanja, the only man who is sober in mind, the only man ambaye ana skando mingi. Ruto ametafuna pesa bana paka za watu wa chini, watu wa shida. Thank you very much. I don't want to speak much.
Wekesa, I have a question.
Thank you.
I
Is
have a
there
question.
anybody who wants to rebuttal?
I have a question,
Ama
Wekesa.
leo watu wa UDA wamekataa kuja kwa show.
I have a question, Wekesa.
Yes, ask kindly.
In this Infotrak, this is just an information that I need to know. This poll that was conducted, did it conduct also the of the Mount Kenya? Because that is what we are very much interested in, not so much, not even other regions. We are very much interested with the Mount Kenya so much. Do we have the percentages there so that we can scrutinize too?
Okay, let's continue. I will share the percentages.
Wekesa.
Yes.
Okay. I think I'll start by introducing myself. I'm Kennedy. I'm aspiring MCA Vika Hospital Ward.
Why are these honorables behind the curtain, man? You need to be seen. How do we elect people behind the curtains?
No, niko bed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Niko sapu unaniona? So I was saying,
as long as you're not naked, you're okay. We can talk.
Yeah. Okay, I'm aspiring MCA. Now, sijaamua chama ni gani, but as look of things, you know, I'm in Central Province. Niko Mount Kenya na Mount Kenya you dominate.
Kindly mute, guys. You are creating echoes. Kindly mute, guys.
Brother Wekesa, ambia huyu honorable akuje ODM bana. ODM sisi tuko sawa, tumejipanga.
Yeah, but wait faster. He contributes because when you unmute, it's creating some echoes. Kindly. So allow him to talk first. I think Mboya is having a challenge and yake it's not. I think hii ndio yake naleta echoes. So proceed. Ameenda wapi tena? You are on mute. You are talking to yourself.
Okay. Now you're getting me.
Which county are you?
I'm in Kiambu County.
Kiambu.
Na Vika constituency.
Tuambie ni ukweli Kiambu baba ashapita Ruto ama what is ile gumzo ya mtaani, watu wanasema nini?
Kitu inaendelea huku as we speak, hata yule aspiring governor ambaye anaitwa Mr. Wainaina wa Jango, ambaye last time Ruto wakati alikuwa Kiambu, Wainaina wa Jango ndo alimhost. As we speak now, Wainaina wa Jango saizi amefunika rangi za UDA. Saizi anaanza kutembea akiuza independent. I have videos zenye amekuwa akiongea, anasema chama sisi hatutaki rangi, Si mlinipea nikiwa independent. Saa hii nataka mnipe independent. Mind you, wakati Ruto alikuwa huku, yeye ndiye alitembeza Ruto Kiambu County yote. Lakini saa hizi kulingana na vile inashuka, hata mwenyewe anajua si kuzuri. Ruto ameanza kudeteriorate.
Okay. So and then let me ask you, because the choice of a party also depends on your affiliation. Are you affiliated to Ruto or Raila? Or you don't want to say?
Mimi bado nasoma ground
Okay.
Nasoma ground, sijaamua ni gani, but it's too early for me to decide because MCA hataki hiyo kiti kubwa sana. Unajua huko juu, mimi naambia watu huko juu wewe jipange, mimi nipe kiti, mimi ndo naenda kufanyia maendeleo. So for now I don't want to affiliate myself with any party.
I think for Central, me, I can say this. For those who are not very sure which side you fall, enda na hizo vyama ndogo ndogo, kina Kurias, kina Jibambe, enda na hizo vyama ndogo ndogo, you will survive.
Tujibebe.
Because there's still those who are not sure. Those who are not sure.
Nobody's sure unless umenunua certificate.
Yes. Okay. Sawa. Let's have Honorable Ken.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, from Ken, then we go to Barack. Okay. Oh, it's the same. I think when you put on, I thought it's a new person. Let's have Barack. Barack, unmute.
Can I continue?
Yes,
can I continue?
Yeah,
okay. Thank you. I just want to give a short overview of what I think is happening with Ruto's popularity. If you remember, all along, Ruto has been running alone as the only presidential candidate in the country. But after the Azimio that took place on the 10th of December, Ruto has now come under serious pressure from Raila Odinga. And remember, this time, Raila Odinga is operating from what I call comfort zone. He's not under any much pressure, unlike William Ruto. So, all along, what William Ruto has been doing is to sell lies, to give fake promises, and to bribe voters in form of trying to attain popularity. But you know, all these things have what we call a sell by debt. You can sell your lies up to a particular point. You can bribe people up to a particular point. You can promise lies up to a particular point. So it's my belief that Ruto is attaining what we call diminishing return. And now, come January, February, March, and April, you start seeing his ratings going down, and down. Even in Mount Kenya, like what my brother has been saying, the case of Kiambu. You remember, in the last 2 or 3 years, Ruto was very popular in Kiambu. Ask yourself then, what is happening today that his popularity is going down and down and down in Kiambu? In Kiambu, sorry, my earphone is getting off. Then there is this issue of Ruto being more popular than Raila in Nairobi. I don't agree with that part of the point because I don't think Ruto is more popular than Raila in Nairobi. Because to gauge Raila popularity in Nairobi, you need to start with where Raila was in 2017. Because Raila in 2017, if you check what Raila was in 2017 and what Uhuru Kenyatta was in 2017, it was almost bumper to bumper. And now Raila, with his faction that was in 2017, and you add part of what is Uhuru's support, on the Raila side, then Raila should be more popular than William Ruto in Nairobi. So in Nairobi, I think the opinion pollsters did not get it correct. But you know, at times, there are tendencies of opinion pollsters not getting it correct because of the respondents. Some respondents don't tend to give their true position on what they believe. They'll tell you that I'll vote for William Ruto, when in their heart they know that they are going to vote for Raila Odinga for one reason or the other. For one reason or the other. So as I finalize, I want to tell you guys that things are going to get very interesting. Ruto is going to be under serious pressure. Come January, come February, things are going to be hard for him as Raila Odinga will be swimming on the tide. And perhaps come June, July, he will have realized that he's not going to become the president of the Republic of Kenya. That's all that I have to say, my brothers.
Okay. Anaitwa nani? Austin ama kuna swali? Kuna swali ama tuende kwa Austin? Okay, kama hakuna swali, let's have Collins. Austin Collins. Unanisikia?
Mr. Wekesa, good evening.
Yeah, good evening to you.
Thank you so much. As I salute my fellow panelists, I can see Bernard is present. Bernard, hi. Okay, let me go to our topic of today, the Infotrak opinion poll that puts Raila ahead of Ruto with 1%. I think, as per me, this is based on my opinion. The Infotrak, they are right, but to some extent, they are also wrong. You know, Raila Odinga just declared his bid the other day, and he haven't campaigned ever since 2017. But if you go back to Ruto has been the field campaigning since 2017. He has been going across the country, persuading people to support him for the general election that's next year. So the Infotrak people, on the other hand, they are right because they can see people who are gathering the Ruto's campaign. No, they don't know that Ruto only mobilized people with money, but competing with nobody. So the Infotrak people, they are wrong by comparing Raila with Ruto when Raila has not yet campaigned for even a day, because up to date he has not campaigned. He has been uniting Kenyans by the Azimio la Umoja, but not campaigning for the 2022.
Do you think you are? I think maybe you are not using the right terms. The work of Infotrak is to get people's opinion, isn't it? Whether one person has campaigned or not, that's not their problem. But does it reflect the issue, maybe the feeling of people right now? That is the question.
Wekesa.
Yes.
Wekesa. If you are an analyst or a researcher, up to now, how many cities do we have in Kenya? We have 4. Look at who controls the cities of Kenya will always be more popular, not in 33%. In Mombasa, Ruto can never beat Raila in Mombasa, even if you get the opinion people, the the opinion of people of
Yeah,
Mombasa.
I don't have a problem with that. You are giving a wrong reason. You are attaching that because Raila has not started campaigning. I think I just had a problem with your reason. I don't
I
have
was
a
just
problem.
giving.
You are touching a wrong reason.
I was
Okay,
just building. I was just building the base of my argument. I was bringing the picture so that at least we can figure out, because 33%, that will never reflect the opinion of people that supports Raila, or even if 32%, that is not the percentage that Ruto can get. Even if the election is held today, trust me, he will not get that 32%, of which this is based on my opinion, I say they are not right of giving Ruto the 32%. Anyway, they are also right to give Ruto 32% based on their opinion. As per today, I can say that Raila is uncomparable to Ruto in either way, wrong or right. Because Ruto has been campaigning and always walking across the country, many people might say that we are with Ruto because of what they are getting from Ruto. A given percentage might say Raila does not fit my caliber because I'm still getting nothing from Raila. But the majority of Kenyans has Raila at heart. And this is to the MCA who is to contend. Who was he? My friend from Kiambu County. I want to advise him, Honorable Ken, if he is truly a candidate, you should be in a position to point out who are the veteran politicians from your region and what is their interest. If you talk of Kiambu, I will now ask you, you can look at, you can never perform, you will not deliver to your people if you made a wrong choice of who is going to be ahead of you. That's your president. That really matters. Look at the president of Kenya, Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta has looked keenly and identified what is best for the nation. And therefore, if you are going to vie as an MCA, don't vie because of the interest of your people, but vie for the better of your people. In the interest of your people might be their stomach, but is that best for them in future? That is not best for them in the future. And therefore, as we make decisions today, let us make decision based on our future, not with our stomach. That is my advice to Honorable Ken.
Have you ever vied for any post?
You never know. Maybe I'm somewhere today.
Yeah, I think when it comes to handing vote is a different ball game.
You know what
I think the guy is right to hand for the party that can give him a right standing.
You know what, Wekesa?
Yes.
In fact, we are in the platform of giving challenges to each other. Kenya is growing.
And that's why I'm also challenging you. To run for a seat is not easy.
Just give me audience. Kenya is to change. We are to change. And we cannot always say that. We need to give the interest of people. Let us accept the truth and deal with the truth. If I'm vying for a post, for an office, I should vie with the best for my people. Not my people for the best, but the best of my people. Like, for example, I just want you to understand this. Today, you vie for an MCA, and your people tells you, we will not vote for you if you are not in this caliber. Yet, with your opinion or from your view, you know that that caliber has nothing good for them. So to you, you know the truth that nothing good for them from that caliber. But with them, because of their stomach, because currently they are being given money from that caliber, they want you to be in that caliber. We should always stand with the truth. And even if we fail, that is why
do you know why PL Lumumba never got more than 300 votes in Kamkunji? Yet he stands for good things.
I know.
Yeah, there are dynamics anyway. Okay, let's have
just a minute before we have so.
Yes, finish,
just a minute. I ask the question. You know what, Mr. Wekesa? Raila Odinga has been winning elections ever since, but he has never been in that office. Not because he doesn't fit, but he has never been that was the same time he has been winning. So what do you think has been the problem? And he never gives up. He stands for the truth. He said, this is the truth I want to give my people, and I will never give up. So if you give up for the truth,
you're completely answering yourself. Do you know why now he decided he has to join Kina Uhuru? He has been fighting. He has now changed the tactic. You are now answering yourself. He realized it's not just about standing right. You also have to know the dynamics, political dynamics. And so you cannot just be hanging on truth, but you ask yourself, how do I get there so that I can help my people?
You are wrong. Raila Odinga has not changed the dynamics by joining Uhuru. Uhuru realized the truth and came for the handshake. Let us speak the truth. Uhuru called Raila for the handshake after realizing the truth. So after they sat down, they agreed on that truth. And Raila said, fine, if you have realized the truth and you've changed your way, we will work together. But it was never Raila changing the dynamics or going back to Uhuru. Come on, Wekesa. It was not like you think.
Okay, anyway, I don't want to, it's not the main subject, but I wanted you to think okay, you are right, but also you need to think outside the box. Because candidates, actually, for a candidate to choose a party, he has to listen to his people at some point.
Yes. There is something amiss with today's leadership, especially of young aspirants, who, instead of them providing leadership to their constituents, they want to follow their constituents. That in itself is lame. It's lame to an extent whereby you will become a captive of the people. And as long as you are a captive of the people, you will never be able to lead them. They will always manipulate you and mess up your leadership. And eventually, you will not be able to deliver what you needed to deliver, which was necessary for that constituency. And so, as much as politics has a negotiated aspect, there are dynamics of give and take. There are some the irreducible principles that cannot be bent. It is wrong for us to advocate for leaders who bend at every place. Anywhere they find hardship, they bend. Anywhere they find hardship, they bend. That's why we have meandering leadership like rivers. They are always cutting corners. And in the process, our country is ailing for the same. And so I believe people should vote for you as their leader based on the conviction you have towards the future you promise them. And that conviction is what they buy into. It is not the incentives. It is not your convincing capability. It has something to do with whatever picture you are painting is good for the people, and so the people buy into it. But when the people are the ones painting the picture and you buy in their picture, then they are your leader. You're not their leader, and that makes you unfit.
Okay,
Thank you, Bernard. Thank you.
You are a pastor. Let me ask you, what did Paul mean when he said, "When I went to Rome, I became like Romans in order to win them"? What did he mean?
Yes, he meant he can sit where Romans sit. He can listen to what Romans say.
Yes.
But when it comes to the presentation of the gospel, he was
in other
arrested
words,
for the
in other
faith.
words, this
That
is the
means,
argument. In other
yes,
words, this is the argument. You don't
yes.
go and stand on the high hill and call people to come where you are. You go where people are and pick them from where they are and walk with them towards where you want them to be. So some people may see it as a compromise, but for you, that is the strategy. You have to go and pick them from where they are and then walk with them towards where you want them to be. But there
I
are
agree
people
with
now who
you.
stand on the righteous place and say, I want people to come where I am. And they don't understand. They don't come. And that's why there are people who have never, they are good people who have never been elected because they have always think their way is the highway. They stand at the righteous side and start calling people to come where they are. Raila
Okay,
Odinga changed
that is
Look
right
now,
to that is right to
think
that
I agree with
extent.
Sarah.
The truth
I agree with
is,
Sarah.
carrying people from where they are to where
Raila
they
is
ought to
not
be,
struggling to campaign
you must
because he changed the tact. He has been this abrasive guy, and he thinks that these are. He has been combating these people, but he realized there is no weakness in impressing these people, and that's why alifika mahali akasema Canaan tunaenda sisi na Jubilee pia. It was a complete paradigm shift, and he's not struggling. But the other way, he was popular, yes, but he was not going anywhere. He was popular.
Question Wekesa, swali hapa who are the what hindrances that have been that have not been making Raila to become president, and what is the change of that? Did he change tacts or did he embrace these people?
Deep state. By shifting and working with Uhuru, naturally that's why you can get kina Matiang'i say that sisi mahali Uhuru ako ndio tuko. It's not like they impressed Raila, they impressed where their boss is. So it was the shift. Central itself walikuwa wanasema tumengojea signal. Watu wengi. So with time wakasema Uhuru ako huku, so tutaenda mahali Uhuru ako. Si ati wamempenda Raila. And up to now, most of them have not accepted him. But for some of them are supporting because Uhuru is on the other side.
Do you think he has compromised his integrity by dining with the deep state that he has been fighting for the longest time?
It's not a compromise of integrity, a change of strategy. Me, I'm talking about a change of strategy. And choosing a party is actually strategy. It's all about strategy. There's no party that guarantees you righteousness, but it's a tactical move and strategy where you think, if you believe that I am the right man to give services to Kiambu, then the party should not be the problem. Find where do I stand so that when I get this seat, I am able to serve my people.
Wekesa,
Can
my
I?
opinion, it is an understatement to say that the deep state has been the reason why Baba has not been sworn in. They may have a role in it, but it's not all. What we have been suffering from is people who don't want to accept the choice of the people, okay? Twisted people who would go to any length to change the obvious results in order for for it to serve their purpose. So failed electoral system.
But those are the deep state we are talking about.
Hold on, deep state. You are introducing a desk. Okay, we are talking about failed systems. That means, okay, there is interference, yes, and this interference from different quarters. Deep state is just one of them. Okay, and so leaving it all on the desk of deep state is not giving the true picture, because when it comes to fighting Raila from off the throne, is something that is both local, international, and it has a cluster of so many vested interests that deep state alone is not the reason.
But what comes in your mind when you think about deep state? I think, Bernard, you're not getting. That's why it's called deep state is very deep. When they asked Kimemia what is deep, deep state is very deep. It's not what you think. It's not the 4 people maybe seated at the security. It's a network. We call them cartels, the people who decide the nation. Some are in the economy, some are in security, some are... They are the people who decide how the nation needs to be governed. Collins,
thank you. Thank you. Let me. I want us to go back to the topic, lest we get lost in the issue of deep state and all that.
Mr. Wekesa.
You asked me whether.
Mr. Wekesa.
Everybody's talking. What is it, Collins? Goja Kwanza.
Okay, this is what it is. Mr. Wekesa, we are here. You might help me, I might help you. Let's get back to 2002, when the Moi regime was to be dealt out with. Trust me, there was still the deep state. But the tactics that was used to rub out the Moi government, why is it that the deep state or the system failed 2002? It is not about
what. Let me tell you, it depends on what you understand by deep state, by the way. Because in 2002, the same Nini was torn into 2, the same Kanu. When Kina Raila came out, it was part of it coming out. And that's why when you look at Ruto right now, see, wait, I explain. You asked a question. That's why you find Ruto is disturbing the government. Why? Because he's inside. So you see, when you are inside, you are even part of the deep state. What I'm saying, because deep state is our systems. So when someone comes from inside, and that's why, have you ever seen even at some point nations where army comes against each other? They fight each other. Why? Because they are torn into 2. The loyalty is torn into 2 directions. 2002, that is how they destroyed. Part of the secrets and whatever were leaked by the people who came out of Kanu and joined the opposition. That is how you dismantle the systems. And that's why we say deep state is not just security, what people say, but it's a whole chain of people who control the governance. So I think, but you have to understand that people like Kina Kennedy came in Nairobi on Araisha's side. Right now they are towing the line. You see how Peter Kennedy is looking for power? He has completely changed. Yeah. He's not standing on the Raisha side he was at the other time. So most people come, Kina Ole Kiapi came and they disappeared. You realize people who penetrate in politics are people who are smart and agile. You are flexible. You are able to know what you want, but how do I move from point A to point B? If you are not flexible, my friend, you can have the right vision and whatever, but they will remain on paper. You will never. I truly told Mudavadi, you refusing to join the government and standing there and start singing to us economy, you will never change anything unless you join this government. Wewe endelea tu kusimama kwa mlima na utuambie tu singing economy. People will rule this nation, wewe watabaki tu hapo kituangalia. So the strategy, and that's why for me, if I'm running for a seat, I will go and I ask for a politician to advise me in terms of strategy. Because somebody who has never run for a seat will not advise me. He will tell me this is what you're supposed to do. But is it implementable for me to get a seat? No. I asked you that question. Have you ever run for a seat? If you've never run, then maybe you're not giving that guy the right information.
Can I say something?
I'm not yet through with you, Wekesa.
What you're pushing? What you're pushing?
Bernard.
Saying you are wrong, guys. We are just
Collins. Yes. This exchange between the two of you.
Number to Rudy topic.
We are done now. Can we go back to opinion polls? Now, this here, DT have started sharing this information about Infotrak just because the poll has not gone on their way. They indicated who is the CEO, whatever. In other words, they are dismissing that these are fake poll. What do you think? Why didn't they dismiss Tifa and those other ones? So let's
Tanga guys are known for twisting anything that seems not to be going their way. But based on the opinion, as much as it gives Raila a lead, which is not much, it is overrating Ruto in the sense that the political reality is different from the political perception that Tanga have kind of committed themselves to ensure that they paint the country yellow, and they want everybody to believe that yellow is reigning from the top to the bottom. The political reality is very different. It's very different. And so as much as that poll gives Raila a slight lead, it is not the... I don't think it tallies with the reality. Ruto cannot get close to Raila lead. The difference is much. And it's not that minimal, in my opinion. And but on the other hand, the game is just beginning. The strategies are coming into play. When we cross to February, when everybody now, the civil servants will be resigning and aligning themselves, is when the political reality is going to dawn on some people. But truth be told, Ruto has spent much in his campaign, and he has gone to the highest. The only direction he can go is down from where he is. And so unless something drastic happens, and it has to be very drastic, that's the only thing that can salvage Ruto now to change and begin to go up. But as far as the stakes are set where they are right now, he can only go down, and he may go down unending, especially when the politics begin, like the lies he has spread around the country and the promises he has promised, and then those circles begin now to turn against him, demand their money and all that. So when that begins to come into play, he will have so much against him that it will be very difficult for him to turn it around. And the moment he's unable to turn it around, everything will be heaped on him, and that can mark the end of his political career if he doesn't take his time. And so the polls are coming, let them come. People are giving different opinion. But like I think Promise said, Ruto leading in Nairobi, that is a pipe dream. And Mombasa, it's neither here or there. There is something amiss. Either the people who answered the poll were coming from the 36 bloggers or whatever correspondence they got, it was one section of the city. But if the Nairobi city, as I know it, Baba controls the majority of the city of Nairobi in the households, okay? In the household, not just talking about individuals, households. And there are just a few sections that may be otherwise. But now with the combination of Baba and Uhuru's goodwill, the majority of Nairobi, almost to the tune of 80%, will be on Baba's side any day. And so I see this thing building up to be a walkover for Baba, in my opinion, as things play right now. And now after the Buhungu too, the Western people will have already torn the line. I see a storm coming up that is going to sweep the country clean. I can bet on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you Bernard for that candid opinion. Kuna Jackma nama naitwa na? No, before that kuna Isantos, huh? Isantos. I think Isantos kama.
Okay, thanks. Then, Bernard, you are saying other people.
Kwa nini uko chini sana? Ebu volume.
Hello.
Muna, yes, now you are clear.
Sasa maneno ya hii Infotrak.
I think, are you using earphones?
No.
Your volume is fluctuating.
I'm not using earphones.
Okay, now you are clear. Proceed.
History na Infotrak, hiyo history ni kama ile ya Pandora, inakuja inaenda, inakuja inaenda. Na but story na kurate Ruto na Raila, then kuongelea tena story na Atwoli. Did you know Atwoli has never won any seat in Kakamega or the other place? Na then ukiangalia vizuri kuna I always make my own analysis. Ukiangalia classmates last week, I think it was on 24th maybe, walikuwa na kakitu ka topic they as a politics, then utaangalia hapo sasa ndio unaweza. And if you want to know politics ya Ruto inaendaje, leta kakitu kama kapol say between Mudavadi and Raila, who can win the president?
Santos, stay next to the phone. Stay closer to the microphone. We can't get you.
You are adjusting yourself. We can't hear you.
I know you don't want me to speak about Ruto because you are the only one spreading.
You are accusing me for nothing. I'm just helping you so that you can be heard. Talking about Ruto is not
Can you
problem.
listen to people? Your sound has a problem.
It's not about Ruto. It's about your microphone. It's not about Ruto. It's about your microphone. Can you come near your microphone so that we can hear what you are talking? It's not about Ruto.
Okay, fine. Politics. Then Bernard, ukiaisimama any seat penye unatoka Bernard, according to my analysis, you will never win. You will never. I'm not cursing you, but the way I'm seeing you, you don't have that any leadership in you.
Unaambia jamaa ngoe kwa agenda.
Santos, kama wewe ndio kuja hapo unamwangusha.
Let me say this. Yes, there is this narrative being pushed by Tanga people that Atwoli has never won a seat. Leadership, especially in the Luya land, is not subject to vote. When somebody becomes an elder, he commands respect. to the entire community, and he doesn't need to be voted for from the fact that he is an elder. So Atwoli is not calling Bohung 2 because he has been voted for. He's calling Bohung wherever 2 because he's the elder as at now, and he has influence as an elder. So if you people think that voting for him is what gives him power and influence over the people, that's how you miss understanding the Luya culture and how Luya people operate. If you think by getting votes you become a commander of the Luya community, ask Mudavadi what happened. Ask the people that had influence by vote. What happened? How come now they cannot fill the stadium? They cannot get more than 1% and all that. So being an elder, he has influence, and that's why he's trusted. Don't misinterpret his moves, thinking that they are political and I mean by reason of vote. No, it's not vote.
Bernard,
it is elder.
Bernard, it's not just even about being an elder. Atwoli is a court secretary general because he has been voted 5 times. Kwani unafikirianga anaingianga hapo bure? And then on top of that, even there is the international ILO. He was also elected for the second, is it for the second or third time? Now, this is an international figure, my friend. You think if you can win a seat when compared to many other nations, and you want to tell me he has never won an MCA, what nini unafikiria? So there are many levels of leadership, my friend. It cannot be that we judge Kenya based on MCA, MP, senator, a governor, and if you have never run for those seats, then you are not a leader. This is an international leader. He has an international recognition. He has offices in Geneva. So he has a say when he comes to our community. And the waiter alone, when you go to the house of Atwoli, including yesterday, the elected MPs scored there. Savula was asking for forgiveness and the rest of the other people. Do you know why the leaders go there to ask for forgiveness? Because they know who calls the shots when it comes to political matters.
Yes, ni mimi.
Let me say something.
Mr. Wekesa.
Who is that? Who is that saying something?
Me. Baraka here.
Oh yes.
It's my turn, Jackman.
Can I say something?
Then we go to Jackman now. Is it
okay,
Jackman?
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you very much. It's Shakespeare who said that there is a tide in the affairs of men which taken at the flow leads into the fortune. I tend to think that that tide for Raila Odinga is here. And that's the reason why the man is now flowing towards the fortune. Unfortunately, in the opposite, William Ruto seems to be stuck in what we call the shallow waters. And come January, February, and March, you guys should expect a lot of firefighting from the side of the Tanga guys. They will dismiss everything from the opinion polling. They will criticize everybody. They will accuse everybody. They will do anything to portray themselves as being on top when they know that they will be going deep down. Firstly, expect them to start now opposing every opinion poll. Secondly, expect them to start blaming the state machinery for favoring Raila Odinga. Thirdly, expect them to come up with all sorts of manners to paint the government as being against them, including what we are seeing around that I don't want to mention here. So, as things stand for Raila Odinga today, the sides are for him, and he seems to have seized the moment, and the opportunity is for his advantage. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Let's have now Jakma, and I want to tell Omoiberania in the comment section. Here, even the hosts, we are allowed to give opinion. We allow moderators from UDA and the moderators from Baba side. So if you feel you can moderate for UDA, you're welcome. We are not restricted to give our opinion. So let's have Jakma.
Chair, before Jackma comes, I need to make a request that today we are having a very bad reception on network and so kindly, for the panelists who are here, kindly try to mute your mic so that we reduce the echo so that we can be able to hear the other panelists. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Guys, remain mute until you are the one speaking. So, Jakma, let's proceed. As Jakma speaks, Nani, Bernard, you can take charge, waja nikunywe maji kidogo.
Just a moment, Wekesa, let it be shortly, because you know my case. I was vandalized here.
Narudi.
Oh, sawa, thank you. Thank you. Where's Jackman?
I think he's not there. I think he
Okay,
has vanished.
the net has thrown him out.
Bernard,
Sorry. Yes, sir.
can I please try to interject a little bit before you carry on with the I mean,
Okay.
I want
keep
to
it brief. Keep it brief, sir.
Yeah, briefly, sir. I want to a little bit try to clear what Promise Baraka said, that Right Honorable Raila Odinga is now the top. Yeah, sure. I agree that one. He has been on the top, whether the opinion poll from last year or from 2016, 2017, he has been on the top. You know, opinion polls has been, as I am living outside home, I mean home, you know Bernard yourself, I know exactly opinion polls, according to intellectual people, they never say the truth. Because they don't want to know exactly who they want. They just say so and so is good in order to make that to weigh their way, I mean to judge who is more, not even popular, who has more issues that resonate with the citizens. For the last 3 months, 4 months, may I say 2 years, DP Ruto has been in the high opinion polls up to 85. I think 85 or 75% in the whole Kenya. Everybody wants to say, yeah, DP or hustler or what, bottom up, this and this and this. It is not it doesn't mean that the people are resonating with that thing all together. They just want to hear the opinion polls and to see, is this person selling his policies? Whatever he's selling, is he able to resonate with the people on the ground? These are issues that most of us, as a young nation as we are, I cannot say we are mature nation. We are still a young nation, the democratic young nation that we are on a process of maturing ourselves in the future. You know, the politics of yesterday and the politics of today and the politics of tomorrow is changing. That means whatever our now current leaders and the former leaders and the new generation, 40 and below, 25 and below, have their different opinion or different way of looking the country or a politician in a different, in a 3D. So it's quite different. Some are looking it, they know where they are going, but they are trying to change it so that they can try themselves to find out exactly what is it. Whatever the politicians are telling us, are they the same people who were yesterday were telling us the same thing, or the day before? I mean, when I say the day before, does not mean the day before. I mean, many years, 10 years ago. Is it the same people who hasn't been, never us ever tried to deliver at least something small that can change people? So the politics of Kenya is totally now changing. So we have to think twice as an individual, not as a collectively, as an individual, as you, as Bernard, me, as Sam, Barack, as Barack, in your individually. Are you voting something that can help? Not us, because we are grown up, we have families, we have kids. Is it going to help our kids and the next three or four generation? That's what we want now, because politics nowadays has become a business. I either get it or I finish you. That's why you see people are a little bit. They are now a little bit taking cautions of not hypering in order to be put in a different way. So anyway, gentlemen, I didn't mean to offend you, but I just wanted to answer it a little bit of something. Thank you, Sir Bernard. Carry on.
Bernard,
Okay,
I have
thank
a
you,
question.
Sam. We appreciate
I have a
your
question.
contribution. Hold on,
I have
who
a
is
question,
this?
Bernard.
Please, can we remain within our standing orders? If you have a question, you lift your hand. If you are behind the curtain, if anybody begins to speak from anywhere and then you confuse me, who am I talking to? Until now, I don't know who is talking. Murunga. Is it Murunga who wants to ask a question?
No, I am not the one.
Okay. Now, everybody relax, please. Let's make sure that we have a flow so that the people viewing also can follow the proceedings. If we turn it into a marketplace, we make it very difficult for the people who are following. And that is our priority, to see to it that the people who are following, the people who are watching, there is a TV station that is running yesterday's show. So if somebody's watching it on TV and we are all, everybody asking, we will not be showing a good picture. Thank you. Is it King? King wants to ask a question.
Yes, it is me. It is me. And sorry because I was in the curtain. Sorry for that. My apologies, please. My first question will go to Sam, because I heard him talking about the opinion, the opinion polls for business, and sometimes they are bought and all that. Is he disagreeing with the opinion polls that have been released, or is not, or whatever that he thinks about it? The second question is, I'm seeing in the comment section. I don't have the information complete that the opinion poll that we're discussing right now have been dismissed by the same company that did. How true is it? Is that? Thank you.
Okay, Katri. Mr. Katwe, I didn't mean that I disagree with the opinion polls. I say it's a way of weighing people. Which way, what people themselves think about it. You as an individual, for example, let me take myself. I don't want to talk about somebody else. Let me take myself. I've been hearing Right Honorable Raila Odinga for the last 3 months or 4 months. I've been hearing Musalia the last 3 months or 4 months. Deputy President, I've been hearing it for the last 4 years. Wetangula, how do you call it, Kalonzo, and those who are behind, those who want to be, who like to be the candidates of the presidency. You know, whatever somebody says, or whatever somebody tell the people, that's what I want to hear so that I can digest myself and come up with my own analysis before I vote anybody. I don't want my voting card goes to astray just because of party, of individual. You know, there's 2 things here. Somebody who wins the hearts of people, and somebody who wins the votes of people. These are 2 different people. Nobody can win the hearts of people at the same time wins the votes of people. It's never, and I think it has never happened in mankind. You either win the hearts of people or win the votes of people. That's how it is. Anyway, King, I didn't mean that I disagree with him. No, I mean it that they depend on people. So about the opinion polls, whether they say whatever Infotrak said they disagree with that, it's not the right polls. It's not my problem because that's not. I'm not the one who made it. So whatever they want to talk, whether it's right or no, is none of my business, or it should not be our business because they are doing their business. They are getting whatever they are getting. So it makes no difference. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Sam. I think that settles that. About the opinion poll, we are confirming whether there is some retracking from Infotrak. When we get that information, we'll pass it across to you. But whichever way, we do opinion polls. Even Mtembei TV does opinion polls. So, I mean, we carry out our polls here on this channel, and the people vote. Look at we are 10 in the studio right now. How many are for you, for Ruto? How many are for Baba? We get a percentage. You get the difference. So there is no difference between what is polled out there and what is polled in different centers. You go to the marketplace, there are 10 mamas and 8 are for Raila, 2 are for Ruto. You can, from that particular locality, there is somebody leading, another one is following. So to sisumbuane sana on that one. I want us to make progress in I want the people who have not said anything first to speak. Has Murunga spoken?
I've not spoken. And even yesterday, I waited the whole evening without speaking.
Sorry. Yesterday I was not behind the camera. I came in the front of the camera. But
there is a gentleman called Temba. Yes.
Endelea Bwana Murunga.
Wacha niendelee nikipack. Let me just get to the location where I'm able to give my submission in about 2 minutes, 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay, and then alert me when you're ready. Thank you. Let's go to Fred.
Hey,
Asante papa. Kwani mlienda mkakula sikukuu mkamaliza mkaingia nyuma ya curtain? Lakini karibu sana.
We ulituma ndugu zako wakapanda kwa rufu yangu, amechukua redio yangu ya kuniletea internet. Saa hii niko kwa bundles.
Kai.
Yeah.
Hapana, lakini
those are UDA brothers.
Hawaitwi hiyo chama, wacha kurembesha jina tu. Hiyo chama inaitwa udaku mushene bati. Ama utadefine aje, ama utadefine aje hiyo jina? Inaitwa mushene party. Okay. Tuachane na mushene party.
Go ahead.
Habari ya ndugu zangu, kaka zangu, baba zangu, dada zangu wale wako kwa mjadala jioni ya leo. Habari zenu lakini. Kuna kitu hapa unataka tu ni point out moja ama mbili hivi. I hope then that you are aware about the tyrant of numbers. When it was coined, how was it executed, and how it was carried off. Hakuna mtu alikuwa anasema ati sijui nini. But when the time comes now, the table has been changed. Everybody anaonanga tu. Waja nikubaliana na ule alisema ya kwamba mkuki kwa nguruwe ni chungu sana, lakini kwa mulaji wa mnofu ya nguruwe nafurahia bwana. Na yani anasema anafurahia sana. So this opinion poll, hiyo research inafanywa, tusidismiss. Okay, even although me I don't, because inategemea on which particular angle are you seeing this opinion poll from. If you are seeing it from the Baba side, you will see it is okay. When you are seeing from the Udaku party, you will seeing that. But at the time they coined the word tyrant of numbers, and that tyrant of numbers ilienda hivyo mpaka mwishowe hata uchaguzi ikakataliwa, bado tu wanasema tyrant of numbers. So mzee aliambiwa tu, kijana aliambiwa vizuri, wewe kimbia tu, lakini when the time comes, this is a marathon, it's not a sprint. So now you have started seeing the difference in between a sprinter and a person who is running a marathon. So pole tu, si mingi. 33 and 32 is not a big matching. Inamaanisha hata kama uwanga sikubaliani na hizo sana, but naona progress from 45 to sijui alikuwa mzee alikuwa sijui 20 wati huku chini, inaenda ikidecrease, hiyo kabu ikiwa ikifupishwa. So to an extent, let us give the credit where it dues. Si ati tu kuja tunapinga for the sake of kupinga, si ati tu tunashangilia for the sake of kushangilia. Tunafaa kujiuliza hii inatoka wapi na inaelekea wapi na mwisho wake ni nini. So for this opinion, I don't have much to say about it, because wacha ichisemee yenyewe, because wale walifanya hiyo utafiti wao ndio wanajua walifanya wapi na walikuwa wanafanya wakibase on which particular angle. Lakini ukiangalia vizuri, wamepeana statistic kutoka kwa miezi 4 iliyopita. For 4 months wame break down vile kulikuwa kunaenda mpaka leo hii, vile mahali wamefikia leo hii. So unakuta ya kwamba there is a progress. So katika hiyo miezi 4 Udaku party walikuwa juu. Hakuna mtu aliongea. Hakuna mtu alikuwa anaongea. Kwanza walikuwa wanasema hapo sasa. Sasa wameona wameshikwa koo. Wameanza kuona mambo, mbao imeanza kukeuka. Naona hapa hatutakubali haraka hivyo. Lakini sasa hata kama ukweli ni chungu, lakini tu tuambiane. Na itabidi mzoe, hata kama inauma, lakini itabidi tu mzoe. Unaona? So I think let me stop there for now about that one. Bernard, back to you.
Okay, thank you, Fred. We appreciate your contribution. Murunga, are you ready? Okay, Murunga seems not to be ready. Harun Nyangwezo, our own ancestor. Now that we are going to Buhungu, what has the ancestor said?
Yeah. In fact, ile ripoti niko nayo kutoka kwa ancestors ni ile kuwa
okay, hold on, ancestor. Hold on, ancestor.
Murunga amerudi sawa.
Murunga.
Yes, a minute, I'm coming in. A minute.
Oh, you're coming in. Then stay mute until you're ready to make submission. Aaron, go ahead.
Yeah, so ile ripoti niko nayo ni ile jana uliona vile kijana yetu Malala in fact alipo jaribu kuleta kuongea mambo ambayo hayako, but NCIC naona imetoa makucha, so kijana huenda anaweza kuwa blacklisted asisimame hii uchaguzi yenye inakuja kwa sababu ya ile statement ambayo alipeana jana ya kutishia. So in fact sasa hivi hata sisi inastahili yale mambo yenye tunaongea kwa vyombo vya habari, kama uwezi ukasubstantiate, please just keep quiet. So let me come to the topic of today about the opinion polls ambazo results zimetoka kwa Infotrak. Mimi nina agree na hii opinion poll 100%. Reason being, 4 years ago William Samoei Ruto in fact projection yenye nilikuwa nampatia ni 100%. Reason being, alikuwa na run show peke yake. So hii opinion poll imetolewa 4 months ago. 4 months ago ndio Raila Amolo Odinga alianza kukimbia na mambo ya Azimio, mahali ilipoanzia pale Kisii ikakimbia mpaka ikakuja kumalizia Kasarani, na matokeo yake mmeyaona. Raila Amolo Odinga is 33, William Samoei Ruto is 32. So hii isije ikapata watu wa UDA ina shock. Reason being, in fact wao wenyewe ndio wamefail kulingana na zile economic models ambazo wamekuwa wakipeana, of which hawaja kuwa wanazieleza vizuri, na vile Raila Amolo Odinga ameingia kwa game amewa counter to an extent, kutoka kwa 100% imebidi wa drop. Now nikuje kwa hizi figures. Kwa hizi figures nimeziangalia, nimeziandika mahali. As per polls projection in regards to Raila and Ruto popularities in regions, I differ with them. Nina differ namna gani? Ruto Central ako mbele, Rift Valley ako mbele, Eastern ako mbele, Raila Coast, Western, Nyanza and Northeastern. Kwa Central naweza agree kishingo upande. Rift Valley naweza agree 100% kwa sababu hiyo ni boma ya William Samoei Ruto. Lakini Eastern, Ukambani and Nairobi, oh my God, I disagree. Eastern kuna hawa magovernors watatu, Kivuta Kibwana, kuna Ngilu na kuna Governor Alfred Mutua. So in fact these three governors hata kama Oka iko pale under Kalonzo, wanaweza amua kuspare the spoil, wanaweza amua kuchukua katikati. Ushaona sasa? Then na Raila Raila anaweza kuchukua half na Kalonzo achukue half. Lakini Nairobi unajua Nairobi Kalenjin community ni wachache. Alafu tukiangalia pande ya Kikuyu community, Raila anaweza chukua half na William Samoei Ruto achukue half. Lakini Nairobi tena kuna Luos, kuna Kisis, kuna Luyas, kuna Somalis ambao na Swahilis, watu wa Mombasa ambao wengi wana resonate na Baba, which means Nairobi Baba is far much ahead than William Samoei Ruto. So William Samoei Ruto kwa maoni yangu ako famous in two regions, Central Province and Rift Valley. Ningependa kurest my case. Hiyo round yenye nitakuja ya pili nitaweka vigezo ambazo zinaonyesha why William Samoei Ruto has dropped from 100% to 32%. Then kutoka hapo
okay, thank you Arun.
It's okay, bro.
Okay, thank you Arun. Now Murunga, I think I see you are ready. Go ahead.
Good evening everyone.
Good evening to you. How are you?
I'm okay. Yesterday I came in to make a mission. Vema kabisa, Christmas ilikuwa njema, Christmas imekuwa ya furaha, ila tu mood yangu iliharibiwa na Malala. You know, that boy, I don't know what he smokes, but we lawyers don't smoke. I don't know what he smokes, but that we have never seen. But it's unfortunate that a young boy like him can dare Baba in Kakamega, as a grandson of Shitawa. You can't, you know. That is a region where Baba. Yes, it's very true. I agree with you. Now, yesterday, let me pick it from yesterday, where I saw away from actually today's opinion poll. I'll start with Mama anaitwa Purity Ngirishi ambaye alirudisha wheelbarrow. Sign of things that we are likely to see in the coming days. I know most of our brothers and sisters from the other side will not want to hear that, but that is the reality. And what is likely to happen is that UDA is going to be a Rift Valley region, a Rift Valley party. The small parties that UDA has refused to actually collaborate with are going to sweep the central Kenya, the Mount Kenya region, that is. So UDA basically is going to be, I'm sorry to say it, it's going to be a Kalenjin party. That is what I'm making. That is one of my submissions. Secondly, opinion polls. I don't know why people are complaining. We have not had we have not complained. We have not had an issue with these polls. Even when they were putting Raila Odinga at 14 against Ruto at 85. We didn't have any problem. And in fact, the last one, Tifa put Baba at something around 24, whereas Ruto was ahead at around 60. No one complained. In fact, we said, yes, let's wait until Baba declares his candidature. So Azimio La Umoja came in. Azimio La Umoja has swept across the country. Today, looking at the pollster, I can only say, yes, other regions, that's right. But Nairobi region, I tend to disagree because William Ruto, with all the monies he has on what he's likely to spend, I don't think he can garner anything beyond 20% of Nairobi. Because, let's be honest, sorry to mention, to actually mention this, but I will say it openly that probably the pollster was done in a supermarket somewhere in Embakasi. And the answer, of course, will be obvious. Who are the respondents? That is what I will say. Because Nairobi, I am a voter in Nairobi. And I don't see how Baba would be beaten by William Ruto in Nairobi. Because what I'm seeing, in the next 2-3 months, William Ruto is going to be lagging at around 34, somewhere there, where Baba will be headed to 60. That's what I'm seeing. And when you look at Oka is going to break apart. Kalonzo Musyoka is not used to being in the cold. Kalonzo Musyoka is going to join Raila Amolo Odinga. As I said the other day, we are going to have, after the Buhungu, Bernard, I'm also saying this, I'm actually, tomorrow I'll be headed to Buhungu. Now, you know, we lawyers listen and actually we follow instructions and we listen to our elders and we don't disobey them. So Musalia has invited the lawyers and he's going to make an announcement. And it will be a dishonor for somebody like me not to honor that invite. I will have to drive myself to Western Kenya to be part of the people who will be seated right there to listen to what Musalia will be saying. And we want to show Malala that Western Kenya is Ngome ya Baba Raila Amolo Odinga. That it's our time now. We are not going to gamble with our votes. We are not going to be sellouts. We are not going to support people who have no stand, people who cannot be counted. You know, we're talking about the likes of Musalia Mudavadi, who has refused, even after being picked from oblivion by Baba. Of course, it's twice he has rescued him. Today, he's the one saying, oh, Raila, Mutu ambaye, you know, the other day when Baba went to the burial, the stepmother's burial, even the introduction alone, you know, it was called from Musalia Mudavadi. I expected Musalia Mudavadi to call Baba by the name Baba. Kusema mwana wa, yeah, you know, the names he was referring to, I think that was also very wrong. We want Musalia Mudavadi this time around to acknowledge that Raila Odinga is indeed in control of the western part of the country. And when we talk of the western part of the country, we want Kisii, Nyanza as a whole, and Western as a whole to vote as a block, including part of the Rift Valley, which is Trans Nzoia, tupige kura ile na fujo kabisa, tuondoe shetani upande wa magharibi ili tuweze kuhakikisha ya kwamba Baba ameingia ikulu with the resounding win. That's my submission, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Murunga, and be our representative at Buhungu. Make sure everything flows. Malala is the best he can do.
I will.
ana chake ashajichoma mwenyewe.
I
Richard
will.
Osano, your gadget is not well connected. It's because you are trying to control StreamYard. When you log in, allow StreamYard complete control over your camera and your audio. That's the only way you'll be able to be added to the studio. As at now, your gadget is not well connected, and so we can't add you. So we are getting you out. Please make sure that you adhere to those, if you can hear me, adhere to those specifications. Don't limit StreamYard. Let StreamYard control your audio and your camera. Okay, let's make progress. We go to Honorable Lumbasi. Hii si ni jina ya kwetu. Honorable Lumbasi, huko? Okay, inaonekana Honorable Lumbasi yuko. Promise, you have something to say?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead before we go to Austin and I take you back to Ekesa. Yeah, you are mute. You're mute. Unmute first. Oh, Promise you have.
Are you hearing me?
Yeah. Yeah, now
You're
that
hearing?
is better. We were not hearing you previously.
You're hearing me?
Yes, go ahead now.
Okay, thank you. Before I ask a question, I have a question in regard to the eastern part on the opinion polling. And before I ask my question, I just want to say that the marathon is now getting very interesting because we have reached what we call the 21-kilometer mark. And now it's going to get very interesting as now Raila takes his pace. My question on the eastern part, perhaps if somebody can make a clarification for me. Did Eastern mean Ukambani, or did it mean the entire Eastern that comprises of Marsabit, Isiolo, Meru, Tharaka-Nithi, Embu, Machakos, Kitui, and Makueni? Somebody just clarify for me so that I know whether the opinion polling was on the Ukambani part of Eastern or whether it was on the entire Eastern part. Have you gotten my question?
On an assumption, yes. On an assumption, would assume that they were using the former provinces, and that includes all those places you have mentioned. If Nairobi was taken as the old province, Western, the old province, Coast, the old province, then that is how it is. It includes all those.
Then it's wrong for people to presume that the Eastern that was being projected was the Ukambani part of Eastern.
Okay, that's right. That's right.
Okay, that's the only clarification that I wanted to know.
All right, thank you, Promise. We appreciate your contribution. Let's move forward to Austin.
Ingosi, you call me Wangira. This is my son's gadget.
Oh, Wangira.
Wangira, this is your friend Wangira.
Sawa. Thank you, sir. We appreciate you.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Bernard, thank you.
Endelea.
Okay. I wanted to add something from my first submission concerning the polls. Like I was trying to explain, for someone to be the president of Kenya, there are regions or there are cities in Kenya that you must be in control of. We are not going to assume And it is untrue that William Ruto can beat Raila in Nairobi. I'm not sure. Not even that I'm not sure, but this is not true. I'm a voter in Nairobi. I know what Nairobi is. And this is absolutely wrong. Ruto will never be in control of Nairobi. Ruto will never be in control of Mombasa. For now, the opinion poll is right because he has been in the field. And therefore, Mr. Bernard, let us give ourselves time. By next year, no, the opinion poll is for the was conducted for the last 4 months. Let us give ourselves time and see what Kenyans are capable of doing. But to be sure, we still hope for the best because the majority of Kenyans were merevuka. They understand what they want. I can tell you, we learn from our mistakes. You can remember when we did a mistake in Nairobi gubernatorial, that is 2017, when Sonko came with this money. Majority said that we don't need money, but we need the brain. The brain failed and led Nairobi to be without a governor for those times. And therefore, Kenyans understand what they want. They are not going to make any mistake. Right now, the opinion poll can place anybody anywhere depending on how you are trailing. But let me say one thing. Just like my friend has said, Bwana Malala amelala na yeye. Amesikia vibaya sana. To be sincere, Malala still does not understand the politics of Kenya. He's a junior. Malala is just trying to learn by force. He's not giving himself time to learn. Daring Raila, daring Atwoli in Western, it is like he doesn't know what the brigade of Raila are capable of doing. Hata ni kama amesahau Raila alisasua himself in 2017 by force when the state is watching. He even forgets everything. So to my friends,
Malala in Uhuru Park. There is no way you can forget. He was there, I was there. So
but then
it's just Sugoi little change that is confusing him.
I'm only wondering how forgetful Malala is when he was present. I remember. But how forgetful he is that he can dare Raila Odinga after listening Raila Odinga stating it clearly that I will be there yesterday. He still goes ahead and say Kakamega is a no-go zone for Raila. I pity him. And to my friend, this is what should not shock us, only that we know that Malala has dug his own grave. And by the way, on 30th, 31st, if at all, they will try. Trust me, this is the end of Mudavadi in politics. And anybody will remember this. Because if it goes through that they try, trust me that Malala and Mudavadi, that team is dead. And to my friends, let us keep calm and expect the best from next year. We are not worried, Mr. Bernard. I have less to say.
Thank you, Austin. There is Malala and Davadi and the rest are fishes that have entered the net. Okay, so what can they try? We are even overrating them by giving them airtime.
Let me tell you, Mr. Bernard.
These are people who can do nothing. If they Combine Malala, combine them with Halwale, combine them with Mudavadi, add on them with Angula. Kakamega is not their control ground. Okay, they may try to. They have no control over there. I am from Kakamega. I know the dynamics of Kakamega politics. So you can't control wherever.
Bernard.
All those people are visitors in Kakamega.
Bernard.
Yes, Austin.
Count Dr. Boni Alwale out of this. Alwale is very smart. And there are things Alwale cannot try. Malala, always remember that the devil is a liar and the devil will always has somebody to use. You know, the ANC brigade, the part of ANC has been seeing our Ruto in quotes. In fact, we don't know. Ruto can as well use Malala with other boys outside Kakamega to try anything fishy. So it will not be necessarily from Kakamega, but they will use Malala. You know, Malala is a senator in Kakamega, and being a senator, money anaweza tumia anything to get even
Austin,
10 people.
Austin, relax. There is nothing new under the sun. Okay? when BBI went to Buhungu, Musalia, Mudavadi, Wetangula, they had an alternative meeting in Mumias. How they ended up in Buhungu, it is by divine intervention. So
I was present and I remember.
The meeting in Mumias was sponsored. So their sponsors were demanding money from, I mean, you wait for 31st.
I remember.
That is going to go wrong. So Washiali was released after after 2 days or something. So don't forget about that. Whatever they are attempting, they have tried it. It did not work. It will still not work. Naomba nirudishe serikali kwa Wekesa.
Bernard na Wekesa, just one point because I just want to come out. Just want to clarify one thing. I think there was a question was asked.
Okay, RMJ.
Yeah, in terms of Eastern and are they quoting Eastern or Northern Eastern as well? When you go to Infotrak, their Twitter account, they have done the breakdown of Eastern and the Northern Eastern. Who is leading or who has garnered those votes down there? So I don't think that one is only for Northern. That one is only for Eastern, not Northern Eastern as well. So the way they have quoted on just like on overall. So, but when you go for the Infotrak, their Twitter, they've done the breakdown of each region as well, so you can get a good picture in there. In terms of Nairobi, I just want to add, leave Nairobi alone. Nairobi is going to surprise people. Those things of Infotrak, just leave them like that. That's the only thing I wanted to point it out, because I know people that have been misleading in terms of the entire Northern Eastern and the all Eastern.
Okay, thank you, RMJ. We appreciate that direction. And that means if you need to get the Mbivu na Mbiji, go to the Twitter handle for Infotrak. They have more details about the opinion poll. And then they have also done what? Distanced themselves from the officials being circulated by Tanga bloggers, that Infotrak is led by Luos. So Luos are the ones that gave the opinion and gave those points. It is sickening that people in this time and age still reason that way, but we forgive them for free because Jesus forgave us for free. But all the same, you don't have to be a Luo to support Raila Odinga, and you don't have to be a Kalenjin to support William Ruto. You just need to be a Kenyan and who is of age, and you are able to vote and support whoever you want to support. This business of everybody tracking back to tribalism when it comes to political decision needs to end, and we should end it like yesterday. Thank you very much. Anytime it's called Buzz. Yes. Buzz, VP.
Yes, Bernard.
Yes, how are you?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Unfortunately, you almost preempted what I wanted to discuss, because
Sorry
as you have,
about
because I think this is a free media where we can discuss what we can be able to verify, as ancestor had said before, and we have to base ourselves on reliable sources and statistics. First and foremost, I want to agree with the opinion poll, since it is coming from Infotrak, not because it is representative of maybe what is on the ground, but because of where it is coming from. I say this based on the last 3 elections that Infotrak has conducted the survey. They are not different from today's. So I would not say it is because it's led by Angela. I cannot say anything against a person I don't know, or it is led by people from certain community that is awkward and backward. But they have been consistent in their findings. I think maybe it is just a photocopy of 2012 and 2017. I would like to refer to a document by EPOS, whereby they did the survey in 2017, and after the election, they came out and analyzed their results versus the actual from the IEBC, and their variance was very good. It was around -5 at the highest. If you compare that with the Infotrak survey vis-a-vis the final outcome by IEBC, you'll be shocked. But the glaring inconsistencies and variances, some going up to -10. So we take it as that. It is good they have placed the popular candidate second, no problem. I believe the outcome is on the ballot. And we have got nothing else, but it's good that he's at 32. I thought they would have given him 16 to start with. But at 32 is a bit fair. So you can see maybe Infotrak is improving. For the guy, there's a guy who was asking about Eastern being encompassive of, I think it is about the Ukambani Eastern. That is what the survey is all about, because mostly these surveys don't balkanize the upper Eastern, the Meru region towards that side. Politically, I think Meru is mostly associated with Mount Kenya. So I think that could
but
be.
But there's no Mount Kenya. We have Central, guys. So don't put Mount Kenya doesn't exist on polls.
No problem.
It's either Eastern or Central. Meru cannot be Central.
And that also has since been overtaken by event. We no longer have Eastern and Western. What we have is now blocks, and that cannot be a block again. But anyway, we can go with what you're saying, Wekesa. I was just giving my view. So for the survey, I think it is okay as it is, but we know Infotrak. Let's wait for another company to give it its own, and we can be able to compare. The only thing we usually have with these surveys is that they reveal very little information about how it was conducted, where, the population, and whatever it is. But they sometimes, they are correct, they are not very far off, but when it is done within some parameters. But for Infotrak, based on 2017 and the variance they operated with, and 2013, there is something wanting, and we can always predict their next survey. Going to Bukungu, let me not comment. I think Malala is brewing something that is not good. It is very bad for him to try and answer an elder like Atwoli in that manner. Being an African, you cannot talk to your elders in such a way. I think the best he could have done is to keep quiet and keep off their affairs of whatever is happening at Bukungu. You cannot tell people where to go and where not to go. It's none of your business. Nobody owns any place in this country. People are free. So I think that was a bit childish. And I think, as the NCIC has said, he should be an example, because we cannot tolerate such kind of talk when we are heading into the election. I think politicians must also behave and speak maturely. And that's my submission today, Wekesa. And Bernard, thank you.
Oh, thank you, Buzz. Let's keep talking. Fred, are you lifting your hand or you're scratching yourself? Naomba sasa tuende kwa nani, kwa kuna mzee.
Basi leo amekuwa restrained. Basi leo amenifurahisha. Ameshikwa mateka, hataki kuongea sababu anajua ni ukweli. Wacha nichokoza basi kidogo. Wakati walikuwa wamecoin tyrant of numbers, nobody was complaining. Now wali move with the tyrant of numbers from day one up to the end. So sisi hii ni marathon. Sasa tumefika at 21 kilometers na zingine 21 ziko mbele. So you can imagine tukifikia 30 kilometers how the march will be. Nafikiri kuna mtu atakuwa hata haonekani, atakuwa ameshikwa na mask na muscle pull. Sikuwa nimesema kitu.
Thank you, Fred. Fred, wacha nisikie Jakindu Bay na the Warriors.
Wacha niseme kitu tu kuhusu Malala. Kitu kimoja tu kuhusu Malala. Mzee Atuoli alisema haamini lakini ana doubt kama alifanyiwa hivyo, na kama alifanyiwa hivyo Kiluya basi ajaribu tu, lakini kama hakufanyiwa hivyo na mzee ana doubt atamfanyia hivyo mara ya pili.
We have heard you. Thank you. Jackie Dube.
Asante sana. Hamjambo, Wekesa, habari yako?
Nzuri, hatu jambo, vipi?
Salama sana. Sasa hii opinion poll kitu ambayo nataka inanishangaza ni kusema kwamba Raila anashindwa Nairobi na Ruto. Hiyo imenishangaza sana, kwa sababu mahali jamaa amechaguliwa mara miaka 20 na bado yeye ni jogoo wa town. Sidhani kama hiyo, sijui hiyo opinion poll wamechukua namna gani. Hapo kidogo imenichanganya, lakini kitu ninachosema
Jakindu,
yes.
Don't you think it's an improvement of Tifa? Tifa said that he is leading all the place except Nyanza.
Sielewi. Unajua, wakati saa zingine Raila wote Raila akisema kitu wanamuunganisha na Kisumu. Inatakiwa Raila au akiunganishwa na Nairobi, kwa sababu Nairobi ndio amesimama, ndio amewakilisha. Hakuna siku amewakilisha Kisumu au Bondo au chochote kuhusiana na Nyanza. Sasa mimi saa zingine siwaelewi watu wetu vile tunavyoangalia vitu, lakini hiyo opinion poll mimi naweza kusema kwa ujumla ni nzuri, kwa sababu Raila haja campaign, aliuliza tu maoni, amekuwa akiuliza tu maoni ya watu, kama mnataka nisimame au nisisimame, na watu walipomwambia asimame haja campaign, alisema tu nimesimama. Sasa nafikiri akikampaign nafikiri wengine watajificha, na mimi nasema watu kama kina Mudavadi, Kalonzo wamekataa kuchukua uongozi kwa sababu ya, mimi naweza kusema, ulafi au kukosa uaminifu. Wale watu watachukua uongozi next ni Oparanya na 001, kwa sababu hawa watu ni waaminifu, wamebaki nyuma ya kiongozi wao 100%. Lakini mtu unasema bwana, mimi nitakuwa nyuma yako. Mudavadi alishindwa 2002, alishindwa akiwa yeye ni vice president, alishindwa kwao. Raila akaenda akamuokota, akamrudisha, akamweka, akafanyia kampeni. Unashindwa na akakwambia kaa hapa karibu yangu, tuende pamoja, nikitoka uchukue hiyo usukani. Lakini jamaa saa zote anatafuta tu namna ya kumsukuma. Mtu amekuleta, amekwambia bwana tuende pamoja, anatafuta njia ya ndio kusema. Ndio maana hata Ruto hawezi kupata uongozi, kwa sababu mwenzake alimwambia bwana, we kaa hapa nyuma yangu unisaidie kazi, tukimaliza kazi ni wewe. Lakini unaona, anatafuta njia ya kumtapeli mwenzake nyuma, alafu mwisho anaanza kumuita tapeli. Hawa viongozi wao wa Oka ni watu ambao si waaminifu, na ni watu ambao huwezi kuwapatia kuwa naibu wako. Watakuwa tu kama Ruto, kwa sababu hata sasa wana behave tu kama Ruto, kwa sababu hawaoni ni mahali gani Kenya ilienda mbaya na tunaweza kuirekebisha namna gani. Kabla hujasema unataka kuwa president au unataka kuwa kiongozi yoyote, kwanza uangalie imeharibika wapi, iliharibikia wapi. Ndio maana mimi naamini kwa uchaguzi huu ambao inakuja, hakuna mtu atakayeshinda timu ya Raila na Uhuru, kwa sababu hawa watu walikaa chini wakarudi kule 1963, wakaona mahali gani tulikosea, na hawataki kufanya hayo makosa tena. Kama tukirekebisha hayo makosa, nchi yetu itaendelea. Kwa hiyo hao viongozi wengine ambao wanataka tu president, hawa kwa kweli hatuna sioni. Ningewashauri wa Kenya wote kwa ujumla, hawa viongozi tusiwasikilize. Hawa viongozi wanataka president na hawajui hiyo president iliharibikia wapi, na ukitaka mahali gani mbaya, usirudi huko tena ukafanya yale makosa. Lazima tujue, unapokuwa president usirudi tena kufanya yale makosa ambayo yalifanywa kule wakati ule mwingine. Ndio maana mimi nawatolea kofia hawa jamaa wawili, Uhuru na Raila, kwa sababu wanafanya kitu ambayo roho yangu imekuwa ikitaka hiyo miaka yote, kusema tutarudi namna gani kama nchi. Tukae chini tuangalie mambo yaliharibikia mahali gani, na ndio watu wasirudi pale. Tusirudi pale tuliharibikia. Ukabila, watu kama mimi tumeushuhudia ukabila. Hii ni kitu ambayo kama tukikuwa mahali tunaweza kujua. Wakenya ni rahisi sana kusema sisi si ukabila, lakini ukitingisha kidogo utaona hiyo ukikata hiyo ngozi kidogo utaona ukabila iko hapo juu. Hiyo ukabila inatakiwa tuifukie kabisa. Tukifukia, nchi yetu itaendelea vizuri sana, kwa sababu tutafanya kazi pamoja. Na kwa hiyo ile kitu ambayo inaenda kufanyika Buhungu, huyu Atuoli anajua, alikuweko, anajua mahali gani iliharibika. Ndio maana Atuoli huwezi kumtoa pale. Kuna hizi vitu vingi Atuoli amepredict, na watu walikuwa wakimpuuzia ati mzee, ati huyo. Watu wengine wanamuita mzee mwenye nyororo kwa shingo. Itafanya yale yote alisema itafanyika. Yote ambayo Atuoli amefanya, amesema itatumika, na mimi naamini atakachosema Atuoli Nyanza nzima itasikiliza na Kenya nzima itasikiliza. Unakumbuka Tuli alisema whose hand, ni mkono ya nani tutakuwa safe? Si kila mtu sasa anajiuliza, Kenya mzima sasa wanauliza tutakuwa safe kwa mkono ya nani? Kama wale wanampuuzia, mbona sasa ile kitu ambacho aliuliza sasa ndio imekuwa ni neno? Kwa hiyo kuna wakati mwingine ndio, sio kwamba si wazee eti tunajua kila kitu, hapana, lakini saa zingine ni vizuri kusikiliza huyo mzee anasema nini, kwa sababu ameona mengine hapo mbele yako. Kwa hiyo akikwambia hapa kulikuwa hii makosa imetokea, ilikuwa hapa, tafadhali tusikilize hiyo na tusirudie. Ndio tukae tukijikumbusha. Ndio maana zile vitu kama museum ni nzuri, history ni nzuri, tujikumbushe. Kama tu ukienda kanisani tuwe tunakumbushana kwamba tusifanye mambo ambayo Mungu hakubali, ni kukumbushana. Kwa hiyo ni lazima tukumbushane ndio tusirudie yale makosa. Lakini opinion poll ya leo mimi nasema ni nzuri, kwa sababu Raila haja campaign na tayari ako mbele na point moja. Hiyo point moja akikampaign, sidhani kama hao ambao wanajigamba wanapiga kifua wataweza. Na mimi nataka mtu kama Ruto asichaguliwe kwa sababu immorally hafai. Tukisema tu immorally Ruto hafai kuwa president, mimi hiyo ni msimamo wangu, hafai kuwa president. Tena lazima tujue nchi yetu ya Kenya ni lazima tuwe na president kutoka sehemu tofauti. Hatuwezi kuwa na president kutoka sehemu moja tu au sehemu mbili, hapana. Tuwe na saa zingine kutoka magharibi, saa nyingine tuwe na northeastern, siku nyingine tuwe na moja kutoka huko sehemu za pwani. Ni Kenya yetu, wote wananchi ni wetu. Haiwezi hiyo, lazima wote tufikirie ndio tuwe fair kwa kila mtu, na hiyo itafanya watu wote wajisikie wa Kenya. Watu wasijaribu kudanganyana tu kwamba Atuoli anasema, hapana, he is saying the correct thing. Kwa hiyo mimi naunga mkono hii poll ya leo kwamba ni nzuri. Hata wakilalamika, wakati Raila alikuwa anaambiwa yuko 14, sikusikia mtu akilalamika. Wao walikuwa wanasema wako sawa. Sahihi imesemekana kidogo hapa wanaanza kulalamika. Hiyo sio haki. Asanteni. Asante Wekesa.
The Warriors, go ahead.
Sorry.
No, wacha niulize Jakendube swali.
Bernard
Yes.
ametoka.
Can I ask Jakendube a question?
Asanteni sana ndugu zangu.
Sorry?
Uliza.
Ask a question.
Yeah.
Asanteni sana ndugu zangu. Na wasalimia nyote Wakesa, Temba.
Niko na swali the Warrior kwa Jakendube.
Panels wote, especially pia inaenda kwa Jakendube. Yale yote amesema.
Niko na swali kwa Jakendube kidogo the Warrior.
Okay.
Mzee wangu umeongea vizuri sana. Swali ningependa kukuuliza ni, umesema kwamba Mheshimiwa Rais na Prime Minister walikaa wakajadiliana kutoka 1963 na wakaona makosa mahali ilitokea. Hatujui kile walichozungumza. Wao wenyewe ndio walitokea wakasema wamezungumza na wakajua makosa ilikuwa wapi. Na unapoona makosa ni utoe suluhu. Je, suluhu ya makosa ilikuwa ni Raila akuwe president, ama suluhu ya makosa, suluhu ilikuwa ni nini na makosa yenyewe ilikuwa ni magani? Kwa mfano suluhu la ukabila. lilikuwa ni gani? Suluhu
suluhu ya ukabila ni kuacha ukabila huo, na kuacha hiyo ukabila lazima tufanye mikakati fulani ya kuambia watu hii kitu ni mbaya. Unaona, ndio maana walianzisha kitu inaitwa kujenga madaraja, building bridges, na hiyo kitu walienda wote waliuliza Kenya, watu wa Kenya wote, kwa nini kuna mzozo? Kwa nini saa zote tukifanya uchaguzi tunazozana, watu wakitaka kuenda kufanya kazi tunabagwana kutafuta kazi na nini na nini? Wakenya walisema mambo yote yale ambayo yanawahusu, yale ambayo wanaona ni mbaya. Ndio maana BBI ilikuwa introduced BBI, lakini wengi wanaona BBI ikiletwa ni Raila na Uhuru wawe president, wawe prime minister, wawe hiyo. Unapoanza kuargue namna hiyo, ujengi nchi yako. Nchi yako saa zingine lazima ukubali. Saa zingine unaweza kubali hata kitu kama haifiki 100% vile unataka, lakini unakubali kwa sababu ya amani ya nchi yako. Umetosheka ama bado una swali?
Wacha tuachie hapo, wacha nimpatie the warrior. Wacha warrior tuende.
Alafu mimi nataka nikwambie hivi, sio kusema ati wakati tunapozungumza Raila hakusema eti lazima awe president. Raila si ameuliza watu kama anataka kuwa, watu wanataka awe president ama siwe, ama hakuuliza? Alienda akiuliza. Na kuwa president hakuna mahali, labda kama kuna mahali mtu fulani anasemekana afai kuwa president, lakini nikwambie bwana kijana, angalia hata Amerika. Hata Amerika wameweka vikwazo fulani ndio watu wasi abuse hiyo kitu inaitwa uchaguzi. Unaona? Na hata wewe ukiangalia tangu tupate uhuru wa Kenya, president amekuwa kutoka Central au kutoka Rift Valley. Hizi makabila zingine je, si wa Kenya? Ukiweka kwamba watu wachaguane, ujue katika hizi makabila kuna makabila zingine ni wengi kuliko wengine, si ndio?
Unajua, katika maoni yangu,
ngoja makabila zingine ni wengi kuliko wengine, na ukisema tuchaguane, hakuna kabila itachagua kabila nyingine unless hawana mtu. Lakini wewe umeona hiyo trend kama okay, kwa mfano Raila akisimama, wote hiyo kutoka huko Nyanza yote wanampigia kura. Kwa hiyo lazima
you need to summarize Nania a contribute warrior, because it was just a response to what he said.
Hiyo
another contribution.
BBI ilikuwa inajaribu kurekebisha hizo vitu zote. Hiyo vile nimekuelezea. Asante sana.
Thank you. Let's have the warrior.
Okay, asante sana Wakesa, na habari zenu ndugu wote huko, na zaidi sana natoa salamu, thank you Fred, natoa salamu kwa Jakindube. Jakindube, sijui kama wewe umeingia kwa kichwa changu, manake hali ilikuwa nataka kuongea, naonekana wewe ndio umeongea. Asante sana mheshimiwa. Yangu tu nikitaka kueleza ni kwamba kwanza Wakesa utuelezee kulingamana na Mtembei pose. nimeifuatilia sana. Inauliza hapo pose ya Mtembei. Pili, nataka kuongea kuhusu DP. Siku kadhaa zilizopita tulipokuwa tuko katika hii platform, kuna mtu siwezi kukumbuka ni jina gani, lakini aliongea akasema kuwa DP is a smart politician. Na nafikiria mara nyingi sana nikifuatilia watu wanasema DP is a smart politician, lakini kwa upande wangu mimi vile naona, sioni kama ni smart. Sababu unajua kuna ile saying inasema hari has no blessings. Yeye yuko na haraka sana ya kuwa kiongozi wa hii nchi. Hiyo ni wadhifa mkubwa sana, si kitu kidogo. Na kama angekuwa DP ana utulivu na ustamilivu kama wale waliomtangulia yeye, nafikiria saa hii baba angekuwa yuko na shida, ingekuwa tabu sana baba kuwa na confidence ama sisi kuwa na confidence na baba, kwa sababu angekuwa yeye amekaa na Honorable His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, akakaa na yeye kuanzia ile wakati waliingia pamoja mpaka dakika hii, akawa yeye amemheshimu na alikuwa awachane na mambo ya campaign, kwa sababu yeye alikuwa yuko na advantage, kwa sababu yeye alikuwa yuko karibu na rais na wako wanafanya kazi pamoja. Ingekuwa takikana yeye afanye bidii sana amsaidie huyo bosi wake, lakini inaonyesha kuwa si smart. Kivyangu mimi, sijui nyinyi wenzangu huko wengine mnaona vipi, lakini si smart kama vile watu wanamsifu, kwa sababu mtu mwenye smart huwezi kufanya mistake kama yeye ambayo yeye amefanya. Na sasa ndio inadhihirisha, inaonyesha kuwa ameanguka chini sana kwenye poll. Hata ni mapema sana kuonekana kuwa baba tayari yuko sambamba na yeye, na baba ameanza juzi tu kuanzia tarehe 10 ameanza kumtoa jasho, na hasa kwa ile camp ya DP wako na wasiwasi mwingi sana, ambao sasa inawafanya umepanic, inakuwa hawawezi kukaa chini kuangalia plani nyingine ambao wataweza kupambana na hii mambo. Na ya tatu, naongelea kuhusu huyu Maziwa Lala. Maziwa Lala, huyu kijana, kama wengine pia wanamsifu, wanasema ni smart, lakini pia vile vile namuona pia ameanguka vile vile. Sioni usmart wake, kwa sababu mtu ukiwa smart huwezi fanya mistake kama hiyo ambayo yeye amefanya. Na ingine ni kulingamana na experience. Hii sasa hapa experience ndio inacheza pati kubwa sana. Baba yuko na experience kumshinda DP, kwa kusema ule ukweli, ama kwa vile ninavyoona mimi, experience inacheza pati kubwa sana. Unajua wakati gani wa kuattack na unajua wakati gani wa kuretreat. Na ya tano, naenda kwa historia. Historia ni kitu muhimu sana katika maisha ya mtu, kwa sababu huwezi kujirekebisha maisha yako mbele bila kuweza kuangalia nyuma vile ulivyokuwa unaenda. Ni kama kusema, kama ulikuwa ni mtu unafanya mambo mabaya, ama ulikuwa ni mlevi, ama ulikuwa ni mtu yani uheshimu watu, utafautishe na vile mimi nitafanya nini miaka inayokuja ama maisha yangu ya mbele yanayokuja, nijirekebishe ili niweze kuishi na watu vizuri. Na mwisho Baba sasa, hiyo train ambayo iko stesheni tayari imepigiwa firimbi na sasa inaelekea kuenda Canaan, na ndio tunavyoiona hivyo. Baba atachukua treni na ataifikisha hiyo gari ya moshi huko Canaan. Kwa hivyo sasa ni hayo tu kidogo. Nakushukuru sana wenzangu kwa kunipatia hii nafasi. Asante sana Wakesa.
Karibu sana. How are you, my brother? Joe. How are you, Joe? Ama yuko? Karibu sana. How are you, my brother?
I'm okay. I'm okay.
Joe.
Okay.
Joe wako?
Yeah, niko.
Naona huku kunanyesha, kuna delay in reception. Sijui kama unanipata. So you are the next.
Okay, thank you
We are
very much.
discussing the latest opinion polls.
Yeah.
Imeleta tumbo joto kwa the Hustler Nation.
Yeah.
So okay, on the other side, on the Azimio camp, kuna wale they disagree with Eastern and Nairobi. So what is your take?
Yeah, thank you very much, and good evening, afternoon, or night to the panelists. I want to say that on the opinion poll, there are things which are right and there are things which are wrong. And I have heard that I've been hearing you from the background. Muna concentrate on the votes for Raila and Ruto. But if you see on that report, the highest is 35, which is undecided. It will be good if we decide on who are these undecided. Ni watu wa watu gani? I mean, who are decided? Because hiyo ndio 35, and I think it is the leading according to the opinion poll. Raila comes second and Ruto comes third. So undecided is kwanza ndio wanaongoza. We should also discuss that or analyze that. Now, why do I say it's right and wrong? It's right in that it's clearly showing Raila has been on the rise. That is obvious to most of us, and we can see it from the way these two people are meeting the electorates in public rallies. One side is panicking, and why are they panicking? They're panicking because also them too do opinion polls, and they've seen their popularity is decreasing. That's why they are on the panic. So the right thing about this opinion poll is Ruto is going down, and Raila is climbing up. That is, they are very right on that. But I'm also saying they are wrong on some aspects. I tend to agree with those people who say that Nairobi is Raila Dome, or whatever you call it. Because going by the past elections or the last elections, Ruto got his people in Nairobi. That is Sonko and Langata. Is it Langata? Langata, the Langata MP. But you see, both Sonko and Langata MP, it was doubtful if they won. Ruto maybe planted his people in Langata because Langata is sparsely populated. So it was easy to bring people and register there as voters because Kibera was impossible. But however, Langata also have Raila followers. So we still doubt if the MP won squarely and fairly. And then also the other person is Sonko. We are not sure if Sonko won that governorship fairly. So Ruto has got no root actually in Nairobi. So for the opinion to say that Ruto has got an upper hand in Nairobi, that is totally doubtful. The other place is Mombasa Coast. we can see cost, how they campaign, and who stands for who when the both teams go to cost. On the Ruto side, we can only see Asha, nobody else. We have not seen any non-cost politician accompany Ruto apart from Asha and Mohammed Ali. And Mohammed Ali, from his campaigns, is already panicking. He's actually have accepted a defeat, saying hata nikishindwa. That thing is always in his mouth, hata nikishindwa. So we can only say it's only Asha, and Asha is not even a Jubilee MP, no ODM. Since she went out, she's just to be tested squarely, but she has been tested in one of the MCAs around her place, constituency, which she lost terribly. So I don't see how cost can be a Ruto Dome if he doesn't have the locals. After all, politics is local. When Raila goes to coast, you can see the entirely coast leadership. We can see even the big wigs which were not in Raila camp are already joining Raila's camp. So I don't know how this poll came to conclude that that Ruto is more popular in cost. I can't see it. I don't see it at all. So in that way, in that aspect, I
No,
think
cost is not there. I think
Mombasa.
cost, yeah,
Mombasa
cost
is
in
there.
general iko side ya Raila because wamepeana, sumaona hapa kuna 4-4. Kuna coast, western, Nyanza and eastern for Raila, and then kuna central, Rift Valley, eastern for Ruto.
Yeah, so Mombasa, I was talking about Mombasa. Mombasa cannot
Yeah,
be,
Mombasa
yeah, it cannot be Ruto's place. We can see the big wigs are on Raila's side. Actually, in Mombasa, apart from Hassan Omar, hakuna mtu mwingine anamfuata Ruto, and Hassan Omar has never made it even to a second place. Wacha hata namba moja ama mbili. He's always third or far much behind. So I don't think that is correct. It's still doubtful. When we go to the Bukungu thing, Malala, I'd like to say that let's not underrate Malala and his people going to that meeting and disrupting the meeting. Malala is not acting on his own, and I don't think he's acting under the urge of Musalia. Musalia is non-violent guy. He has never been violent at all, and we know who Malala stands for. He stands for Ruto, and we know what Ruto can do. Don't underrate Ruto when it comes to violence. That's why he had a case in ICC and not Raila. So we know what he can do. He can use Malala. He can import people paid, armed to do something. So Malala could be being used, but the actual force behind the disruption could be his boss, Malala's boss. And we know what he's capable of doing. After all, it'll be good for him because the blames will go to Malala, not him. So let's not underrate and say Malala is a tiny, tunaita an ant, ama a fly. No.
Yeah, but Joe, let's understand, you see, Buhungu is not a rally. It's actually a form of delegation. Ile preparation imeenda hapo, hata Atoli aliwaambia ile security itakuwa hapo ajaribu akuja aone. So it's not it's not a rally. You know, a rally you can disrupt because mnakutana na watu kwa nini. But a prepared delegation, my friend, hata kufika kwa geti na kuanga ngumu.
You know, it only needs a small disruption, a small thing, a small explosion, so that everything, goes haywire, uncontrollable, and it spreads like bushfire. So to me, I think it's possible. I'm talking from a known thing, what can happen. even delegation tu, kitu kimoja tu ikianza ama
But
mlipuko.
don't you think it's a double-edged sword for him already, because he has pronounced it? In fact, even if he doesn't do right now, someone can do it to blame him.
Exactly. That's what you get my point now. If it's not him, somebody will use it. And you know, the blame will go on Malala. We had that, I don't know, Bishop Muge thing when he died. Somebody said before he died, somebody spoke, a loose tongue spoke. So Malala could be speaking, but somebody can take advantage of that. And then all the blames goes to Malala. If you try to blame him, mutakuwa mnamuonea. And we know what this guy is capable of. You know, Akina Chesa are in Western. We know Chesa has been found with candles in their arms. And we know already Ugandan personnel has been arrested in uniform in Western. So don't underrate this thing. Museme Atio Malala is nothing. No. Anything can happen. If you take it on that, Chesa, what has been involved in, the Uganda personnel have been arrested in Western. And you know the friendship between Museveni and this guy. So don't underrate this thing. It has to be taken seriously. Hata kama is armed, I mean, the security status has been put in place to the maximum. Still, you cannot underrate this thing. After all, we know the kind of the security officers we have. It's very easy to get them confused. We saw it happening in when Ruto went to Kondele. Something small needed to spark that thing, and it grew big. And sometimes the police are confused. So, and my opinion is, let's not underrate this. We have to think it carefully and watch what will happen. And because this guy is already also sensing some defeat, the only way to go is to disrupt this country. Because he's already losing, so he's got nothing more to lose. So why not bring chaos? And you know, if anything happens to Raila, hata guzwe tu na mawe, atoe damu kidogo, then the country is on fire. The country is on fire. Hata ile Kondele ingekuwa mawe impige ne mugonge Ruto, the country is on fire. So let's not look it, you know, hivi too. We have to think of it. And you know, already the political temperature is up. Iko juu sana. Anything can spark a big fire. So to see underrate hizi vitu. You know, we are like washing things down the bridge. Arakaraka hivyo. It's normal for Kenyans. But things can get worse than what you think. The temperatures are high already. The elections are coming closer and closer, and they're coming very fast. So that's what I wanted to say. Let's think about the undecided. The undecided, if you take that 35%, how much do we give Raila on the undecided? Or how much do we give Ruto on the undecided? Whose people are more undecided? Is it because Raila has been, you know, campaigning, and people, what Ruto are now falling back, they are now doubtful, they are forming the 35. I've been talking to people around. Some people who are formerly Jubilee and Ruto, they are now saying, mimi sitaki kupigia mtu yote kura. But you see, these are now Ruto's people. So out of the 35% here, we can divide it, maybe 20 ende kwa ni watu wa Ruto, and maybe 15 ni watu wa Raila. Because when these 35% comes to decide, it's a game changer. Hao wengine wako na 1%. So the only thing that will make the other person go higher or lower is when the 35% decide. So who are these people who are sitting there on the 35% undecided? Thank you. I'll comment later. Ama niendelee ama mamnisikii?
Nikuulize swali tu kidogo.
Aha.
You have commented about Mombasa and coast in general.
Uh-huh.
And you have spoken of a by-election that happened in Malindi. Aisha Juma's constituency. You said that Aisha Juma lost badly. Actually, she didn't lose badly. There have been 2 by-elections in Kilifi County. One happened in Kilifi North, where ODM won by around 150 votes. And the other one happened in Malindi, where they won by around 300 votes. That's not bad, knowing that it's only in Kilifi County where ODM had all the seats through ODM, all of them, including the 36, around 38 or 36 member of county assemblies. They all went to ODM. Now, ODM has lost because the governor has formed his own political party. He has left ODM. Members of ODM have left. That is Aisha Juma. There is the Kilifi North MP. There is the Carolini MP. And even in Mombasa, you said it's only Mohammed Ali Jichopev. There is a member for Kisauni called Ali Bongo. He is with Ruto. And just remember, in Coast, Ruto won in Msambweni against the forces of government and Joe. He supported an independent candidate. So this guy has made inroads in Coast. And that is to the detriment of Baba. That's why maybe Infotrak, despite all its arrangements, was unable to even put that under the carpet. Thank you.
Okay, let me respond to you. You know, the MCAs, by election in MCA, 150 votes is a lot of votes. Because if you consider the number of voters turnout wakati wa MCA, 150 is a lot of votes. A lot of votes. So don't say it's 150 ni kidogo in a by-election tena ya MCA. That's a big margin. In Msambweni, actually, the person who won was originally an ODM guy. And we should know why the ODM had gone for him. It's only because some people didn't want him, but he's a popular guy on his own. That's why ODM went for him. So Ruto's input is very little, minimum. Actually, he was not even a Jubilee. He was an independent guy. So this guy is popular on his own. So we should not attribute it to Ruto that much. That much. We cannot attribute. Maybe talk of the other MP you're talking about. But I know he could be saying it by the word of the mouth. But if you are on the ground, and I hope kuna watu wa Mombasa hapa on the ground, they'll tell you, Mombasa ni zone ya ODM at the moment. Maybe we cannot absolutely say so because labda tuongoje elections ikikuja. But right now, the feeling on the ground, and you can see. You see, when Ruto went there and did public rallies, kama Likoni actually is the core of Mombasa. Wachana hata na Vita. Wachana hata na Kisauni. When you talk about Mombasa, talk about Likoni. When Ruto went there, he did his rally wakati feri imevuka na watu wengine wanangoja kupanda. So you see, these are two groups. People from Mombasa that have crossed over and the people from Likoni that are waiting to go to Mombasa. That's how he timed his political rally. Just like what he's been doing, going to places wakati iko market day. Sababu angeenda tu pale, and you can compare that with Raila's rally in Likoni. It's two different. Raila hakuenda kwa mlango ya feri. Ruto held his kwa mlango ya feri. So I still stand by what I say, that Mombasa Ruto is not popular. I hope I've answered you. But if I've not, maybe some other panelists will help me. I don't believe that what I represent, it's only me to answer.
Mimi niko hapa ni mtu wa Mombasa na natoka sehemu ya Kisauni, naitwa Kiembeni huko. Ni kweli mimi nakubaliana na wewe, japokuwa sioni jina ni nani, bado naona iko hii habari ya Infotrak. Lakini ni kusema kweli, Mombasa ni baba, iwe ni Likoni, iwe Kisauni, iwe Mombasa town, ni baba. Ruto, huyo bwana anaongea kuhusu Ruto kwao yuko na nafasi Mombasa. Ruto alianza hiyo mambo yake zamani sana, yeye ndiye alikuwa anazunguka the whole corners of Kenya, the whole kila mahali yeye anaenda, na baba alikuwa yuko hapo. Lakini sasa baba yuko hapo sasa na hajaanza kampeni. Baba hajaanza kampeni. Utakuja ona wakati wa kampeni ikianza vile baba kutawaka moto huko Mombasa, huko coast. Baba atafagia kuanzia north mpaka south. Wacha huyo DP apanic na hiyo grupu yake. Ni hayo tu, mimi ni mtu wa Mombasa. Asante sana.
So mi sina mengi, labda baadaye tena nitaongea, lakini hayo ndio ilikuwa niko nayo ya kusema kwa saizi.
Okay, asante sana Jo. Nataka kumleta Sam Waga. Sam Waga upo?
Yeah, today I'm here. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
First of all, thank you for. Oh no, first of all, I want to apologize about yesterday's mishaps and audio issues. Now, we must all agree that politics, first of all, is a game of resources, and then politics is also a game of perception. So perception could be what appeals to the public. Perception could be who can manipulate the available resources out there. Perception could be about who can buy what. And in Kenya, especially these last few days, we have seen how the political players are evolving. We can see what's happening to One Kenya movement, and especially now with Gideon Moi having attended Raila's Azimio conference. What's the kind of destabilization it brought into the One Kenya movement? Some of us perceive it as yes, it was destabilized. Some will say that Oka is no more. Some are saying that by him participating, Oka the One Kenya movement in one way or another stretched its hands into the Azimio, that they are part of it. So it's a question of perception. Now, with that said, I've listened keenly to the commentaries that have been going on in terms of the undecided voters, and it is true. We have to really watch out for these undecided voters, and I'm not talking as an Azimio sympathizer or an ODM sympathizer or whichever party sympathizer, but you have to watch out. And then with politics in Kenya being as fluid as it is, the undecided voters can move anywhere. The politics in Kenya, things change even within a day, and it's done. It depends on how the public perceives the last event. So we might not say that, once the poll shows that this is the undecided voter, that's what is going to carry the day all the way. No, it depends on the last event. The last event. The Kenyan politics is such that once we are done and we have the few days to the polling day, then that's it. But at the same time, the government also has a big, huge role to play. It depends on whom they want to or whom they are supporting in the background. There are a lot that is going on in the background. So it depends on how they play their cards. If they play their cards and the public perceives that this is what's going on, then that's how it's going to run. It's only in one case that in Kenya's history that was way out of normal, right? But even then, when Raila said Kibaki tosha, that was in 2002, and Moi decided that enough was enough. I'll just run the game and let the people decide. So politics being what it is, we really have to watch. Then another caller mentioned the Ruto and how he cannot be taken for granted. First of all, we have to agree that he's right now he has a huge following. He can't be ignored. You can't wish him away. Number two, he's using whatever he has, his position, his resources, to go out there and campaign. Now, the other good side about him is that he's an eloquent speaker. And he is marshalling each, and if he stands and he starts to speak, people will stop and listen. That's the perception I'm talking about. All right. And then look at the crowds that he's gathered. You cannot wish him away. With the perception that he creates and with the young Turks that he's gathering, and most of them are rebels who will quote what is actually making them leave the other parties that they were, that saw them into parliament, that saw them into the local governments. He's creating quite a brigade. So even in Coast, the perception is that he is making inroads. And therefore, the ODM as a party, yes, they are strong. They are strong. But you can't wish Ruto away. That is one side of the Coast politics. The other side of Coast politics that is also coming up is the issue of the, let me call them the Coastarians. The Coastarians right now are gathering together and they're forming local strong parties that will help them negotiate. Would we also say that these are not chipping into the ODM support base? Would we want to ignore them? Right? Like the governor of Kilifi, would you want to ignore him? What about the governor of Lamu? Would you want to ignore him? Right? And we know very well that the coast has a huge number of tribes from all over. Would you want to say that, okay, fine, this was an ODM stronghold and it will continue staying an ODM stronghold, and yet we have all these forces that are coming in, right? So let us not ignore one, the natural talents of William Ruto. Number two, his resources, and number three, the rebels that are coming from left, right, center, that are moving out of Jubilee and are moving out of ODM, right? And they have proved that they are a force to reckon with, right? I think for now that is my take on what I've listened to so far. You cannot ignore the undecided voters. You cannot ignore that politics in Kenya is dynamic. I mean, it's fluid. You can also not ignore and wish away William Ruto and the momentum he's gathered. There are very few politicians who have done that in our history, especially the late history of the 90s and into the 2000s. There are very few politicians who have done what he has done. He has cut a nick for himself. So we can't just wish him away like that. And we don't know what is going to happen in the next few days, especially in the run-up to the next election. Ni hayo tu kwa sasa. I'm still here.
So let me ask you a question. Do you think after campaigning for eight or whatever years that he has been doing, is it a very good sign, assuming that this opinion poll is true? Is it a good sign for him that 35% are undecided?
Yeah, to me, it's a good sign. It just, when you look at the 35%, first of all, we must agree that 35% of the Kenyan population, if we take it, on large scale, they are undecided. All right, we are you see, we are moving away from the situation whereby the two major political parties were Jubilee and ODM. All right, now this guy has gotten out of Jubilee and he said, "I'm getting out." So this 35%, are they going to share it with ODM or with Raila? If Raila is a candidate, were they going to share it with Raila? Because the other guys we are talking about very bad news that is coming out into the picture, all right?
No, the question.
So to me,
the question I'm trying to ask you, that I would want you to respond to, is you have the deputy president who has been campaigning for 8 years. He is a clear candidate in UDA. He's popularized his party, and he thinks that the party is popular.
Not that he thinks. What we that's why I said politics is a question of perception. It is perceived to be popular, right?
So that's why I'm asking you that. Do you think it's a good sign for him if after he's campaigned and he imagines that he has already made inroads in several places, but you still have that big percentage undecided on which side to vote? Because you see, you could explain away, because ODM might have a coalition with the others, which has not yet been done up to now, right? So you don't necessarily know the vehicle right now. And Raila hasn't campaigned for those many years. Okay. So do you think it's a good sign that after you've campaigned for that time, you have 35% undecided? I mean, you have to be on Ruto's camp here.
Let me ask you a question. When you say Raila has not been campaigning, are we really serious that we're living in the same Kenya?
He hasn't been campaigning. He hasn't been campaigning.
Raila has been on the road. Raila, and I'll say this: I'm not any political sympathizer. I will vote for a leader who is who I believe has the future of Kenya at heart. But are we saying that after 2000 and after the last election, Raila has not been campaigning? Yes, he did campaign for, let's say, the first between six months and a year. Then we came in. Swearing him in was part of his campaign. He was perceived to be actually the people's president. He went on with the issue of
Themba, can I ask a question, sir? Themba.
I'm listening.
Yeah, I want to deduce what you're saying not to be the truth, my brother, because when you talk about Raila going for his kuapishwa at Uhuru Park, that was not campaign. We are talking about the campaign of 2022 presidential election. If I got you right, the example you're giving is the apex of the last election, and that was before Raila formed a collusion in quotes with a sitting president, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. What Themba is telling you is this: the current survey the current data that we're looking at in as far as the polling of the two candidates is concerned constitutes the campaign of the deputy president starting many, many years ago. Call it 4 years then, all right? When the president has been asking for him to concentrate on duties. And Baba, for your information, since we live in this country, it is only the other day that he confirmed he's running. In fact, Baba is in record saying that at some point they wanted Matiang'i to run. So Baba has not been campaigning as a presidential candidate until the other day. That's what I wanted to let you know. Please.
Okay. See now, I think when now you mention, we all know Baba has been in the running. Let's not theorize his campaign. That's what I'm trying to say. Let's not theorize it. That it's just until the other day. Even before the Azimio thing, we had the campaigns that was meant to do what, to change the constitution. What was the target? What was the target to all that? Yes, there were issues that were revolving around the constitution, but at the end of the day, it was to prop who? It was to prop Baba. So we cannot just assume that Baba was actually preparing himself for the presidency, right? I mean, as not presidency, but as a contestant. So we cannot just shut it down that you see, Baba just declared the other day that he has only campaigned for 2 days. I think that would be looking at it from a narrow side and trying to allege that it's only Ruto who has been campaigning. Even the other guys in Oka have been campaigning. You can't dismiss that.
Themba, can I respectively interrupt?
Themba, please.
Hold on.
This is your.
Hold on.
I want to ask 2 questions to this guy.
I wish I could finish my I could finish my answer and then we can sort it out.
Wait, inawezekana, and Joe, relax, and I can also see the warriors. Sam Waga, I think you're being a little let me say you're concluding on matters that have not necessarily been evidenced. If you have seen what Ruto has done for the last 9 years, the kind of campaigns that he has carried out, and you compare that to any other candidate that you've seen out there, you can clearly see that Ruto has been campaigning. Baba has not yet started these campaigns, and it was for obvious reason that he didn't do that, to allow the government of the day to perform its duties. It is
guys, I think you are assuming a lot. I wish you'd let me finish my point, and then you understand where I'm coming from. Right. I think I would be closing my eye to one side and looking at and focusing on the other. All right.
No,
all these guys have been campaigning.
No, listen. There's campaigning and there's political activity. Political activity is a way of from the word go, politics by itself does not stop at any point. Right? So political activity is there, and that's why even the IBC is very clear on what time, because the government coming into place, that's a political activity. Then the state ministers and whatever being given duties, whatever they do, those are political activities. But there's active campaigning looking for a specific position and post, right? So political activity is a normal process of a political system, which Kenya is. So any political activity cannot be interpreted to be campaign, right? Now, what is interpreted to be campaign? when you come out clearly and you say, this is the my party of choice, this is where I'll be going, and you even clearly, you are not new in Kenya. I mean, if you are, then that's an interesting scenario. You've seen, compared to other people, other players, you've not seen someone coming so clearly and strongly as the deputy president has. Until the other day is when that demarcation started coming out, right? So while I agree with you, political activity is a continuous process. It never stops, anytime. But I also appreciate your view. You can hold your views, and that is why you are in this forum. So I will allow you to finish, and then of course we'll invite people to respond to your views. So kindly, Sam, continue. I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, I was saying that I would agree with you to some extent that there could be a difference in terms of someone engaging in campaigns and someone engaging in a political activity. But at the end of the day, where you look at the target is the same, right? And Ruto has campaigned for 4 years. When you talk about when you now differentiate between political activity and campaigns, then I would give Raila less than 3 weeks or a month since the run up to the Azimio and him declaring that, okay, fine, this is what's happening. But now when you asked me about does the poll, the undecided voters, does it augur well for what? For Ruto, right? Given that he has campaigned for 4 years, I would say no. All right. Given the resources that have been employed, the time, but I at the same time, I would also not assume that these undecided are automatically going to vote for so and so or so and so. And like I said before, it is so fluid. We can't really tell. But there's also a lot of things that have happened in the last 4 to 8 years that, but to answer your question, yes, it does not augur well for him, given the resources that he's spent.
Gatheba, let me ask a question. This is Joe. On the strength of what Wanga is saying.
Okay, Joe.
You see,
go ahead.
Jimmy Wanjigi wants to be a president. And his political activity also shows that he wants to be the flag bearer of ODM. But you see, in these polls, he was not rated anywhere, despite his political activity, because he has not outrightly said that I am going for the presidency under this ticket. So the political activities of Raila in the past, you cannot put it in here. Again, I want to tell you, in a football team, they have like 25 players, and all of them prepare to play a match. Then on the day of the match, only 11 players are in the field. These are the people that will be told to rate how they played. How did this guy number 5 play? What was his input? We cannot judge the people who are in the team and practice throughout and didn't play. So you cannot count on Raila's activity when he was not in the field. Just like the players that are kept on substitute bench, you can't rate them how they played, despite that they did all the practices with the team. So you cannot say Raila has been campaigning. He is now a player. That is when you can now rate him. He has declared. The other issue you talked about, costs having political parties springing up. Yes, but what are they saying for the presidency? The fact that they have formed their parties doesn't mean they are for Ruto. All these parties are saying, okay, we have joined Amizio, but our president is this. So even Kingi formed his PAA party, but what is he saying on the presidency? We're all voting for Raila. So because they can form even 5 more parties, but these parties, who are they standing for? Who are they supporting the presidency? So you can't judge that saying that the Ruto has made inroads because political parties are forming and Raila's popularity is going down. No. These small parties, who are they supporting? That's what we should look into. That's what I wanted to put forward. Thank you, Themba.
Okay, there was inawezekana.
Yes,
Hold on. Let's have inawezekana first.
yes, thank you, Themba. No, wait. I just one question. I want to ask Mr. Sam Owanga. You know, you are saying that we are assuming. It's like we are assuming so much that Raila was not campaigning. You know, there was this time we were not even sure if Baba was going to stand for political to stand for political something. You know, this was like 4 years ago, and Mr. Ruto had already started campaigning. He was telling other people that had not even declared their interest in vying that they should sell their agenda, wasianze mambo na kitendawili ama nini, you know. This thing of undecided vote, I can say they are shifting towards Mr. Odinga, because you can clearly see that the person who is losing ground everywhere, since the other opinion poll to this opinion poll, the one who has been losing, the undecided cannot go to him because they are moving away from him. So that's what I just wanted to say, that you cannot say that Mr. Odinga was campaigning and yet the biggest number of us, we were not even sure if he was a presidential candidate or not. So that's just what I wanted to say. Don't assume.
Themba.
Thank you.
Themba.
Let's have
Themba,
what's his name?
let me, I'm Sam. Can I a little bit answer?
Hold on, Sam.
Yeah, okay.
Let's have the Warriors. The Warriors, there was alikuwa ameinua mkono kwanza, alafu Harun, then Sam. The Warriors.
Asante sana
Themba, I
Themba.
just wanted to answer a little bit of Sam Owanga and inawezekana a little bit, some few seconds.
Tungoje Sam.
Sam utasubiri kidogo, si wengine huwa tunaona sisi watu wa baba tuko na patience sana.
Mimi nimekaa tangu more than 3-4 hours bwana.
Wewe uko kitambo sana bwana, tulia. Tulia
Umekuwa hapa 3-4 hours na nimekuwa 2-3 hours.
No, 3 hours. I've been here 3 hours.
Mimi swali yangu naenda kwa Sam Owanga.
Wacha Warriors.
Swali yangu ndogo tu, mimi huwa sina maneno mengi, ni maswali kidogo moja tu. Wanga, katika hizo mbili ni words ama ni action? Maanake nimeona wewe unasema DP anaongea vizuri sana kweli, hata babangu kule nyumbani yuko huko Kisauni huko, nasema huyu mtu ongea vizuri sana. Yes, kuongea anaongea vizuri, hata mi nakubali, sikatai, lakini action. So which one do you follow, action ama words, empty words? Kama wewe unaweza kunijibu hiyo swali tu, manake naona DP anaongea vizuri lakini action zake haziko sawa kabisa. Ni hiyo tu, asante sana.
Okay, Harun.
In fact, to me, I want clarification from Joe, because Joe is saying that Jimmy Wanjigi, he intends to run under
ODM. Kama wewe unataka kutoka kwa Joe, wewe nyamaza. Wacha nilete Wacha nilete Sam. Sam sema. No, si Sam Mwanga. Ni huyu Sam mwingine. Wanga ngoja.
Okay.
Thank you, Temba. I will never take so long because I just want to elaborate whatever Sam Mwanga, Warrior, Inawezekana, and Joe said altogether. Let me put it simplify in a very simple way. Prime Minister Odinga is famous, not just for a month, not for 2 years, not for 5 years, not for 10 years, for 20 years. DP Ruto has never in his life tried to contest as a president. These are two different people. DP Ruto has been under somebody. So I cannot say who is more popular than the other one. I can say Raila Odinga has been popular and is still too popular. First, he has been contesting as a presidential seat for the last. This is if he's going according to him, the way he said, is going to be the 5th time, which is almost 25 years. So let us distinguish between the two. DP Ruto having 32%, I can congratulate him because he's making a very big impact to the people. For sure. Let us not put side shows because of him. He has never even one single time said, exception of this time when he's, as I see his DP, has tried to say, I want to. He would like to contest as a president, as a president candidate, which he has made for the last. Now I can say he has made a very big impact that has shaken the political giants in Kenya. He has really shaken moment around Nyangweso Nyamasa kidogo tafadhali. He has made a very big impact. UDA is just a baby which is just not even crawling, still crying on a baby chair or on the napkins. UDA has never been, I cannot call it as a party. It is just something which is just starting and has shaken many big parties. So, gentlemen, Ruto, you cannot take him just for fun. As Kenyans, we have to take that person in a very serious way. In a very serious way. We don't know what sort of strategies that he is using it. That's the second thing. The third thing, the guy or the person or the DP himself is in a system, is in a government, he knows what is going on in the government, and is trying to make you people think he's outside the government while he's inside the government. Gentlemen, we have to think twice. Fourth thing, I know we have been saying he's campaigning there and there for the last 4 years, 5 years. Yeah, maybe the way we are thinking ourselves, according to our own way of, we look at or we see it or we watch it or we hear it, him talking. But remember, it's the second to the second in command. He can go anywhere in the country, trying to whatever he says always to see what is going on the ground. To him, what he says, what you want to know, what is going on the ground, you want to know what problem lies to the people in the different places. To put it his analysis so that he can know exactly how to handle people from places to places, or counties to counties, or region to region. So the guys have really made a very big impact. Let us not put aside shows that he's campaigning for the last 4 years. So, Oria, I know warriors. I know you have been saying he talked nicely, but what has he changed? He has changed the politics of Kenya as per now. As for now, when we are talking tonight, the political narrative of Kenya has changed completely since for the last 2 years. Because when he brought this thing of we have to start down, people are now starting to think about what? The politics of Kenya has changed. Has totally changed. People are now talking about the economy. They are not talking about, what are we going to do as a Kisi? What are we going to do as a Kalinjin? What are we going to do as what? I'm persecuted because I'm from the coast. I'm not from this tribe. No, the young generation.
Themba, can I interrupt?
Ngoja kidogo unawezekana. Mimi namaliza alafu
I like to make one. I like to tell you one thing before you continue and finish, please, Themba. In 2007, was it 2007? Kalonzo was leading in an opinion poll. Kalonzo was a first timer, if I'm not wrong. So what difference? Where is the difference when we see the deputy coming to campaign and being on the forefront of these presidential polls? There is no difference between Kalonzo in 2007 and the DP in 2022 general election. So there is no difference. What you are trying to tell us that there is this new message that he is bringing. I don't think that that is a substantial thing that can make DP a different kind of a candidate that we can have in Kenya. Thank you. You can continue.
Okay, thank you. You know what? Remember one thing in the Sakana. We are no longer in the 20th century. We are in the 21st century. Almost everybody has information what is going on in Kenya. As per now, somebody can be in a village, but know more than you and me. Let us not bring the politics of 90s or 20s to the 21st century. That's quite different. We have to think about that thing. Not everybody.
They say, well, I have a question to Sam.
Not everybody is.
Can you give us a chance to say something?
Yeah. Who's that?
Hold on. It was Sam Wanga. Sam, you're supposed to be asking a question. You have gone ahead to give your submission. Let's have Sam Wanga finish, and then I bring in Inawezekana, then I bring in Patriot.
And then
Sam Wanga, kindly finish. Kindly Sam Wanga finish.
I wasn't the one who was talking. I think it was the other Sam who was talking, and you called my name. So I'm wondering whether I'm supposed to respond to the two questions I was asked.
There were two questions that you asked, so kindly respond to them so that we move to someone else.
Okay. I still maintain that politics is a question of perception. Someone asked me whether I'm dealing with actions or words. I would want to deal with actions, but knowing the culture of our people, it depends on who, number one, bribes a lot, number two, who is fluent, and who actually fulfills the politics of the moment, who meets the aspirations. All right. And I agree totally with the last caller that, and I said it before, you cannot wish Ruto away. And he added on to my point that he has changed the political landscape of the country. He has changed the politics of Kenya. Ruto now becomes the second vice president or a deputy president since 1969 who has moved out of the party and formed his own party. The only difference is he has not moved out of government. And therefore, the resources of government are still available to him, right? So someone also talked about comparing Kalonzo in 2007 and DP Ruto in this time. You can't compare the two. One of them has a huge chunk of votes than the other. One actually right now is controlling more than close to 17 counties, but I stand to be corrected on the number. And we want to compare it with someone who has about 4 to 5 counties. I think you can't compare the two, right? I don't think you can compare the two. One already has fanatical support. One in Rift Valley, and he's moving and was actually spreading his wings into the other counties, which actually Kalonzo could not do, right? That's one area that Kalonzo could not do. So you cannot, I don't want to believe that you can compare the two. Then when it comes to now the kind of votes that Ruto received when he started campaigning and actually was seen, and that's why I keep on insisting that politics is a question of perception, and was actually seen to be a victim of the political elite, the victim of the deep state, was what was going on in Jubilee, all right? Both within Jubilee and within Parliament, all right? Let me finish.
Sorry, why don't you guys allow him to finish? Allow him to finish. Just
Let
calm
me finish,
down.
and then you'll ask your questions. I'm still here, not going anywhere until past midnight.
Allow someone to finish. Yeah, someone kindly summarize. Yeah.
I'm summarizing very fast. Now, when you look at the kind of votes, he actually portrayed himself and his whole entourage portrayed him as the victim of the government, right? So when he goes out there, he's like, oh, we could have done this, we could have done this. He's talking to the people directly, and he's saying that had it not been for 1, 2, 3 things, we would have done this. And then he portrays himself as a what? As a victim, all right? Now, with that said, those are things that Kalonzo never did, all right? Because Kalonzo was in government throughout. Now, these are issues that when they're taken to the people down there, all right, they are likely to win he's likely to win their sympathy, all right? I think I've dealt with the 2 questions that I was asked.
No, okay, thank you, Sam Mwanga. I mean, we will have our time, and we will revert.
Give me just opportunity.
No, it's okay, Joe. It's okay, Joe. Joe, calm down.
Yeah,
we have people who haven't said anything, so just relax. Inawezekana, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Mr. Themba.
It's your turn, then Patriot comes in.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, I was not actually really prepared for this, but I was just overhearing what the 2 Sams are saying. Sam Double M and Sam Wanga. I think that's their individual opinion, and it's not the opinion of the majority that Mr. Ruto has brought in a difference in the political arena of Kenya. I think DP started very early his campaign, his presidential campaign, and there was no one to compete with him when he started back in 2014, I can say. Or to be clearer, I can say maybe after 2017, when he started campaigning for his presidential campaign, for his presidential ambitions. The other ones were not there, so he was, by the time he reached gear 5, he reached the maximum gear, maximum speed. He was the only one in the field. So when the opinion polls were put there, he was there at the top with I think was it 60% or 70% leading presidential candidate. The one who was following him at a distance, I think, was Raila, who had not even declared his presidential ambition, and most of his followers at that time, that is like 2 years ago, we had no idea. We were even convinced that our Mzee is not even he is going to give to support another person. Yeah, there was even talks of Matiang'i. There was even talks of him giving to Kalonzo and even Mudavadi. You know, so I vehemently, I completely disagree with both terms that Mr. D.P. Ruto is making a difference in the political arena. This story of bottom-up economy, people talking about the way government should be driven in a new way, running away from the old way, like I don't know that word, I've forgotten. This is the new phrase that these guys are telling us. That is the new way that the DP has brought to this Kenya. And to be clear on what I said about Kalonzo, the opinion polls back then, people with good memory will correct me if I'm not wrong, that in 2007, Kalonzo was being projected as the winner. He was leading in Eastern Province and he was also leading in Central Province, if I'm not wrong. He was leading in those provinces and he was alikuwa mbele ya even Raila Odinga. So this, I believe, and I know this is the same thing with what Mr. Ruto has been. Mr. Ruto has been leading, has been being projected by the opinion polls the same way Mr. Kalonzo was being projected back then in 2007. Okay, right now Kalonzo is not where he was back in 2007. And the last point is about the undecided votes. I believe that the undecided votes they are directional and they are directed towards the one who is gaining votes. You cannot say that the undecided can go to the DP because he was the one leading 2 years ago. So these ones that are undecided, we can say they were on DP's side back then. Now they have taken back seat. Then they want to think afresh and decide for themselves. Can we look for another candidate apart from the DP? So I believe the undecided, they are headed to Raila's side and not the DP's side. With those few remarks, the Themba, you can continue. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Can you let me ask a question?
No. Oh wait. Let's have people contribute.
Themba, I have a question.
Hold on. Patriot, karibu.
Thank you. Thank you so much, my fellow panelists. It's always a pleasure to have this discussion. It's quite interesting. I want to start by congratulating the two sums. I want to summarize, I want to have the sum of the two sums because that seems to be the direction of our discussion. First and foremost, before I go straight to my today's contribution, Themba, I am I am obligated to respond to what Sam O. Wanga has been, emphasizing with a lot of clarity. But I think with a lot of respect, I want to differ with him on a few areas which I think should be understood differently. It is true that the deputy president has a serious mark in the politics of this country as we speak. And that is why the pollsters are keen to actually, study and do a survey to find out how many people support his sloganeering, his ambition for becoming the president in 2022. That is correct. He's not a pushover. We all know about that, and as you can see, the difference between him and Raila, just a small margin. But something that I don't want to agree with some is this, and I think we have tried to speak to this. A few of my comrades who have spoken to this have done their part. I just want to add to this that campaigning for the presidency is a matter that happens, virtually correct within the 5 years of identifying the new leadership when we are having transition of one government to the other. But unfortunately, cunningly, the deputy president, as you might see, you might find this from the data available, he has been in the campaign. Why we say he has been in the campaign? When they were campaigning him and the president, there was word that wewe yako kumi yangu kumi. That was a quadro campaigning, like campaigning for 20 years. This narrative of Ruto taking over the presidency and the sloganeering did not begin yesterday. That is why I want to agree with you, Sam, that politics is perception. So if we agree that politics is largely decided by perception, then it's correct to say that the perception that has been out here is that the deputy president has been waiting for the president to retire and then he takes over. That is the perception, and that is the truth. That is politics. That has not been the perception in as far as NASA and the current candidature of Baba is concerned. Because to some extent, we knew that Baba would not vie. Until the other day when we had the Azimio la Umoja coming to the climax of that, confusion that was there, we didn't know for sure. Even as who support Baba, it was until the other day that Raila actually told Kenyans that he's vying for the presidency. Number three, the most important thing I also want to bring out is this. When a pollster carries out a survey on the presidential candidate, like the one we are talking about here, factors that are included in the survey are specific. Specific meaning you are asked whether you will support this candidate X or candidate Y. And then you give reasons. Okay, if you are not going to support that, you have reasons. That's why you can see there is clear, cut after Baba has actually declared that he's the president in waiting or he's vying for the presidency. People now have a clear comparison. But there before, Baba was a politician who was just there. And I think that is something that I wanted us to clear. And I think Themba, one of the speakers who said that was Joe, clarified clearly the difference between campaigning and political activity. It was Themba, I got you right. You're the one who clarified, and that was really correct. So lastly, also, as I get to my conclusion, I want to speak directly to the poll opinion, the opinion that we are really looking at here. It is true the way...
Patriot.
Yes, Themba.
I want to ask between you and Harun, who can moderate?
I don't mind Harun. I don't mind myself. So you make a choice.
Okay, finish and then you moderate for a few minutes. I'll be back.
Yeah, thank you, Themba. So directly to the question. So I was saying that today's topic, which is very interesting, the polls. The polls have a very significant meaning in as far as the election of this country is concerned, for the obvious reasons. One, Sam, I want to agree with you because that has always been my philosophy, that politics is largely decided by perception. What people perceive of you, that tends to carry the wind that informs people on how they will make their information to go. That is why perception, if it is not well handled, if it's not well countered, most of the time it tends to carry the day. So here is the story. Here is the case. The deputy president, for far too long, time without number, if you have to study, you know, from the last election, that is 2017, and now, if you have to do any polls, any pollster, if there was any pollster to conduct any polls, you will have concluded from the polls, you know, mainly because of the perception that the DP will easily become the president of this country. Reason being, in the air, Ruto was already a candidate. In the corridors of power, Ruto was preparing himself to actually take over from the president, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. So that is going down as far as perception is concerned, something that is making people to now make their decision between him and Raila, who has now confirmed that he's actually going to be on the ballot, because that was not a decisive, you know, information that the supporters of Baba had until the other day that happened. Now, the perception, both perception and reality, things seem to be changing. The perception that is in the air now is that Raila Amolo Odinga is accepted by the status quo. The incumbency prefer Raila to Ruto. Whether that is something that will translate to vote or not, we are yet to know. But if perception and what we know is anything to go by, that will shape the politics of tomorrow. So today, largely the polls or the opinion polls that we are discussing is largely informed by perception. That's number one. Number two, I wanted to also answer what the other Sam seemed to bring out. Sam seemed to tell us that Raila has been here longer than before. He's actually saying that the new sheriff in town is actually the deputy president. I want to let him know that is not right. That's not very true. The person who's been in town longer, the sheriff who's been in town longer than the other, is actually the deputy president. And I'll tell you, you can check from facts. The deputy president joined the government in 1992, and he came in as a blue-eyed boy of the YK News 2. He's played his part up to then. Raila Amolo Odinga was still wondering whether he's in politics or he's still in custody. If you have to check your story, that is very clear. Actually, the guy who's been in the game longer than the other is the deputy president. That is why today he will tell you, I met so-and-so become the president, I met so-and-so become the prime minister, blah, blah, blah. All these are preparation, in my view, that can be categorized as campaigning for his D-Day of becoming the president 2022. He's been preparing for it longer than you anticipate. So saying that Raila has been here longer than Ruto, I think you're wrong, Sam, with a lot of respect. Check your facts. Ruto has been the old sheriff in the game than Raila. Lastly, because I don't want to bore you so much, now that I've been accorded the opportunity to be a moderator, let me just conclude, and then of course I get to my new job. Now, the last statement I want to say is this: the truth is that we can only deduce and predict politics using science and statistics, and that's what we are discussing today. The polling here is basically a scientific project, and if I may, you know, limit myself to that, the things that are coming out clearly here is there is one person losing and the other person is winning. There's a trend. There's that trend, which I am sure will also be observed, you know, when we look at the next poll. But if I may compare this with the previous one that we were shown, one candidate is losing, the other candidate is winning. That is very significant, because when you're traveling, you need to know what kind of distance you're covering. Are you reducing the distance or you're going backward? So one candidate is going forward, the other one is going backward. So to me, these polls should be worrying to UDA in as far as the party is concerned. It has shown its all ammunitions. They have gone straight to actually campaign. They have what do I say? They have their caps, they have their campaign more or less agreed, and they don't want to have any mergers and stuff. So the ideals are clearly understood by Kenyans. So to say that Raila and Ruto, they are in the same position, I think it would be naive of me. The truth should be, one candidate is losing. He must go back to the drawing board because he was, from perception, some a candidate of the day some years ago. 1 year, 2 years ago, if you had conducted the polls, Raila would not score anywhere close to what you're seeing today here. Raila would be probably 5-6%. But when we are talking about 33, only Raila visiting several counties, if I may use the example, Raila went to Trans Nzoia twice. He went to Bungoma, I think once, Kakamega once, he was in Kisii once. But how many times has the DP visited those places? It is time without number. So to me, one has been campaigning, one has not. So allow me to conclude by saying this. You have a young man who is dating girls in the village, and whenever he wants to take them out for a date, 7 girls out of 10 will always turn out. And he's the only boy in town, in the village. So the other guys have now come, and from the same number, 2 occasions or 3 occasions, one is able to pull 3, and he's also remaining with 3. So 4 are not decided. So one has taken these girls for a date thrice. The other one has taken the girls for a date 10 times. So what are the chances of the 4 in the village joining the one who's been taking them out, or the one who has started taking these girls out the other day? So that is food for thought. I think the winning number is very clear, and who is standing the chance of winning the election. So back to you. I think I conclude. Maybe I take a question.
Okay, thank you, sir. Patriot. Let me try to a little bit. Patriot. I know you have said that the DP has been in the corridor of power for quite a long time. That's since 1990. I think 1998 when he was first elected as a member of Parliament of Eldoret North.
1992.
1997. Forget about 1992. He was just somebody who was.
No, get it. It is 1992 when the DP became a member of YK 92. Start from there.
I know 1992. He became as a member of YK 92 as somebody who was a low rank. By then, Chirongo, Nyamweya, how do you call it? Nyachai son, somebody from Kiambu.
Evans
I can remember there were about eight young men. There were 8 young men. Those by then they were teenagers of 20s. Anyway, forget about it. So you said the DP has been in the corridor of power for a long time. Okay, let me put it that way. It has been that way. Also, Raila has been in the corridor of power as a member of parliament, either in a position or so. He has been fighting himself in his own way, his own path. He became that's until he became a prime minister. The question is, I'm not asking you the question, but I say in my way of perception, in my way of analysis, I don't mean that a prime minister should not be the president. Neither should Ruto become the president. But the thing is, we as voters in Kenya, we would like somebody, by this time, we would like to know somebody, we would like to vote somebody who is going to sell his policies in a
Sam,
very
just
clear way.
a
In
second,
a very
Sam.
clear way, yes, sir.
A second, Sam. I thought now now I'm wearing two caps, eh?
Yes, sir.
I'm
I
the
know, I know,
moderator.
I know, I know.
Just a minute, Sam.
Yes, sir.
I wanted somebody who had a question over what I presented to us, because I am sure there are those who have not spoken, Sam.
Yeah.
Probably you will have waited for your second opportunity to rebuttal, if you don't mind.
Okay, thank you. Let me retrieve.
Thank you, Sam. Is there anybody who has a question, or we move to somebody else? A question, please. Okay, PK, it's your turn.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I was following from the background. I've been a keen follower of this forum, and I've had a few moments from some of the contributors. I heard Bantu Warrior talk about something. I also heard Sam Wanga talk about something that I would like to contribute. I'm one of the people who normally say that DP is very smart, and I wanted to support that narrative that I still believe that the DP, as much as I don't support him, is a very smart politician. If you look at how he managed to become an MP and how he wrestled his position into beating someone who was being supported by Nyayo, while Nyayo at that time was someone who was unbeatable. For DP to have taken that seat as an MP against a politician who was supported by the system of Nyayo, then we must give it to the DP. For anyone to think that the DP is a political novice and just assume or take him lightly, he will be making a very big mistake. Even after getting into politics, if you look at the way he navigated the terrain in Rift Valley and how he was able to wrestle and dethrone Nyayo and Kanu, the grip that Kanu had on Rift Valley was not an easy feat. We must give it to him. Nafikiri kule coast kuna msemo siukumbuki vizuri, lakini unamaanisha sijui mgema umtukane ama kitu kama hicho, lakini haki yake mpe. Lazima Ruto tumpe haki yake kuwa in some way ni smart. Na nikikujibu tu kidogo, Bantu Warrior, I think you are a sportsman. Sijui kama nakufahamu kwa mbali, lakini sijui in sports, big teams or seasoned players, especially in football, they normally capitalize on mistakes made by a good team. We must admit that DP is a good player, but because I support Baba, I've always supported Baba. Baba, as a seasoned player and a very good player, he's only waiting and making sure that whenever he makes a small mistake, he capitalizes on that. He's not in a hurry. He knows this guy is bound to make some few mistakes. And he's not shown his claws. That's why tukisema Baba hajakuwa akipiga siasa kama vile ninamsikia Sam Wanga akisema, for people to assume that Baba has not been campaigning, I think as a Baba supporter, I think I would be in denial, because Baba has been campaigning strategically. He has been making strategic moves,
PK.
not in the open.
PK.
Ni kama vile mtu akiwa
A second, PK.
Yes.
PK, a second.
Yes.
I think it's good to be factual and PK. This discourse here, we should always remain very civil on matters facts that you are present. Allow me to say this just on what you're saying. There is a difference between campaigning and remaining in the political limelight for your personal character to still remain relevant. What we are saying is this: Raila Amolo Odinga has never been in the dark in as far as the politics of this country is concerned. That is correct, and we all agree. But it would be wrong in my view. Just a minute, PK. It would be wrong in my view, PK, and I know you know, for you to equate the level of Baba's activity politically to be a candidate campaigning for the presidency. I think that would be a far-fetched statement, because if you were to say so, then every politician has been campaigning. You must be able to come out and tell Kenyans, I am running for the presidency. Then people start looking at you as their president. But if you are to pick just politicians, we have a galaxy of politicians that you can pick for the presidency who are just in the political activity that cannot be put at the level of campaigning. And the level of campaigning here, in my view, is the level where DP has been saying, Mukizubaa nitawanyorosha vile Uhuru aliwanyorosha. Because he has been in record stepping out to say that immediately Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta gets out of power is the heir apparent. Raila only announced this the other day when he was in Azimio la Umoja Kasarani. So let's have that difference, PK, as you put it to your points.
PK and Patriot, just PK, just a little bit of it. There's one thing here. Perhaps I must have missed it for quite a long time.
Continue.
Perhaps I must have missed it for quite a long time. Maybe I don't know, because maybe I'm not on the ground. But there's one thing here. Since 2018, towards the end of 2018, till now, without doubt of my mind, without conspiracy theory, Baba has been campaigning strategically. One thing to say so. Moment, just please, sir. Patriot, just give me just a few seconds before you. Baba has been. Can I finish before, sir? No, just don't. Yes, sir.
Sam, wait a minute, Sam. I interjected as a moderator, but that did not mean we are diluting the submission of PK. Just allow him to finish, and then I will allow you to add something. In any case, we are not many. I'll get back to you. Let PK finish his submission so that he doesn't get lost. Then I get back to you, please.
Okay, thank you.
Please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I think I'll continue, and I'll support your description of being in political limelight and campaigning. But I would want to say that there's a very thin line that Baba was able to navigate very carefully, because he must have noticed that he's dealing with a politician who is very crafty and who needs to be handled very carefully. That is why Baba was not in a hurry to start his campaigns early and to show his hand, because he knew this fight it's not a short race. He knew it's a marathon. And he knew if he started taking off with this guy that early, he would likely have burned out. As much as I support him, he would have likely burned out because, number one, this guy had resources and he was also in government. So the only way he could trim him or cut him to size was to make sure that they are running on the same ground and to make sure that he was not having, I don't know how to put it, but at least they would be playing under the same rules. Because if Baba was not if Baba was outside of government, although he's not inside government right now, he would be having it very rough with the DP. If DP had not messed himself and made some mistake in government, we would be talking about a very different ballgame right now. But you must give it to Baba to have calculated and realized that to dethrone someone like DP in government and run against him in a presidential race, it would have been a very tough race. And that is why I say when you are dealing with a seasoned politician like Baba, you must know that you're not just playing with another a sideshow guy. He knows what he's doing. He knows his calculations very well. And that is why I admire him and I like him. As much as I know most of the time he's been cheated, I do not want to go into that direction because there are people who believe otherwise. But personally, I believe he's won many times and he's been cheated. And this time, I hope the game will be fought fairly and squarely so that even when he wins, I would hate people to attribute his win to being helped by outside forces other than we, the people, having voted for him. Aside from that, coming back to the topic of the day, I think the polls are very realistic. I support what is in the polls. My only big problem is the Nairobi polls are a bit very questionable. I do not see how Baba can be beaten in Nairobi by DP. Eastern has a big question. There are a lot of things that we can discuss about Eastern. Yes?
Just a second. I have not seen the polling of Nairobi. What are the figures like, please? Because I want to also weigh into that. What is
I have not seen the actual figures, but they have categorized the provinces that are assumed to have fallen into DP side and the ones that are in Baba's side. And among the provinces, because they split 8 provinces, and out of the 8 provinces, Baba has 4 and DP has 4. And out of the 4, DP has Nairobi, Rift Valley, Central, and Eastern.
Okay.
And that is why I'm saying out of his 4, Nairobi is very questionable as far as I'm concerned.
Just a minute. Just a minute.
Yeah.
Okay. Sam Wanga, you seem to be behind a computer. Can you tell us the figures of Nairobi, please? Sam Wanga, if you have those figures, it would be good for us to discuss the figures if they are available, so that we are able to look at these statistics correctly. We will be happy if you do that. Just a minute, PK. Let's get back to the point.
Just give me a moment. I check. I was actually listening to you. I wasn't even on the computer. Let me check.
Okay, PK, continue.
Okay.
As Wanga checks on that.
Yeah. My big question was on the Nairobi figures, and as far as the percentage that is given to Musalia as DP, they've given him 44% as the most favorable running mate with 44%. But I think all that will change the moment Baba picks his running mate. All this math about some areas being in favor of DP and others being in people undecided, everything will fall into place once Baba picks his running mate. And I don't think, in my own thinking, I don't think Musalia is anywhere on Baba's card, because I assume Musalia brings nothing on the table for Baba, because he would not gain much picking Musalia as opposed of picking somebody outside of the regions that are perceived to be in DP's camp. If he picks someone from Central or from another region, then the whole matrix will change. And some of the people who are sitting on the fence thinking that they are undecided, and most of the people who are backing DP, Baba might just pick a surprise running mate who will change the whole equation. And so far as the polls are right now, I feel very comfortable where we are. And given that these polls were, I think they were polled when Baba had not declared that he was running, then that is also another thing that we need to discuss. I think I end my submission there.
Okay, thank you so much, PK. We go to Jakindu Bay. Is Jakindu Bay there?
Asanteni sana.
Yes.
Yeah. Mimi vilevile nataka kujibu mambo mengine. Nimesikia watu wengine wakisema kwamba yani wanasema kwamba Raila hakuwa na kampeni. Nafikiri wakati wa BBI, nafikiri watu wanasahau, BBI walikuwa wamekubaliana kwamba hawatazungumza, Uhuru na Raila walikubaliana hawatazungumza juu ya politics mpaka BBI iwe imemalizika. Na nafikiri Raila alifanya hivyo to the letter, mpaka BBI ilipokataliwa na koti, ndio Raila akaanza kuuliza kama anaweza watu wanataka asimame ama vipi. So kwa hiyo haku campaign hivyo, lakini Bwana Ruto alianza kukampeni right from the word go baada ya uchaguzi. Na hii si Ruto tu peke yake, wajumbe wote wajumbe wote wa nani huo wana campaign tu, kwa sababu sisi tuna hiyo fujo ya politics, ni fujo. Huoni hata ni siku gani watu wanafanya kazi na siku gani watu wanafanya campaign, kwa sababu kampeni ya Kenya ni kampeni siku zote, wana campaign tangu hata president akiwaambia jamani wacheni kukampeni tufanye kazi, hawasikii. So ni jambo ambalo la kusikitisha. Jambo lingine ambalo nilikuwa nataka kusema kwamba watu wanasema, hata huyu msikilizaji amesema, huyo PK amesema kwamba Bwana Ruto ni politician mjanja au maarufu au, lakini mimi ninasema hivi, naweza kusema siku zijazo, nafikiri labda watu hawatakuwa watu wa kumsikiliza Ruto, kwa sababu anatumia uongo mwingi mno. Unaweza kuwa unajua kuzungumza na unatumia uongo, na mkumbuke siku moja huo uongo atakuja kupatikana na huo uongo ambaye anasema kila siku. Kumbukeni hata Amerika walikuwa wanasema uongo mpaka mwishowe wakaja wakapatikana. Kwa hiyo sahihi hawezi kurudi tena kusema uongo, lakini anajua kuzungumza. Watu wanasema anajua kuzungumza, lakini ukiangalia yale maneno anazungumza ni uongo mtupu. So mtu kama huyo unaweza kusema anajua kuzungumza, lakini anazungumza uongo mtupu, na uongo haujengi, uongo inabomoa. Kama mnavyokumbuka mkiangalia clips, alisema miezi mitatu stadium sijui wapi, miezi mitatu stadium gani, miezi mitatu stadium gani, miezi mitatu. Sahihi anasema uongo, sahihi anatuibia, na bado Wakenya wanakubali, na the guy is stealing in our face, kwa sababu jamaa anakula mshahara na afanyi kazi ile tulimpatia. Sasa hiyo ni wizi, hiyo ni wizi, kwa sababu hafanyi kazi ile alipewa ya kumuassist president. Hafanyi, anamuita president ni tapeli.
Jakindu Bey.
Yeah.
Jakindu Bey, just a second. I know you have so much to speak about the DP, but I want to request that you focus on the topic and how you think the opinion should be understood. We are talking about this opinion of Ruto and Raila, the way it has been projected. So I'll request that you
nasema nakubali na hiyo, lakini nasema hiyo opinion yote inakuwa sharpened na hii uongo. Hii ambaye anasema uongo ndio maana watu wanamsupport, ndio maana anapata hiyo opinion, kwa sababu watu wanakubali kuambiwa uongo, ndio maana anapata hii poll. Bila uongo hawezi kupata hii poll hata kidogo, kwa sababu hana track record yoyote.
Jakindu Bey, na nataka utusaidie, unajua wewe ni mzee wetu wa hekima hapa. So kwa hivyo unasema ya kwamba mwanasiasa lazima awe muongo ndivyo aweze kupata umaarufu? Hebu eleza.
Hapana, nimesema ninashangaa sana kwa nini Wakenya wanakubali kuambiwa uongo, wanauziwa uongo, kwa sababu watu wanaona wanauziwa uongo na tunakubali. Ndio maana nasema kwamba saa hizi hafanyi kazi, na bado tunaona poll iko pale, hafanyi kazi. Kwa nini tunakubali kitu kama hiyo? Ndio maana nasema hizi uongo unaweza kusema, lakini siku moja hiyo uongo itafika mwisho, kwa sababu uongo mwishowe hufika mwisho. Uongo mwishowe hufika mwisho. Siku moja watu wa Kenya watachanuka na watakubali haya mambo ya uongo, kwa sababu hiyo uongo ndio maana unaona hakuna, kwa sababu watu wanakubali na uongo. So, ningelipenda kusema hivi.
Sawa.
Ningelipenda kusema kwamba mimi nakubaliana na hii opinion poll, kwa sababu hii opinion poll tayari imeanza kuonyesha uongo, imeanza kuporomoka, kwa sababu Bwana Raila hajaanza kukampeni, lakini ameuliza tu watu kwamba je, mnataka nisimame? Na watu wakasema ndio. Na katika zile maneno yote ametamka, watu wanaona kwamba shabaha yake ni kufanya Kenya iwe na maendeleo na iwe na msingi mzuri wa kisiasa, political stability. Hiyo ndio tunataka. Kwa hiyo ndio maana inamfanya anaanza kuwa na maarufu kuliko bwana Ruto. Kwa hiyo mimi nakubaliana na hiyo opinion. Kitu ambacho nilikuwa nimesema hapo mbeleni sikubaliani nayo ni kwamba Nairobi, sioni njia gani mtu yoyote anaweza kumshinda Raila Nairobi. Sioni. Hata Uhuru mwenyewe hawezi kumshinda Nairobi.
Haya, Sam atuambie, Jakilube umemaliza ama bado?
Asante.
Pole kwa kukatiza. Hebu Sam tuambie, Sam Wanga, tupe majawabu hapo.
From what I was able to see was DP Ruto had 32% in Nairobi, right? That's what he has. But at the same time, just to respond on a few things that
oh no, Sam, that information is not complete. As a statistician, I want you to tell me, Baba ngapi Nairobi, Ruto got what? That's what I wanted.
That I don't have. I'm still trying to look for it. I'm wondering that the information that I have is from the papers.
Somebody should get us that one, because we need to put that into perspective. Bantu Warrior, do you have that? Bantu?
Pia vile vile nitajaribu. Asante sana Patriot, na asante sana panel wenzangu PK Jakindube na Sam Wanga. Nitaongezea tu kidogo kulingamana na vile mzee mwenzangu Jakindube alijaribu kukufahamisha kuwa poll inahusikana na vile vitendo unavyofanya. Ukifanya vitendo vizuri na ukiongea vizuri na wananchi, automatic poll yako inaweza ikawa inapanda juu, na ukianza kufanya makosa na kuongea vibaya ama kufanya vitendo vibaya, poll yako pia inakwenda chini. Kwa hivyo Jakindube sioni kama ana makosa akijaribu kufafanua. Sasa basi, tulikuwa sisi hapa siku za nyuma tuko na David ambaye yeye ni mfuasi wa UDA na alikuwa mshabiki mkubwa sana. Nakumbuka siku ile ambayo yeye aligive up upande mwingine, naweza kusema, sijui kama nimekosea ama nimemwelewa vibaya, wakati DP anaongea. Nikiongea hivi sio kuwa nimetoka katika ile masala ya pause, kwa sababu hii inahusikana na pause, kwa sababu David aliamua kuachana na mambo ya UDA kulingamana na vile DP alivyokuwa anaongea kulingamana na wale 150 au 160 MPs. Aliongea kuwa wao wana 150 au 160 MPs, alafu ikadhihirika walipokwenda kwenye bunge, ikadhihirisha kuwa hakuna watu kama hao. Unaona pale, inamaanisha wale ambao Sam Wanga anaongea kuhusu 35%, wale 35% ndio wale ambao walikuwa hawajui unaelekea vipi, lakini sasa wamezidi kuvunjika nguvu kuona kuwa huyu kiongozi ambaye yeye anatuomba sisi kura tumpe, lakini si mkweli, na inadhihirisha wazi kwa sababu aliongea na 160, lakini kumbe yeye yuko na 68. It's way far from 150. Kwa hivyo sio David peke yake, kuna maybe thousands of David ambao wakati ule moyo wao ulienda chini kabisa kuona kuwa huyu bwana anatuomba sisi kura, anasema yeye kuna 160, maybe ilikuwa ni tactically ama sijui ni vipi, lakini ukiwa unajivunia kwa una 150 na kumbe huna 150, hiyo inaonekana wazi kwamba wewe ni muongo, na hiyo pia ni doubt, ni doa ambayo wewe umejiingizia. Ndio hao katika hao 35 nafikiria wengi wanaweza wakaenda kaangukia kwa baba, kwa sababu ni kitu simple tu, ni tashwishi tu kuona kuwa huyu mtu anaongea hivi na ikadhirika. Siku ile ile tu David ni mmoja ambaye hakufurahia baada ya kujua wameshindwa kwenye bunge. Ni hayo tu kwa sasa. Thanks, Patriot.
Okay, asante. I wish we got that. Tungepata, tungeweza kuangalia. Sijui kama Sam amefanya hiyo homework. Sam, umepata ama bado? Umefaulu Sam?
Not yet.
Jakendi Bay, hauna kompyuta kwako hapo?
Bwana moderator, the only information that I have is what was in the papers, and what is in the papers only displays what Nation was saying was just 32% for Ruto. That's it.
Okay, then.
But let me continue checking.
Okay, you can come in, Sam. I'm sure you have something to say.
Yeah, I'm saying I'm still continuing to check. It's just that you see, I totally agree with everyone's opinion and perspective of what's happening in the political situation. And I'll keep repeating that it's a question of perception. It is fluid. Anything can change. Raila is a major political player. Ruto is a major political player. And what we as Kenyans should continue advocating for are the policies. What policies are this? Is candidate A offering? What policies is candidate B offering? How are we going to survive in the next 5-10 years with these current policies? Are they policies that are consistent with or are in line with the whole nation's agenda? I think that has always been my line. Like I said before, I still stand to be convinced that this is candidate A or Raila is my candidate. Candidate B is my candidate. I would not wish any of them away. I would not, right? But campaign is just about to be flagged off officially, and then we can see now what each candidate holds in terms of manifesto, all right, in terms of promises, in terms of their history, what they have done for the country.
Okay, Sam. Let me say this. There's something that we cannot lose focus on when we talk about the polls, as far as the 2022 election is concerned. Actually, the last election, the last poll that was conducted by TIFA Research, had given us the following. It gave us a scenario where Raila Amolo Odinga and the deputy president's gap being too wide. There was a gap of 18% between Raila and the DP. It was actually 18%. 18%. That was a serious margin. And so when you look at that and the margins now are 1% higher, for sure, if you have to look at this from a statistical point, it is true that one person is winning. I mean, he's gaining, that is the term, and the other person is losing. So if you were in the UDA camp, will you sit comfortable to actually say, no, the DP is doing well, he'll win the election? And given the fact that, as we've deduced clearly, The DP seems to have put a lot of resources to his candidature. Let me not use campaign. He has put a lot of resources, be it attending of churches, be it burning the midnight fuel to help those who are vulnerable, in according to what you will describe as a campaign, or presenting himself as a possible successor of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Looking at the investment that he has put vis-a-vis the investment of Baba, is it worth it to say that the polls are actually showing the expected position for the DP as a party? Will that be a comfortable thing for them to say, yes, we agree, this is where we are, and this is the correct position? In my view, I doubt. The investment is too much, the returns are quite little, and the customers they seem to be shifting base, where you would boast of having a network of customers or subscribers who are consuming your either software or hardware products, and then you find that a person who did not have that clamor has come in with a company which has attracted a good number of the people that were your subscribers. Don't you think that would be worrying? In my view, as a business person, if I was, I'll be worried, because this is a new company that has just come. I campaigned for some time. I have tried to be in the business, whether I was helping others to do the business before I started investing on mine. Hiyo kazi hiyo ya kukaa hapo kwenye matatu, kuweka maabiria, kupiga debe, what, I am known in that area. And then by the time I'm buying my matatu, I only have a very few people to board my matatu. Really, I think it will not be correct for me to say that I'm doing well, because I will look at how much I've invested, talking to my numbers, that in the future I'm buying a car. Hata mimi vile tunajaza gari yangu itakuja, and then gari ikiingia watu wanaanza kushuka, wengine wanabaki. So I think, in my view, I stand to be corrected with my able panelists here, that the DP, correctly speaking, surely things are not showing. They're not showing good colors for him. I mean, the stars are not. They're not adding up. They're not lining up to his side. When you see people like the deputy governor Kisi, who has been the person hosting the DP in his house, saying, "I ground imekata," and I am also privy that some people, even from Oka, are joining Baba soon. I don't think that's a good sign for somebody who has invested heavily. As I had mentioned in my submission, some PK, Jakimbe, and my brother here, when I said that it is very clear during the time of dating, if one young man has been taking girls out in the village and he was alone, and then another guy comes in 2-3 days, Sazila anaenda huko anasikia Njeri ameenda na Wafula, and na ameenda na nani yako wapi? 3 of them have gone, they are not with you, 3 are with you. Whether you have 3 and he has 3 and 4 have decided not to come, the person to be worried is the one who has been taking 7 girlfriends out for a date, not the new guy. That's how I'm looking at it. You can't still be bragging to be the king of that village. You'll be worried about that. So if I was to advise the youth here, yes, Sam, what are you saying?
To me, there are 2 Sams.
No, I can see one Sam from my end. I'm talking about you, the Sam with the wood on the head.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I agree with you totally when it comes to the DP. The DP has had number one, he's got the government resources. He has been moving around the country, talking about inspecting government projects. It's quote unquote inspecting government projects. But given his history, and this is my main point, and I'm being chastised left, right, and center, and this is my point. And someone actually mentioned it, that he has been in government for a very long time, since 1992. He has been a canny politician, not smart, but canny politician, and has been in the game long enough to know how things work, right? The only time this guy has been out of government was when Kibaki was sworn in. Otherwise, even in YK 92, he was in government, right? They were enjoying all the perks of being in government. Now, coming back to what you've just said, it is true. Having spent this time and this money in inspecting government projects and going to various churches and doing what he's supposed to do, I think the percentage of undecided voters should have been much lower than what it is now, right? It should have been much lower than what it is now. But at the same time, I don't want to assume that if elections were called today, then all these guys would quickly run to either Raila or Ruto. But someone also mentioned, and it could be the truth of the matter, that Raila having declared that as of today, I am going to be in the ballot. Could this have been the cause of all this, this huge percentage of undecided voters? Well, it could be, all right? But I agree with you totally that, one, it is time for UDA to go back and check what is the next course of action. At the same time, ODM and its affiliate parties, someone mentioned that I should not assume that the coast parties are going to have their own presidential candidate. Well, they could be supporting Baba, but it is also important for ODM and its affiliate parties to now focus, look at these polls that are coming up that are, saying that they're running neck to neck in this race. They should now look up, sit down, strategize on how to win the election. This is a key. This is a good indicator of what has just happened. Now that we have two major candidates and we have these small guys, what do we do? UDA should go back to the drawing board. Yes, could be they faltered or things have changed. Baba has come into the picture. This is what is happening. All right? Baba, how can we effectively win this election?
Sam, a second. Allow me to bring this. The good Kenyans have been able to get us the results that we're looking for. They are saying the polls are indicating Ruto 32%, Nairobi, Raila 20%. So there's a difference of 4. Yeah, but as you conclude, Sam, let me say this from my research here. The last research that was conducted by TIFA, the TIFA research showed that the DP was leading by 39%. Raila came second with 35%. So there was a difference of 4. That was around the month of November before Raila announced that he's going to vie. That is what we are getting here. Now, what seems to be consistent? The trend that we are seeing here is this. It is true that a good number of the people who have not decided are people who were supporting the DP at some point. But because as you can see, his support was 39. If we might compare that with the TIFA, they were 39, and now he's 30 what? Which is his current whatever 32. He's dropping by 7.
Yeah.
is dropping by 7. That's quite a lot. Raila was rated at 32, and of course a margin of error of about 2.5. So we will say then Raila's popularity, according to TIFA, if we were to compare, assuming this is TIFA that has produced this, it means the numbers are still constant, but one party has lost. And also meaning that the numbers of undecided voters have increased. So the question that then is clear, that comes out is this: who are these people who have not decided? Now that we were talking about not Azimio la Umoja vis-a-vis UDA, but DM as a party versus UDM. So where is the factor that is attributed to the other parties who are most likely going to join Baba? Because Azimio la Umoja brings in tractions of other parties, while UDA has closed that door. You see, that's the area I think we need to discuss and probably understand that better, because I feel that the people who have not yet joined the two horses, they know where to, because one has closed the door. You can only join him as a party, as individuals. But Raila has you come in your own style, come the way you want, come baby, come baby, come the way you want, come with your parties, come with your nightgowns, he doesn't have conditions. So from the numbers that are remaining, I think I stand to say that majority of Kenyans want to join something that does not have much conditions. When you give them conditions, then they feel a bit agitated to join over. That's my thinking. What do you think, Sam? PK, please.
Thank you for the opportunity. In my view, as far as the polling is concerned, I think 90% of the undecided voters, I think, are from the central region or the Mount Kenya region. Because if you ask me, Mount Kenya has found themselves in a very unfamiliar ground since independence. They have never, ever been in this position before. So they are divided between Baba and going the hustler way. And that's why you see the undecided vote poll is very high. And I think, and that is why I was insisting, the matrix will change a lot once the running mate is fixed. And that is where the big question which Atwoli posed to the nation, in whose hands are we safe, is going to be answered. If Baba picks the right candidate, that people from Central will be comfortable. And knowing that even if Baba would be a mess, wanaweza wakamvumilia miaka 5, but who is ready kuvumilia hasla miaka 10? Hiyo ndio shida kubwa. Hiyo ndio swali kubwa ambaye watu wanangoja kujibu. If we have polls after Baba picks a running mate, you will see the number of undecided voters will shrink drastically just because of that one move. And you will realize that big margin is from Mount Kenya. And another thing is, I'm not sure whether these polls were done after Baba had made enough inroads in Mount Kenya, because people are still wondering whether Baba would make such inroads in Mount Kenya. On the polls, there's also another question I would like to ask. Are these general polls, or are these polls of people who have registered as voters. Because if we are polling anybody generally, then that is just a popularity vote polling, if I may say. But if we are polling people who have registered as voters, I think we may be having a different picture, because I have some young fellows, teenagers who live with me, and I can tell you for free that the .com generation is not very informed, and sijui kama tuna wachungaji hapa. Kuna kitu ningependa kusema, na Jakindube kidogo aliongea kitu kuhusu watu kupenda kudanganywa. Nafikiri kwa Biblia, mimi huenda kanisa na huwa nasikiza vizuri sana, lakini mimi si mchungaji kama some of our moderators hapa, lakini nikienda kanisa or whenever I find myself, I am a keen listener and I listen carefully. I think there is a scripture that mentioned in the last days, people will be lovers of watapenda kudanganywa sana kuliko kuambiwa ukweli. Na tunajua hustler namba moja ni mtu ambaye anajua neno, na ana hiyo siri ya kwamba watu wa siku hizi wanapenda uongo na wanapenda kudanganywa, na anajua kwa sababu watu sana wanapenda kudanganywa, na yeye ni mshirika mkubwa wa kanisa, ameteka watu wengi sana kanisani. And it's unfortunate that a majority of Christians subscribe to the Hustler Nation, when if you ask them in the truth of their hearts, they know very well that they are being misled, but still, I don't know what charm this guy has. They agree to be lied to. They agree and subscribe to his, his kind of narrative that he pushes. And when you ask them clearly, is this true? They will not want to answer those questions. And those are some of the questions that I sit down my kids. My kids are teenagers, and I sit them down and I talk to them. And I ask them, like one big question I ask people who don't like Baba. Baba alikukosea nini? Baba unamchukia alifanya nini ambaye it is so bad kuwa hawezi kusamehewa? There is nothing people have against Baba. It's just a creation. It's hearsay, mambo tu hapa na pale. But if you sit down people and tell them the sacrifices and the route and the path Baba has taken, and what we enjoy today because of what he sacrificed, they sit back and wonder. But hii uongo nyingi ndio imeshika hawa .com generation. Wanapenda kudanganywa tu. Na ni huzuni kuwa Wakristo wenzetu ndio culprits wakubwa sana.
PK, let me clarify something, PK. Politics, as my brother Sam said, is largely informed by perception. And largely what you are actually alluding to from your submission, if I hear you well, you are picking this from perception majorly. And of course, you've gone as far as, doing your personal research by talking to a few of these young men who have also picked this, narrative from perception. Because the truth is, very few people know the deputy president as a person. They only see him on TV. They only hear this, in the news. The news, the media tends to shape the perception. And it's actually unfortunate, PK, that the politics of today seems to be
shaped by the current technology, where media plays a very important role. So when you have, for instance, fake news, being aired repeatedly, some people, majority of the people will pick that to be facts, and they will act based on that. I remember the election when Raila Amolo Odinga was vying against Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. There was the issue of Mau Forest. The Mau Forest, if you may remember, PK, I'm sure you are there, you guys. The Mau Forest was largely a perceptional, campaign tool against Raila, and it largely worked. But where is the truth? The truth is, the Mau Forest was a discussion that was carried in the cabinet during Kibaki's time. Raila only came in to implement. It was not his brainchild. He was not the brainchild behind that. He only came forward as a supporter of environmental conservation, and the fact that he was the prime minister, he felt we must push this to the end for us to realize a better country which has the forestation cover that will protect our future in terms of rain and environment. That is something that was largely perceptional in the context of how they campaigned against Raila, but it carried the day. So back to what you said, I think the polls that were conducted largely, focused on everybody, everybody, knowing that the perception includes everybody. Perception carries everybody on board, because those who end up voting are not necessarily people who vote because of their own informed opinion. They have this because it's a perception from their families. It's a perception. It is a story they hear in the market, and sometimes you end up being the killer, thinking that you are going to kill with whoever sent you, but the truth is the person just gave the command of killing, and he doesn't end up being the person to fight the war. So perception, PK, in my views, in my point of departure or clarity, not departure, because I think you are tossing that as a question. My clarification here is perception is central, and that is why they can go to the extent of ferrying, supporters with buses, and they want to tell you, you can see the crowd was big. They want to form perception that will inform the other people that they have the numbers. And there are people who wait to see the numbers, which direction is the numbers, for them to go that direction. So perception has a very, very critical role in the politics of modern democracy. So it is not right to say that the polls should have concentrated on registered voters. In my view, they still give us a clear indication on how the political trajectory will go, because perception that includes everybody is still very key for you to understand the political dynamics that lead to a national election that, like the one we're looking for. PK, back to you.
Can I say something? Naweza kusema kitu?
Allow Jakindupe say something. That's okay.
Nataka kusema kwamba hiyo perception unasema ni kweli inafanyika, lakini mimi naomba Wakenya tubadilishe hiyo, kwa sababu perception ina uongo mwingi, na uongo mnaona kila siku inaleta maafa. Hii ni watu wanasema ni mchezo, lakini uongo ni kitu kibaya. Uongo mwishowe inaleta, ndio ile ilikuwa ni uongo juu ya Raila kukosa kuchaguliwa yeye na Kibaki, lakini wameona ukweli sasa. Tumeona ukweli kwamba ile forest ni kitu ya muhimu. Kama Raila angefanya vile watu walikuwa wanataka, ajifiche, awache hiyo, sisi wote tungeumia sasa. So lazima sisi kama wa Kenya tuanze ku think outside the box, tusiende tu na vitu ambavyo tunaambiwa na watu eti hiyo perception, watu wa western wanaleta hiyo eti perception. Tuacheni tuanze kufanya vitu vyetu, tutoke kwa hiyo box yao, hata tuanze kufanya hii mambo ya siasa ya boardroom. Hawa watu wanafanya boardroom nyingi sana, ndio maana hawana fujo. Tuangalie siasa ile itatufaa. Mimi nawaambia tuangalie siasa ambayo itatufaa siku zijazo. Hizi mambo za kusema tuka campaign sijui, unaona watu wanapigana, wanauana for no good reason. Badala ya kukaa chini, mkae chini mzungumze. Mnaona vita zote, watu wanapigana, alafu mwisho wanaenda kukaa kwa boardroom kuzungumza, kusema jamani, sasa washauana, kwa nini hamwanzi kuzungumza? Let's think outside the box. Tuache kuwa box kwamba kitu fulani tukiambiwa tunabugia tu kwamba ni democracy. Kwa hiyo mtu anaweza kusema tu uongo vile anataka. Hiyo ni makosa, kwa sababu ukianza kusema uongo mwisho inajitenga. Watu wa Central Province sasa wanasema walisema uongo. Hiyo ni aibu. Si kitu rahisi vizuri kusema unasema uongo juu ya mwenzako, na huyu ni Mkenya mwenzako. Hakuna mahali unampeleka, is a Kenya like you. Sasa unasema uongo juu yake ndio upate nini? So hizo uongo imeleta maafa. Kuna wakati mwingine watu wamesema uongo na ikatokea maafa, ikatokea vifo, ikatokea kuharibu nchi. So mimi nawaomba kama Wakenya wenzangu, tutoke kwa hii mambo ya kuambiwa tu kwamba hiyo kusema perception eti mtu anasema hivi. Tuanze sisi kufanya vitu ambavyo zinatufaa kama Waafrika, kama Wakenya. Tuwe different na watu wengine, kwa sababu hizi nchi zote, Wajerumani ni different na Waingereza, Waingereza ni different na Wafaransa. Kila mtu kivyake, ile inawafaa. Hata sisi tunatakiwa tuanze kushape nani yetu vile inatufaa, na tunaanza hivi tu vile tunazungumza hivi, kwa sababu hii ni kitu ambayo haikuweko zamani. Tunaweza kukaa tukazungumza, tukafikiria vizuri kwamba tunataka tuelekee upande gani. Hii ni kitu bora kabisa. Yes.
Kabla sijarudisha kwa PK, wacha niseme advice umetupa ni nzuri, na hiyo ni sawa kabisa. Ni vizuri tuone ya kwamba tuwe ni watu ambao tunasema ukweli, na tuwe ni watu ambao tunazingatia tabia ambazo ni njema katika mambo ya azimio katika maisha yetu. We have to be people who stand for the truth, and the truth will always set us free. But something else I want to agree with you, Jakindube, ni kwamba ndio wakati mwingi uongo unakuwa unagomea, unakita mizizi. But one thing I agree with you, kuna wakati huo uongo unafika mwisho, ukingoni. Na kama pia umesema, ningesema hivi, ni vigumu, Jakindube, kuanza kutoa ili jambo tunaloita perception katika mikakati ya siasa, kwa sababu ukweli ni kwamba demokrasia ambayo imekita mizizi ilianza katika nchi ya the Greek. Wale wa Griki walipoanzisha demokrasia walitupa mambo ambayo kidogo yalibaki na madoadoa, na tumebaki kuyachukua vile. Vile tunaambiwa Yesu alizaliwa tarehe 25 Disemba, lakini ukweli ni kwamba Yesu hakuzaliwa tarehe 25. Kwa wale ambao wanaelewa historia kamili ya kuzaliwa kwa Yesu na vile teolojia inasema. Lakini kwa sababu mambo haya imekuwa ni desturi ya mwanadamu katika maisha yake, inakubalika sisi kukubali ya kwamba Yesu kuna wakati alizaliwa, na tunakuwa na Krismasi ambayo tunaitumia kuweza kufariji wengine na kubariki wengine. So demokrasia hii ina mambo ambayo ilibeba na ambayo yameendelea. Sasa mimi kitu ningetaka tu kusema ya kwamba sio rahisi kutoa hili jambo linaloitwa perception katika siasa, kwa sababu wanasiasa, kwa mfano Jakindu Bay, wanataka kuonyesha ya kwamba nikiwa nimejiweza, if I'm successful, then I can easily translate my leadership into the success of my society once I'm a leader. That is perception that has been there, but we find it very difficult to separate that from politics. But one thing I agree with you, let's learn to do the right thing, in as much as some of these things will remain constant in decision making of our political terrain. We learn to speak the truth. We learn to avoid things that will, put us into trouble as a society, and that's the way to go. Lakini perception, Jakindu Bay, hiyo kitu imekaa kwa muda na sioni kama inatoka hivi karibuni. Asante. Back to you.
Nataka kukusema hivi, nakubaliana na wewe kwamba ni vigumu, na mimi nataka kuambia hakuna kitu rahisi duniani. Hakuna, hata kula ni ngumu. Hakuna kitu rahisi. Hata wakati tulikuwa tunataka uhuru, watu wengine walikuwa wanasema wale hao wazungu wana mabunduki, wana nini, lakini mwishowe tulipata. Kwa hiyo tusipe moyo kwamba tuwezi kuifanya. Tunaweza kufanya kuanza kwa mchango kidogo tu hivi, kusema hatutaki mambo ya uongo, tunataka tuseme mambo ya kweli. Hatutaki kufuata vitu ambavyo hazitufai, tunataka vitu ambavyo ziko na tija kwa nchi yetu, kwa environment yetu, kwa sababu kila environment iko na different. Kwa sababu sisi sote hapa, kila mtu ako na nyumba yake, na kila mtu anaongoza nyumba yake tofauti kabisa na kila mwenzake, lakini sote ndio kama hizi nchi zote, kila nchi iko na nani zao kabisa. Kila nchi ndio unakuta nchi fulani ni tulivu, na saa zingine wanafanya tu boardroom democracy, wengine wanafanya, kila moja ako na tofauti. Na ndio maana nasema hata sisi wa Kenya lazima tutafute pathi yetu, tuwe na, tusikubali mambo mengine tu kwa sababu eti ililetwa na Wagiriki. Inaweza kuletwa na Wagiriki, inawafaa, lakini sisi haitufai kwa sababu environment yetu ni tofauti. Wagiriki ni Wagiriki wote, sisi Kenya sio wote. Tuko na Wajaluo, tuko na Wakikuyu, tuko na Wakamba, tuko na hawa watu ukiwaangalia wako na tofauti nyingi sana. So sisi sio Wagiriki. Kwa hiyo tutafute kitu inatufaa. Mfikirie hiyo kitu sana. Msiseme ni kila kitu ni ngumu. Kula ni ngumu, kulala ni ngumu.
Asante Jakindu Bay. Thank you so much. Now Themba, I'm happy that you are back. Kwa Kisii wangesema amanyene gore ngaikwa agenda. You know. Thank you back. Because
okay,
I was wondering how I was going to close them. I was wondering how to close. Most people are out. I was really wondering, but I've been able to communicate with them. I hope they understood I couldn't do much. So welcome back, Themba. Next time I'll be careful if you want to leave me the studio.
Don't worry, I'm here now. Sam Wanga, can you mute?
Yeah, I'm here. Mute.
Yeah, just mute. What is it, Harun?
I want to make a little bit contribution of what Mr. Sam spoke a little while when I was in the park stage here.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Let me add volume. Yeah, now in fact, both Sam Wanga and the other Sam, and oh, Mr. Jones, most welcome to the show. Long time, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, I see you. I miss you, brother. Now, in fact, both Sam, this Sam Wanga and the other Sam, I heard them say that Ruto is the first second in command to come out as a strong person who probably seems to maybe who can be able to inherit presidency from the outgoing president. Now, I want to tell this both two Sams that since when we got independence, Jomo Kenyatta was president. Daniel Moi was his vice president. Until when the deputy, when Jomo Kenyatta died, his deputy, that was Moi, took over. Now, when Moi took over, we saw even Saitoti as his VP. He was royal to him until when he wanted to inherit his seat. Then things started to go the opposite. Mwai Kibaki, when he took over as the president, Kijana Wamalwa served well until he passed away. Then came Angomuda Awori, who served as the VP until 2007, when he did what? When he retired in 2007 to 2013. In 2007, yeah, to 2013, Mwai Kibaki took over presidents, and Kalonzo served him well as the vice president, respecting his post, and then things went very well. In 2013 to 2017, President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta took over from Mwai Kibaki. His deputy president was William Samoei Ruto. William Samoei Ruto served his president very well. He was loyal, he was respecting his boss until 2017. Now, in 2017 to 2022, President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, his deputy William Samoei Ruto, what has he done? Number one, disrespecting his boss. Number two, disloyalty. Number three, sabotaging his four big agendas of the president and himself. Earlier campaigns, all these are meant for his gain. You see now, and then this is the man. In fact, you are saying that he is very smart, while from 20. Why did the deputy president William Samoei Ruto what he is doing right now? Not only campaigning, not going to office from 2013 to 2017. Why this character we didn't see in him, but as from 2017 to 2022, he's doing it. So that is William Samoei Ruto for you. As I finish, Raila, that is why we call him a political machinery. Raila knew very well that to deal with William Samoei Ruto, it is not a joke. So, because he knew very well that William Samoei Ruto has served in the system. William Samoei Ruto knows how deep state works. So for Raila Amolo Odinga to be able to navigate himself well, he had to strategically keep quiet, allow William Samoei Ruto to commit all those sorts of mistakes. Raila Amolo Odinga has capitalized on those mistakes, and now he has rolled past William Samoei Ruto. That is why the projection of the polls today, we see Raila Amolo Odinga is now slightly above William Samoei Ruto. Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Temple.
Yes, Samwanga, you have a question.
I think with due respect, that is not what I said. I have been. I think he has totally misquoted me, totally misunderstood what I said, and he has gotten facts of history wrong, completely wrong. Now, what I said, if I may repeat to him, what I actually said, that Ruto becomes the second vice president, right, to walk out of a political party. The first one was Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, and Jaramogi was actually the first vice president, right, after Kenyatta. Now, when Jaramogi walked out, elections were held. Jaramogi left the party and went and formed KPU. That's a story for another day. He found himself in the opposition. He was out of government for a very long time until 1992, when when things now became multi-party and Moi said, "Oh, let's do this and let's do that." That's a story for another day, right? Now, the main difference between Ruto and Jaramogi is this.
Sam,
I'm just clarifying what I said. That's it. I'm not.
Hold on. I just want to ask you a question based on what you've said. Why are you also misrepresenting facts? What makes you say that Ruto is the second one to walk out of a party?
No, I said Ruto is the second vice president.
He's not even a vice. No, he's not. No, he's not even a vice president.
I mean, he's a deputy. No, I mean, these are issues of language.
No.
Just a minute. Let me just finish.
No, listen. The constitution right now does not recognize vice president. It recognizes deputy president. Number two, Ruto has not walked out of any party.
Well, you didn't let me finish. You didn't let me finish.
I'm quoting you on what you said when you started, because you're saying that Harun was wrong, but you're also wrong in the facts you're giving. So get
Ruto
that
has
straight
not
first.
worked, but he has associated with himself. Ruto actually, their guys, it's like they've been evicted. They're not part of Jubilee anymore.
No, they have not been evicted. Number one, Ruto has not been evicted in Jubilee. Number two, Ruto is the deputy president. There's no UDA MPs apart from one UDA MP in parliament. So
what does a vice president do?
We need to get, you need to read the constitution why it was revised to have a vice president and a deputy president. If you don't get that straight, it will be hard for you to argue.
No, you see, the only difference is the issue of the presidency. The deputy president is part of the presidency. That's the only difference.
That's not the constitutional difference. The reason why it's a vice president and the reason why that clause was changed, I need to probably help you understand why it was changed from,
the
vice president. Hold on.
You keep on cutting me. Let me just finish my statement.
I'm cutting you because you are misrepresenting facts.
Okay, then finish. Once you're finished, then I'll just be quiet.
Number one, the reason why it was moved from vice president to deputy president, it was because the previous constitution, before 2010 constitution, the vice president was being appointed by the president. Now, right now, the deputy president and the president are elected together at the election.
So that is why right now it is so hard for even Uhuru to sack the deputy president. You see? So you can't just say that it is just the same thing. That is not the truth. You know? So when you start arguing by saying the Ruto is the second vice president, that is wrong. That is not the true facts. Number two, Ruto has not left any party. Ruto has not left Jubilee. Ruto is still a Jubilee member. Ruto is still party. I mean, according to the Jubilee Constitution, they have yet to hold a national convention to implement the idea of removing Ruto as deputy party leader of Jubilee right now. So it's also a misrepresentation of fact to say that Ruto has left a party. He hasn't. He has only associated himself with a party that was formed recently, but he hasn't garnered the strength to leave. So let's argue from a basis of facts, if you want to argue.
I'm arguing for a basis of facts because whether you like it or not, the vice president then was a president's principal assistant. The deputy president right now is the president's principal assistant. Those are the basics. Those are the basics, and I mean you can change and twist the spelling and the title of the both of them are principal assistants, right? We can twist and you know and quote this and quote that, but
it's not about
Jaramogi then
no
was,
Wanga. Listen, no, hold on. I think it's one thing. It's one thing.
I stand
Hold
corrected
on.
and leave it like that.
No. Yeah, just relax. Hold your horses. It's unfair for you to say I can twist it the way I want. Well, I'm telling you, let's quote the Constitution. You see, if you quote the Constitution and if you read the Constitution, you'll be advised. It is the Constitution.
No, I've read the Constitution. If you let me finish, then you'll say, okay, fine. This is where you got it wrong. This is where you got it right. And this, but you see, you are cutting me short.
But you don't want to understand that the Constitution, the way it was. First of all, you have misunderstood it, and you're insisting on following that line of argument.
I think.
Anyway, let me let you finish.
My line of
argument. Okay, you finish. Finish your line of argument.
My line of argument. What I mentioned here was this: that the vice president then left the party, elections were held, all right? Ruto becomes the second number two, let me call him that. It becomes a deputy president or a president's assistant who again leaves the party, associates himself with another party, all right? And we know very well what the Constitution says. The Political Parties Act does not allow you to be members of two parties. All right, he attends the party functions. He is known as the party leader. All right, that was my point. All right. He has actually Ruto has left the party, and that's the only difference between Jaramogi and Ruto. Ruto has left the party, but has not left government.
I think the point Sam is trying to make is that these guys have philosophically, they have diverted. You know, Jaramogi diverted philosophically with Kenyatta, and now it looks like Ruto has also philosophically diverted from his original Jubilee party. Maybe that's the point that Sam is trying to make.
Yeah, thank you.
But I mean, you know, if you take out all the legal things of constitution, vice president, deputy president, philosophically they have diverted. They've gone in they've taken different directions.
Okay, are you done, Sam?
Yeah, I think I'm done. And then the other thing that he mentioned was the issue of deep state. In most governments, there's those days of Kenyatta, there used to be Kiambu Mafia. The current, the new regimes that we've had, I mean, Kibaki's, Moi's, it used to have a name, I think Kabarak something, kitchen cabinet or something like that. And then with this current government and the one before, we hear that there was always a deep state, all right? I think that's the those are the only points that I wanted to correct. But my point was the principal assistant who happened to be Jaramogi left. With Ruto, he's also leaving, but him is still in government. That was my only point that I was trying to correct from the previous speaker. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Wanga, for that, your submission and response. Let's have PK, and then, of course, I'll bring on John. PK.
Thank you. Actually, by the time you came in, I'm the one who was supposed to be speaking. Maybe next time you should ask Patriots to do a proper handover.
PK, relax. I mean, what happened is Harun was trying to give a response to what Sam had already shared earlier. He was not giving his submission. So sorry if that's how you got it.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
No offense. Yeah, when I was about to speak, I wanted to contribute about something that Kindube had said about perception. And that is what Patriot had emphasized, that politics is always about perception, and we should try as much as possible to try and make sure that we base our politics on truth. Contributing on that, my frustration with the hustler movement is that I think they have recognized a certain demographic, which is the church. And I think they must have realized from way back that the church is one of the easiest demographic that can be easily manipulated, which is very sad because it is people in church who should stand for the truth. But if you look back to when we had the constitutional change, you'll notice that the DP had rallied the church behind him. And he was the only person and the church that were opposed to the new constitution. And I think at that time, he must have recognized that there was a certain demographic in Kenya. If you back them, then you have a majority of people behind you. And that is what he has been doing all along. And it is very curious to note that since the IEBC stopped all this money thing in politics, he has conspicuously been missing in churches. Church events have suddenly disappeared. People are suddenly not going to church. And I don't know why people, even the churchgoers, are not curious to ask themselves, are churches only in particular regions in Kenya, and there are no churches in Rift Valley and other places? No? Because if he's so church-oriented and good in going to churches, he should have been helping churches even in Rift Valley and camping, going to any place where there is a church. But you'll realize that he's only been going mostly to Mount Kenya most of the time. And my frustration as I began is, why are the Christians who are supposed to be standing for the truth, why are they so easily manipulated? And why do the church leaders play along? Is it just because of money, or is there something that we do not know? Maybe Temba, if you're one of the church leaders, you can try and give light to some to my frustration. Hmm?
Thank you, PK. I'm not a church leader. The church leaders know why the scholars have studied the relationship between church and state, and also they have tried to study the influence of church and state and vis-a-vis the influence of state in church. And it's a whole area of study, especially for political analysts and political scientists, to understand how does it balance, because both of them are actually social institutions that affect human life. I mean, it's so hard to tell apart the church and the state. State to some extent influences the way and the process socialization of the citizens, and church similarly does that. So that relationship has been studied for a while, and you find that in history there has been mentioned several church leaders who have influenced some state actions. For example, Martin Luther King, he was a church leader and he influenced certain actions in the state. Malcolm X was a church leader who also participated so much in civil rights movement. Right now, there's the Nation of Islam leader. His name is, I'm forgetting his name right now, but he's also very vocal in terms of civil rights.
Farrakhan, Mr. Temba
Yeah,
is called
Louis
Farrakhan.
Yeah, Louis Farrakhan. He's and in several other places there has been that kind of relationship. So in Kenyan case, we've had people like Timothy Njoya, who was so much in front of as a church leader, but also was very vocal in civil rights. There was Ndingi Mwananzeki, who was very vocal, and others. So that relationship has always been studied to that level, because the same people who are also the politicians are targeting also are church members, and some of them hold senior positions within the church. So it's an interesting study that we need to have. You cannot completely separate state from church and church from state, but you want to see what is the kind of relationship are they having? How is it affecting the other? Is the church being compromised? Is the state being compromised? What is happening? And in some scholars have suggested that the church ought to be the moral director, giving the moral direction to the nation. You remember in Rwanda, in the lead up to the genocide, the church, some of the pastors, and a pastor or a father was said to have participated in fueling that. So the church was not actually, they were killed inside the church. So you find when the church is not appearing to give its role that is expected, then it raises a certain question. I think that is the confusion, or rather the dilemma that we find ourselves in Kenya, where the church has accepted so much, either in perception that they seem to have been influenced. And actually the deputy president is said to have used a statement. That is where, for me, I found a little concerning. He said the statement like, I've come building the churches, therefore you need to give me your votes. For me, I found that there's nothing wrong in a politician, as a member of a church, helping out in church building and church processes. But now when it is so direct that is perceived to be an influence, that you should give me your votes in return, then that one, for me, I find as a point of question. So when you're coming into the issue of church, that one becomes a problem. And then, of course, something that has been documented is that there seemed to have been a consistent movement of the deputy president towards the central Kenya place in terms of giving and visiting the churches. So that, in some situations, like you say, politics about perception, is perceived to mean that some questions were raised. Are there no churches within the larger Rift Valley that could not be built within that period of time? So definitely
for key observers, that will be something they want to question. It may be influencing or it may not, but you see the perception that there's that leaning towards going to Central and not any other place. It can be interpreted anyhow. I want to bring in Jonas to give his contribution. Jonas, please.
Yeah, thank you, Themba. I hope you guys can hear me clearly. We come here. Well, okay. First of all, let me begin by maybe wishing everybody a belated Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year moving forward. And I hope you guys are staying away from the Omicron virus. So we generally come here every day, and we spend a lot of time discussing tribalism and discussing our tribal politics. But at the end of the day, in Kenya, to win an election, a presidential election, a candidate must assemble kind of a tribal tyranny of numbers. And Raila, obviously, Raila has quite a bit of experience in this, and he's pretty good at this. And as you can see, as the polls continue to come in, the polls are beginning to reflect that tribal allegiance that that always comes out, that we saw in 2017, the same allegiance in 2012. And now again, when you look at this poll that has recently been done, and you really look at the breakdown of those numbers, you can see where Raila's votes are coming from, and you can see where Ruto's votes are coming from. So in a way, we can kind of see where these two fellows kind of separate, ideologically. When you look at the numbers, for example, for Ruto has 2 times the youth vote than Raila does. So in a way, you can kind of see that this narrative of hustler, is kind of helping Ruto to boost his numbers to be at the 33% that he's at. And then Raila, definitely, you can clearly see. I mean, looking at this, I'm just looking at these numbers. It's just his traditional basis. I mean, they're all the same. The only place where he seems to be losing is Rift Valley and Central. But in all the other places, it's really his traditional, the traditional voting pattern is just coming out. So unfortunately, we sit here all day long and we want to imagine that maybe there might be some other pattern of voting that's going to come out. But very clearly, I think if you look at these numbers clearly, they're going to begin to show us that pattern. And actually, if this poll had been done after the Azimio function, and the question had been UDA versus Azimio, I think the numbers would have been even more clear. These undecided voters would not exist. All these people who decided not to disclose their candidates would also really not exist, and the numbers would be just clear as day. So Raila definitely is making steps towards packaging a tyranny of numbers, such that by the time he gets to the election, it's just going to be a landslide. That's basically my short submission, for now. And I'm happy that Themba, you're back, and also Jaka. I can't really read that name clearly. Is it Jack?
Jakendu Bay.
Huh?
Jakendu Bay.
Jakendu Bay. Yeah, Jakendu Bay. Because Jakendu Bay had a very long discussion about tribalism, and again, like I'm saying, looking at the vote. I mean, looking at this poll, really, when you look at it, you can see that really Raila is kind of also heavily banking on that, those tribal coalitions that he manages to put together every election to be competitive. And it seems to be working for him.
Tamba, can I say something?
Yes, Patriot. What?
Jonas, thank you. I think this is the first time I'm meeting you. I'm delighted to be on the same platform with you. So thank you for wishing us a Merry Christmas. For some of us, it's been bigger than that, and we had that enjoyment here yesterday. So thank you to have been on the same platform with you. I want to say something in line with your submission, Jonas. You started on a note that I thought was to raise a question in between, but as you concluded, you ended up confusing me. So I would like you to clarify where that that I don't know stands exactly. You started by saying Raila is coming out as a tribal kingpin, if I may paraphrase what you started to say.
A coalition of tribal, he's forming a coalition of tribal kingpins.
A minute, Jonas. That is the last statement that you've made. That's why I said first, you gave a different statement as you began, and as you ended, you've introduced the collusion and tribe. But initially, you talked about just the tribe. Anyway, whichever way you put it, I'll still say the following. Kenya is largely a tribal-based country in the sense that you cannot really talk about tribalism per se, because tribalism is a negative connotation in my view. So I wish that you employ a different terminology here than saying tribal, because politics is perception. So if you employ tribal, and the perception in our country when you talk about tribalism is negative tribalism, and here you want to pursue to talk about the positive attributes of tribalism, then some people might not get the feelings.
But I don't think there can be anything positive about using your tribal advantage when it comes to politics.
Allow me to finish, Jonas. It's my turn, please. Allow me to finish, Jonas. What I mean is this. Politics, as we have discussed today extensively, it has to do with perception. Perception shapes politics. I'm giving you a classical example where perception can carry the day at the expense of facts. Here in this country, when you talk about tribalism, we liken that to negative attributes of a tribe. That is perception. That is what is in the air. So when you describe the positive attributes in somebody's character using tribalism, then the perception meaning will carry the day. That's what I'm trying to say, Jonas. I don't know whether you're getting it.
Yeah, I get, Patriot. I see what you're saying. Well, maybe I can revise, instead of saying tribalism, I can say tribal voting pattern, if that makes you happier. But the thing is, when you come to do politics, and then you're trying to run on a tribal, you want to use a tribal advantage, you want to assemble a tribal coalition, then I'm not sure how that moves the needle forward. Because if you look at Ruto's numbers, Ruto is winning among the youth. He's still winning among the youth. He has 2 times more what Raila is getting from the youth. I mean, look at the numbers from these Infotrak people, and you'll see. And then look at the distribution of those numbers according to provinces. You look at Coast, Northeastern, Eastern, Central. It's just the same voting pattern that we had last time. There's not really any, the only thing which is kind of new and unique is this thing with Ruto having 2 times. He has 2 times the numbers that Raila has when it comes to the youth vote between the ages of 18 and 24. And I think that's interesting that at least there, when it comes to the youth, they may be looking a little bit beyond, or they may be looking past the tribal vote, especially the youth in urban areas. And if these numbers are the numbers that we're here looking at and saying that Raila is catching up, we like the numbers when they favor our guy, or when they favor your guy. But when you dig deeper into the numbers and you begin to look at them, then you have to begin also to question what's the political strategy of your chosen candidate. And really, when you look at it, when you look at these numbers, and maybe these numbers are not his strategy, it's just the way the numbers have come out. It has nothing to do with him. Maybe that's not what he's looking for. Because even now, if you look at what's going to be happening in Western at this stadium, where these guys are now having a bullfight about who is the big cheese in Western Province, Atwoli or Mudavadi. It's just a thing of trying to decide who's the kingpin of this region and who's going to be the person negotiating on behalf of the Mulembe nation. That's all that's happening, and and you'll see what happens after 30th or 31st, whenever that event takes place. But if these numbers are anything to go by, and I hope you go back and look at these numbers and overlay these numbers on top of the voting pattern of 2017 or 2012, and tell me if you see any difference.
Okay, Jonas, wait, Patriot, just a minute. Jonas, you write about several things, but also I would wish to probably give you my views about it. One is mobilization around ethnic communities is something that is not new. It has defined continuous organizations and political mobilizations in Kenya. And this particular election will not be any different, because, as you're saying, you're trying to suggest that the deputy president is more appealing to the youth. I'm yet to find that how that is, but you realize within the Rift Valley, obviously Upper Rift Valley, there's that kind of ethnic preference for him. You see, it's like that's already an ethnic background for him. The issue that is coming up, also the statements that are being given, like whatever Malala said the other day, and Mudavadi saying that the Mulembe nation, that's ethnic mobilization. The thing of Kiraitu Murungi in the whatever, is it Upper Eastern or Lower Eastern, is about ethnic mobilization. The other parties that are coming, the TP, what Moses Kuria is coming up with, those about ethnic. Pa in Mombasa, Pa for Kingi in Mombasa is about ethnic mobilization. So it's very true. Our politics has been defined by a lot of ethnic mobilization across. You hear the Western guys saying this time is our person. And even the calculations in terms of even the coalition building and all that is about who is collecting more numbers from their ethnic community. So we cannot run away from that, and it is part of what what defines the political mobilization. I think the other thing that my point of divergence with you is this: I would have expected, if it is true what you're saying, that the deputy president has been able to convince the youth, and the youths are almost, let's say, 75% of the supposed voters, then the undecided voters, after 4 years of running around 8 years of running around the country, I don't think there would have been that many. So that 35%. Let me finish.
I have a response for you on that one.
Let me finish, Jonas. You will have your time to respond. I don't think that is something where you can sit pretty, that you have been running around and you have convinced people, and then 35% of people are not yet decided. No, that is a point of worry. Number two, if indeed it is true that the conviction was there in the just concluded IBC open registration, they had targeted 6 million. And the new voters who are coming in were largely the youth. But IBC could hardly even get 1 million. So if these people really wanted to their person this bad, I think there would have been a big rush to take the vote. That group that you're trying to say never did. The other point that I want to put across is that personally, this poll, it gives us a pointer, but in my view, I think it is still rather early because we are yet to get who is the presidential candidate of Oka. We are yet to see, Baba getting out there so convincingly. And the only person who has gotten out so convincingly, and he has always said so, is the deputy president. He has said more often than once that we have a president, we have an agenda, and we have all that. So I would have expected a little bit more of the votes coming towards him. So right now, I don't think, I agree with you, the representation is not yet there because giving even Davadi and Kina Kalonzo 1%, I think that one is on a very low. So that one I don't think is a full representation of what is going to be there. Would want to have a poll where already we have a clear candidate for Oka, because right now we still don't know. They're asking. You see, you can't ask people that do you think Oka should join Raila or should join Ruto? That's a very skewed question, because you're trying to get them off the radar. I don't think that is a very representative place. And these two people have not yet come. So I have my misgivings, especially where you are saying Ruto has been able to convince, and word on the ground, I'm being told, it's not about convincing, is the environment within which he was going around. And this environment was, even today, there's a clip that was shared where people were being given, handouts. So when youths, the corona thing has happened and youth do not have money, they are likely to go to a place where they're going to be given that handout, So there's a difference between we are talking so and so because he's giving us handout and the support that we are going to give this person. There's nothing. I'm yet to see what you're talking about. So maybe I'll give you a minute so that we bring on someone else.
Okay, well,
Hold on, Harun.
first.
Hold on, Harun. Yes, Jonas.
Yeah, Temba, I'd like to go back to the numbers again, because we're here today to discuss the Infotrak poll. So when you look at the, and these are the numbers, and I'm looking at them at on the Twitter website for Infotrak. If you look at the numbers for UDA between the ages of 18 and 24, UDA is getting 39%, and ODM is getting 22%. And then what's even interesting is that 31% are undecided. They didn't even select which way they're going to go of the youth. Okay. When you look at the ages between 25 and 35, UDA has 33%, and now here ODM starts gaining and they have 32%. But then again, the number of undecided and the ones who refuse to disclose are almost 30%. I mean, just look at these numbers look at these youth numbers. Now, when you go now, as you get older in age, if you want to see now where ODM is actually catching up and turning the tables, it's when you get to 46 to 55 and over 55 years old. That's when you find that ODM has, for example, over 55 years old, ODM has 33% and UDA has 28%. Now, as you say, these are just numbers that somebody did a poll. I mean, I personally think there is something, because when I looked at how this poll is done, they do this poll by calling people, and I'm not sure where they get those phone numbers from. And they only polled 1,006 600 people. So that's the total number of the people that were polled. And I think maybe, I don't know, I mean, that might be too small of a demographic, and we don't know how many of those people were under the ages of 24, or how many of them were over the age of 25. But still, when you look at these numbers, Ruto has started a new trend that was previously not there, that you begin to see a divergence between the youth and the older generation in their voting pattern, as opposed to the entire vote just going along the, those traditional tribal lines that have existed before. I think that's an interesting number, Themba. Look at the number. It's interesting. Either way you look at it, it's an interesting number. And this guy Ruto has done quite a job.
Jonas, it is not true that it's the first time. In the poll of 2000, and if you check the poll of just before the polls of 2007, and then just before the polls of 2002, then just before the polls of 2013, you go check the polls around that time, you will notice the trend. Now, the time in the history of the voting after 1980, in the multi-party history, the time that the youths voted hugely was 2002. If you can go back to the voting pattern. After that, 2007, 2013, the youths voted, but largely the older generation voted more, led by women, right? So that was 2013. You can go and check the voting pattern across that time. 2017, the youths tried. They tried to vote, but still there was that general move up. So the trend will indicate that yes, youths will attend rallies, they will say your name, but largely they don't come out to vote. You see, and
Okay,
that
well,
one is
finally,
also.
Themba, let me
Finish.
Let me close my submission also by adding, like you're saying, the disadvantaged groups, women and youth, right? Looking at these numbers, they're with Ruto. Women and youth, disadvantaged groups, okay? Women and youth. And this is, I mean, I think that has been Ruto's kind of, I mean, that's the ideology that he's trying to bring forward, is to say, hey, you know what, these disadvantaged people, these hustlers, right? They need to have their representative, as opposed to having a coalition around tribal kingpins, these boardroom type of things. They need to have some sort of a representation, somebody who's saying, hey, by the way, me, I'm here not representing any particular tribe, but I'm here representing underprivileged Kenyans. I'm here to represent the youth, I'm here to represent the women, and it's what he's basically calling is what he's putting in one package and basically calling hustlers. I mean, that's me and you. I mean, why don't we want to be in this particular group of somebody who's giving us representation and who's coming out clearly to say, he's running saying, I'm representing hustlers. That's what he's saying. I mean, Raila is running representing. He hasn't really said he's running, but I mean, he's representing a coalition.
Patriot, can you mute kidogo? We listen to Jonas Amalize.
Yeah,
there's interference when.
He seems to be very busy. He seems to be very busy building this coalition of his, and there's no doubt that he's going to be successful. He's going to be successful. He's building it. You can see the numbers are changing. The ground is changing. People's attitude is changing. People are going back to their default, people are going back to their default voting pattern, And by the way, I think it would be interesting to look at these numbers maybe a month ago. You may even find that Ruto had a lot more youth and a lot more women. I mean, just take some time and look at the numbers, and maybe we should have another show after everybody has had time to look at the numbers, because it seemed today like most people have not actually seen them. They're reading in the newspaper what they saw in the Nation, but they have not seen the breakdown that I'm looking at.
Okay, thank you. You can mute so that we hear Patriot and then we hear Arun.
Question.
Oh. Yeah.
Hold on, Arun. Patriot, very quickly.
Yeah, thank you, Themba. Part of what I want to say, you seem to bring it out, but let me emphasize this. I think it's important. The demographic where the youth have been the focus in an election, sorry, it is not a new thing. Correctly, as you pointed out, Themba, that has been a factor in all the polls that have been conducted there before. But something that must be very significant here, which is agreeable to what my brother Jonas is saying, the youth seem to be vocal to the extent that they are saying who they are going to vote for and who they will want to be their leader. That is the UDA candidate in the name of William Ruto. That's correct. But where I don't agree with that perception of polling, because largely what we have here is perception of polling, actually. Why I don't agree from my critical analysis is that majority of these guys are not voters. And we are talking about facts also and data. If you're talking about looking at numbers, we can easily tell you what the IBC expected from these new guys. And the numbers were not close to 50%, of the expected new registration. Number two, they are very unreliable. That demographic that my brother has pointed out, Jonas, when you talk about women, when you talk about the youth, and especially 24 years and below, they are not reliable. Remember, these guys are teenagers. And one of the characteristics attribute to a character who is a teenager is giving lies. You check that in matter psychology. When you're a young person, you don't speak the truth. Majority of them will not tell you the truth for your information. That is fact. You can check that, Jonas. If you meet a young man who is 19 years and he tells you something, you take it with a pinch of salt. Unfortunately, these are the people who are, polled to be following the UDA fella. I want to believe that some of these guys, when they say they are voting for UDA, some of them thought that they were being given money. In other words, they say we'll vote for UDA, or they think that somebody will be following them because they have been eating on that direction. So this is a group that is not reliable, in my view, and it will not make any significant decision in as far as national presidential election is concerned. Lastly, I want to say this. I also know that the youths are not necessarily a demographic group. It's not a constituency in this country. Yet to come, yes, but when it comes to, the verbal, they are there. You can ask questions, they'll answer give you what you want to hear. But when it comes to them doing the thing, they will not. I'll give you an example. When you go to Kisumu today, Kisumu City, and have Ruto there, ask people to raise hands, the young men who will want to vote for him. I'll tell you 90% of the young men will say, tumechoka na baba, tunataka the man who is going to save us. But when it comes to the real thing, they'll vote for the person that they want, those who are genuine. But most of the youth, you have to be careful on what they tell you. That's why, to me, any presidential candidate who wants to win an election should not rely on the youth, especially those who are in the age 24 and below. That is, of course, 18 years.
Okay, thank you so much. Harun,
Question?
Harun, you have a
Yes.
question, and then I bring in some Wanga. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question to my big brother Jones. I love this gentleman. He's reasoning very, very well. Now, Mr. Jones, I want to ask you, because I've heard you saying that Ruto looks to be more appealing to youths. What factors do you see has led to this, and yet Ruto, in fact, he has done little in as far as creating jobs for these youths is concerned, because we parents, we are crying that this person who seems to be resonating well to these young people, and for instance, he is in fact a billionaire who is covering himself in a shuka of a poor man. What factors do you see has led to these young people line up on William Samoei Ruto, who has failed to create jobs for them? We want to. I want you to make me know, Baba.
Right. Well, Ruto has been traversing the whole country, campaigning on this idea that he's calling bottom up. This idea that he's saying, let's focus on the youth, let's focus on the women, let's focus on the hustlers, let's focus our economic policy, our national policy, our efforts, and everything that we can, and just put everything that we can towards the youth, the women, and these groups, right? So that's one reason. I think that's the biggest reason where you find that this youth are gravitated towards him. He goes there and he talks to them. He's been talking to them since, I guess, the last 2-3 years. He's been going all around the country. He's been talking about this bottom-up thing. And prior to that, he had come up with the Hustler dynasty, which he has let go of one side of the equation, which I think is what has given, which is kind of, I think, what has kind of has deflated this narrative of his, of because you can't have hustler if you don't have the other side. There are two sides of the coin. But now, because if you go around talking about hustler and dynasty, then you set up two groups and you have a potential for conflict. So he seems to have dropped this one side of talking about dynasties. Now he's just kind of talking about hustler, and bottom up, but really without the other side, without really going and saying, these are you guys are hustlers and these are dynasties. And now you can even see these dynasties already coming together. You can just watch them. You see them. Actually, all these guys, it's the same people who have been listening to our whole life. And now again, they are back in the game, they're back in the game. They're forming another formation. They're gonna start doing dances, There's just another year of dancing, and then before you know it, Baba is in the State House. It's just the way it works. But definitely, Mr. Haron, Ruto has been able to attract the youth by this narrative of bottom up, and this conversation that he's been having about hustlers and dynasties, kind of positioning himself as a hustler, and definitely hustlers are generally going to be youth and people who are not economically empowered. Those are the people that he's talking about, and he's managed to appeal to them.
Okay, thank you, Harun. Let me bring in Sam Wanga.
Mine was just two pronged. What the responders, yes, I answered the question. What I wanted to say, and that's why there's more in terms of, when you look at the data, it talks about the women, more women likely to vote for Ruto because of he has appealed to the women vote. Most women are found in churches. He has gone out there and built churches, and then he's looked at the other group of the Kenyan society that is disenfranchised because of the economic situation, no employment, and a few other things, and he brings in a narrative that, you see, this thing, if you give me, this is what I'm going to do. Now, actually, the reason why I raised my hand was to ask a question, Because I remember when I joined the panel, I was put to task about the undecided voters, and one of the panelists just mentioned that, you know, we cannot trust the youth, anyone between 18 and 24. If we cannot trust the youth, and the people who are interviewed are undecided voters, I mean, who are the youth who are between 18 and 24, are we also can we also say that the undecided voters that we are, the percentage of undecided voters that we are being given might not even be the real number, might be slightly lower than that? Because as he said before, that a youth will tell you today that this is what's happening, and yet he means something else. Or tomorrow he'll say A, but he means B. So this undecided, could the number be less than what is actually there? That's my question.
Okay. First of all, that was the opinion of patriots about him not trusting youth. That you need to not all of us agree with with that.
No, I agree with you 100%. I've dealt with youth for 26 years. I agree with you.
Yeah, that is his perception, and he owns that particular perspective. I personally do not subscribe to that aspect. In view of what you're saying, we might not have this discussion, you know, because if in view of, human beings are not to be trusted generally. so in view of what you've said, but I think Patriot wants to qualify his statement.
I think some remember that. Anyway, let me qualify my statement because I meant what I said. When you look at human psychology, Themba, and you can find out this in tomorrow's show. Come and punish me for this. It is true, and this is academic. When you're a teenager, we are talking about the teens. That is from, we are talking about 16, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, you know, thereabouts. Chances of you saying the truth are very minimal. That is true, and that is the human life, and it's not a wrong thing to say here. That is why even marriages that take place within that time are not reliable. Mtu anakuambia unachukua mtoto wa mtu ambaye hajakomaa. What they will tell you is not necessarily what they mean. So what am I trying to say?
Now, Patriot, just mute a little bit. Patriot, you qualify your statement, but it is not a statement of facts. It is just qualify your statement that this is what you hold, but it is not a statement of fact. We like someone like Sam who has dealt with the youths for many years, and some people here who have probably teenagers in their houses, and personally, like me, I'm a psychologist by training. So when some facts are being said, I cringe. So the first thing I want to say is you own your statement. So we are going to say it that Patriot has told us this, but we leave it at that. So Patriot, we welcome your comments and qualify your statement so that Wanga and I can be comfortable.
But you're pushing me too far, really. I said I stand to be corrected. Mark my words. I stand to be corrected. We are all students of our different backgrounds. I'm only saying, when you are investigating a youth, a young person who is a teenager, chances are higher that what they will give you is not factual. You do your research on that. That's what I hold. So finally, what I was telling Sam Wanga is that that demographic is yet to be a determining demographic for a political cause. Anybody, in my view, who will want to bank on such a demographic equation in terms of age, for him to win a presidential election, that is gambling, in my view. The elderly are mature, they are decisive, they are reliable, they more or less give you the truth of what they stand for than the younger people. That's what I meant to say. And I stand with that. So the numbers that you are following the UDA guy might not be reliable in terms of voting until probably that becomes. And that is supported by the way they have registered as new voters. IEBC thought these guys will register. They lied to them. They didn't register. That is a quick show of how they thought they have people who would register. So they're not reliable, in my view, until they mature. That's what I think.
Patriot, this.
Okay. Yeah, Jonas, and then we hear PK.
I was going to remind Patriot that these people that are 24 years and like 24 and less, between 18 and 24, they probably did not even vote at the previous election. Now the voters that you're talking about are the voters who have always been voting the way they vote. The same person who voted for Raila last time, even this time, they're probably going to vote for Raila. I mean, that's basically what's happening. The same guys who voted for Raila are the same people even this time who are now going to be voting for Raila. Plus, now obviously the fact that Raila has made some inroads into Central Province. And then unfortunately, Raila doesn't seem to be doing that well among the youth vote, which Ruto seems to have focused his efforts on the youth. In addition to his Rift Valley bloc, he has kind of gone out and tried to appeal to the youth vote nationwide. And actually, Patriot, man, it's very unfortunate that you're dismissing the youth. I mean, these are the Kenyans. When you walk in Nairobi, that's who you see. I mean, these are the really the people who need to be getting empowered to make their voice heard, as opposed to saying that they're just that they lie. I mean, I personally I take a lot of exception to that comment that the youth are just walking around lying to people. I don't know why they would buy. I mean, I don't know. And these are people who are not being given money. They are not standing somewhere at a bus stop, and somebody was walking around with 50 shillings, telling them, "Hey, if you're gonna vote for, if you pick this candidate, I'll give you 100 votes." These are just guys like me and you sitting somewhere, and somebody just asked them questions. Hey, by the way, who would you vote? Who would you vote for? These are the questions, and they filled out some forms and sent them back. I don't know that there was any incentive, and I don't think that age is an incentive to lie. That's I think that's the biggest that's the biggest issue that I'm kind of having with the comment that Patriot has made. But then again, Patriot, that's your comment and you own it. Thank you.
Yeah, we let Patriot on his statements. We take exception of it. Mosioma Karibu, you can give your views so that we continue. Oh, PK, just hold on, Mosioma. PK, you wanted to say something before I bring in Mosioma?
Yeah, I wanted to contribute about the same demographic. I still insist this is the same group that BP is hitting two birds with one stone. Because if you look at the church population, most of the church goers are women. And women have a very big influence on the youth. And whenever the DP leaves the church, he changed the narrative from the church. When he leaves the church, he now calls them mama bogas. Those that have not been able to go to church, when he's outside church, he calls them mama bogas and hustlers. Hustlers generally are the youth who are just idling around. And he has been able to capture that demographic very well. And I think for people who support Baba like myself, I think that is one area that has been lost in Baba's focus. The traditional Baba voters are still intact. He's lost very few of them. But the younger generation, and especially the women, I think people have to be very careful. There's a lot of education that is needed in that demographic. I know someone said that if you go to Kisumu and call that demographic youth, it has a different meaning. If you go to another region and call that demographic youth, it will mean very different. It's like in Kenya, the youth demographic is not there. What we have is a tribal demographic. But I think when you go to cosmopolitan cities and regions, there could be a big problem if you classify that demographic as traditional or tribal. I don't know whether I'm being heard clearly.
Okay, we had that. Thanks. Mosioma?
Thank you so much. I'm picking up from the two presenters, the ones who have submitted just before me. Let's give credit where it's due. I want to admit that the DP's messaging has been good, and I think he has been very clear on the target groups that he has been wanting to reach out to. Now, if you look at the 2013 and 2017 elections, if you look at the messaging that was here from Jubilee and URB TNA group, they were able to show that Raila is an old man. Raila barricanizes the country, and there was the issue of ICC. And you realize that their publicity team, the team that was in charge of propaganda, for me, it did a lot. And convincingly, they were able to win a large chunk of the women folk and the majority of the youth in 2013 and 2017. I think that's the basis, or that's the background from which the DB is doing his script. But if you see his script today, he's still gone back to the church. He's still appealing to the youth, and he's still appealing to the disadvantaged groups. For one, you realize that a majority of the church members, because whether it's the Catholic Church, whether it is whichever kind of church, you find Ruto being a big factor whenever they have discussions. And so, for me, as somebody who is wanting a different kind of dispensation going forward, I feel we should not be so dismissive of the current polls, especially when it comes to the messaging. I mean, what is this other team doing to reach out to this group that feel the church is not part of their support base? Number two, you realize that the deputy president has perfected the art of handouts. And given the fact that most of our youth and most of our women find themselves disadvantaged, you can imagine when somebody comes and is able to give millions of money, and you cannot rule out completely the impact those money are creating. And for me, the money that the deputy president has been giving out has likely created an impact, especially on those groups that we are referring to. Then the other bit I feel is like the former prime minister is doing a catch-up game. Over the last few years, it's the deputy president who has been going around campaigning. And so he has been able to reach out. The prime minister is trying to do a catch-up. And so if I was Ruto, I could be so worried, especially when you find that the numbers are dwindling like I saw. While I have my own reservations because of the size of the sample, 1,600 is a very small sample. And then there are also other demographics that perhaps the poll agency should have looked at. Because when you talk about Nyanza, for example, you don't just group Nyanza in as a group. You'll have Nyanza, there is the Low Nyanza, there is the Kisi Nyanza. Should be able to look at those factors. Even in Central Province, I see you cannot be able to group Kiambu together with Nyeri, for example. When you look at Eastern, for example, you cannot talk about Meru Eastern and you look at Kambani Eastern the same way. So I want to see the facts they were able to lay out, especially in terms of their sample size and in terms of the factors they were using to classify them. I still have a lot of issues to do with them. But by and large, if I was the politician, I should not be so dismissive like Patrick was doing. I mean, you can dismiss this group and you say these guys are not coming to vote, fine. We can put it based on their history. Indeed, they don't vote. A number of them don't vote. In fact, a majority don't vote. But what if they decided this time to vote? It's something that you should be able to look at that kind of possibility. So that, because if they decided to come and vote, then they'll punish you at the ballot because you are dismissive of them. Then secondly, you should be working so hard to have this group on board, because I want to imagine that when you are seated in the house in the evenings and when you are having family meetings like now over this Christmas, such discussions pop up. When you find the young men and women, almost all of them becoming dismissive of Raila, I mean, this thing can result a ripple effect. And it's possible even somebody who was not convinced that Ruto can be a candidate will find some bit of ground upon which he can start looking at Ruto in one way or another. Now, if you look at the numbers, the Oka team seems to be suffering from indecisiveness, and I'm not surprised with the percentages they're getting. I saw Tembe say that 1% was such a small number. But let's look at it this way. Do we know that Musyoka is running for president? We actually don't know. Do we know that Ndavadi is running for president? We actually don't know. And so even the 1%, in my opinion, is a favorable number. Their indecisiveness will keep on haunting them unless they are able to make up their mind and decide that now they are making a team and they have their candidate, then perhaps at that point we can be able to have their numbers counting. But as things stand, I mean, they'll still continue having the 1%. Finally, I was a bit surprised, and that's why I felt like the polls had the, for me, they really didn't present a very, very good picture in terms of what actually happened. I don't see the numbers in Nairobi changing in terms of the voting patterns. Even when Ruto and Uhuru have been together, I mean, Raila has been leading Nairobi. I don't think Nairobi of all the places will have a different kind of outcome in terms of the presidential vote. I see, in fact, the lead in Nairobi being more, and when you share with the people from the Ruto camp, they've kind of resigned with the Nairobi vote. Their interest has been cost, which you can see he's making a lot of visitations to Mombasa because he feels he can be able to have some chunk of the cost. You can see Western because for him he feels like Nairobi is not his voting basket. So I was a bit surprised by that kind of poll that placed Ruto as a leading candidate in Nairobi. So it's not a bad poll, and for me, it's not a bad one. It's a wake up call for the team of Oka. It's a wake up call for Raila and his team. It's a wake up call for Ruto that his fortunes are dwindling. It's a wake up call for Raila that he still has not reached out to the voting blocks that have not supported him in the past, especially the church and the youth. And even the packaging, just as I finish, even the packaging of H. Ruto is a grandfather. Raila is a grandfather. David is a grandfather. Musyoka is a grandfather. I mean, even if we were to talk about age, all these guys are above 55. If we went by what used to happen before a few years ago, people were retiring at 55. So almost all these guys are retirees. So in my opinion, it's the way the Ruto camp has been able to package itself, that it's representing the youth, that it's representing a new dawn, that it's trying to break away from the big man syndrome, what they are calling now the dynasty thing. They are trying to bring us the aspect of assisting the vulnerable groups or the bottoms up thing they are calling it. So my take is that let's take this and look at these figures. Yes, like Jonas did say, the figures are telling, and they should be able to be telling to all groups. Let us not be so dismissive of them, and let the teams build on that and see whether we can be able to have a more constructive, a more objective kind of an election where the tribe does not really have to be the big factor at the end of the day.
Question.
Now, Musioma,
Yeah.
you know, in 2010, when the constitution was passing, the church was with one William Samoei Arap Ruto.
Yeah.
In 2010, the
Yeah.
church was behind him because he had said that if the constitution passes, it's going to pass with the what do you call it, the abortion clause, and yeah, and he was with the church, but they were still not able to pull the numbers. So you see, the Ruto thinking that the church being behind him will give him an advantage. It has already shown that even with the church, he was not able to pull the numbers. So I don't know what is this you're thinking that the church can pull this time round. That is one. Secondly, I think I want to agree with one patriot. Our mobilization generally in our politics is a lot more ethnic. And in ethnic, there's the youth, there are the women, and there are the men. You see? Now, of recent past, there was the election in Kiamba, which was, let's say, for example, it was a litmus test to see the popularity that we talk about. In that particular election, they were the election was at 50-50, in fact, with more elderly people voting as opposed to what we are banding around like it is popular to the youth. So there's this thing that people keep saying that, oh, his narrative is popular with the youth. Which youths that we are not seeing translating into even the votes that are coming in? The vote in the Kiamba election, there was no, we didn't see an avalanche of youths coming to vote. We didn't see that. The Kiagu election the other day in Meru, we didn't see an avalanche of youths voting. The next registration by IEBC, we didn't see. So this thing is just, in my view, a narrative that's created. Oh, he's coming up with something that is popular with the youth. But when it comes to action, and even the other time in Kakamega by-election in what constituency was that, Harun?
Uzito Kapchai or where?
Kabuchai
Or
by election.
Kapchai.
I think it's Kabuchai where they lost. You see, we don't see what you're talking about. Oh, you see, I mean, we come and wax lyrical the way he is very popular with the youth, but when it comes where we want to see this popularity with the youth, because we can't say popularity when it is not translating into a vote. Popularity is nothing if it can't translate into a vote.
Remember, you know, I took a very central point. I didn't want to take an extreme position. Like I did mention, the whole idea of, you see, I do not know whether these guys were verifying whether the people they were calling were people who are registered voters, or they are just used like they did indicate, like they indicated. But when you work with these statistics, when you work with numbers, it is always good to work with the both extremes. There are possibilities, but now these were by-elections, because by-elections are never reflections of general elections. That's a fact. But it is true the elderly will come and vote during the voting day. There's no doubt about it. But in the unlikely situation where we have now, the youth coming to vote, can they be able to tilt the scale? That's question number one. Question number two, is it possible that Mzee Raila can be able to package himself so that he can be able to be owned by this other group? It is possible. Is it possible? Is it that Ruto has got something that is unique that makes him to be endeared or to be attractive to the youth and the church? Perhaps it's something that the Raila team needs to look at. That's all we are saying. And I agree with your arguments that the youth and possibly the women might not be favoring the right honorable because of one or two reasons. But what about in a likely scenario where these youth turn out to be the real voters? That is my argument. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Jacinto Bay, what do you have to say?
Yeah.
Let's listen to Jacinto Bay, and then I come back to Harun, and then Patrick.
Mine is a quick remember, please, if you don't mind. Just a second.
Patrick, let Jacinto Bay say amekuwa na burning point hapo. Acha
No. Nilikuwa nataka kusema kwamba hiyo mambo ya kusema eti youth wanaunga mkono upande mwingine, sio hivyo. Youth kupiga tu kura na wazee kule, wazee watapiga kura, ndio wanapiga kura. Hatujaona youth wakipiga kura upande moja kule ambao wazee hawapigi kura. Sijaona katika hizi nani zote zimefanywa. Na wakati kusema eti mtu ametataja kwamba Ruto sahihi ni jamaa bado ni young, bado ni mdogo, wanataka si hata wakati walichaguliwa hivyo, na saa hii hao youth wanalalamika wana kazi. Sasa yeye atatoa kazi wapi? Hiyo ndio maana najaribu kuambia watu tusikubali uongo, kwa sababu walisema watapatia youth kazi. Wao ndio youth, walisema huyu Raila ni mzee. Hiyo. Na jambo lingine nilikuwa nataka kusema ni kwamba kusema eti walishinda kura 2017, hawakushinda. Hiyo kura ilikuwa imetupiliwa na koti. Kwa hiyo tusiseme, tuwache tu kwamba baadaye kulikuja na ile demokrasia ya boardroom, ndio tunayo sahihi, ndio tunaongozwa nayo sahihi. Demokrasia ya boardroom ndio imefanya nchi imetulia. Ingawaje mnapinga hiyo sentiment yangu ya kusema demokrasia boardroom inafanya kazi, kwa sababu handshake ilikuwa ni boardroom, haikufanywa barabarani. Asanteni.
Asante sana Jakindu
Question.
Bey. Yes.
Mr.
Okay,
Mark.
Arun,
Yeah.
yes.
I'm listening.
Question to Mr. Mark, ndugu yangu kutoka pale Kisii manze. So
Yeah.
in fact, Mr. Mark, I want to agree with you that in fact, because I've heard you saying that Ruto is a grandfather, same to Raila is a grandfather. So these people, all of them, they are old. Nobody is young. And then now my question, Mr. Mark, such that IBC in fact has ruled out the issue of Harambes to these groups, like maybe church goers, these young people, boda mama bogas. There's no Harambe, which at the moment is supposed to take place. Now, do you be able to come into conclusion that the closure of these money taps has led to the dwindling of Ruto's percentage as we see right now? Because Ruto, in fact, when he was dishing these Harambes or these handouts, his percentage were up. But right now, look, when Harambes have been closed and the issue of handouts, we've seen Raila has catched Ruto. Now, do you see this as brought an impact to those dwindling of those percentage?
I wouldn't say that the closure of Harambes and donations, because still these handouts will be there, although they'll be done silently. But my brother, I am not, actually, I don't support the deputy president's politics. And you'll be surprised if you even go to the social media, go to even the page for Miguna, go to most of these pages of these senior politicians, you'll be able to see the direction the politics of the country is taking. In fact, there was a time 3-4 months ago, everything on the walls was UDA, Ruto. These days, you can be able to have 1, 2, 3, 4 people, and you can be able to see that kind of graph. And it's a very clear graphics. It brings out the kind of politics and the situation that we are finding ourselves today. That indeed, Ruto and Raila are the leading candidates. But even when we address these realities, and this is my emphasis, and remember, this was my emphasis, that for those people close to Mzee, they should not just read those figures and dismiss them like Patrick is doing. The dismissive approach, and the courtroom.
Sorry for
Patriot, allow me finish.
Patriot, mute. Let Musioma finish. You will come on after this. Just relax.
Yeah, this dismissive approach that possibly the youth will not come and vote, and that possibly they will not have a say in who becomes the next president, is what some of us do not want to admit and allow. It is true that the youth and the women in church, a majority of them are supporting Ruto as it is today. There's no doubt about that. You will dismiss it, but that is the truth. The question should be, how then do you bring these people on board? And I want to admit the issue of
Temba mute.
The issue of the 6,000 that the Prime Minister has been giving out, that has been talking about, has not been brought out so clear to a majority of the people. When you compare it to how Ruto has been able to bring out his bottoms-up argument. And so, for me, what we are seeing in terms of the numbers and in terms of the direction the numbers are taking, it's not surprising. And possibly going forward, as we approach February, March, when even Oka shall have declared its candidate, we'll be seeing more changes. And I will not be surprised that we shall be having Oka also having 20 or so %. Because when you talk about 27% of the entire population, the entire voting bloc not having made a decision, that's a very big number.
Thank you, Musioma. Let's allow Patriot to rebut. I think he has been mentioned many times, and he feels the heat. The hot seat is pushing him. He made a statement that I think he wishes he took it back. Now, Patriot.
Okay. Anyway, thank you. It is politics. It is debate. It's allowed. So I'll do this with a smile. Thembra, I will blame you for this, and I didn't want to go this direction, but since it has gone that way, then let's do it. You be ready for the hit. I want to inform my brothers here on this panel that there is nobody who does medicine without passing psychology, and it's good. Let's put this to rest, and it's important that we put it that way. One of the modules in psychology is behavioral health and adolescent development. You can check that. Number two, the behavior of the teenager lying is a medical condition. When I am dealing with a patient who is a teenager, I don't deal with him the way I'm dealing with an elder, like the Kendube or any other person. It is science and it is factual. Let me quote something here. Your teenager has probably lied or will lie to you about something at some point during their teenage years. If they haven't, then you call yourself lucky. That's a quote from researchers. What I said that was taken out of context, Themba, and I want this to be clear, is that a teenager is not a reliable person. I mean, at that stage of adolescence, you want to bank on these young people, most likely they will not give you the facts when it comes to who you want to support for a cause. And in psychology, lying is a module you can study. It is there. So really, you pushing me this end is not fair, Themba, and you did that deliberately. And you can see that. You can check and rebuttal me on that. Number two, or the last part I want to say is, Musioma, you're a very good contributor, but today you have used me as a walking stick along over something that you didn't understand. That was not fair. So, but I accept. The youths are very good people. We are parents. We know how to take care of them. But a teenager is a subject in medicine. Teenage lying is there. You can check them back. If you've learned, if you've done something about psychology, you will see it. I only said at that age, they are not really reliable, but somebody who has the elderly, support, that's more reliable. They are good people. It is just but an adolescent behavioral change that happens in life. I must have lied when I was a teenager, but beyond that, I changed courtesy of the care that I was given. So where is my misgiving here that you're crucifying me today? Where is this coming from? Back to you, Themba.
Thank you. Patriot, I choose not to.
It would be nice for us to just let me just do some small.
Hold on, Mark Musioma. I want to say this. I choose to give that a pass. You stick with your. You still own that fact. That's yours. We don't have to agree with it. We just have to respect that that's your view, and we will say that patriots own that. We don't have to agree with you. It's a rule of debate. Hold on, you are unmuting, and I'm still talking. We don't have to agree with you. That's your view. So it's and we respect it. We respectfully disagree. Personally, I respectfully disagree. That's not what I believe. I mean, there are several writers who have and several motivational speakers who have written all manner of stuff. I mean, about the youths, but we respect Anyway, when we come back to the topic on the youths as a voting mass, I think my view is that generally where we started, I still go back to where we started, that our political mobilization as Sam Wanga, you wanna go? Or you're still here with us?
I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, thank you. So I wanted to say this, that our political mobilization has generally been around tribe, and that is a problem. I agree with Musioma in terms of appreciating the numbers and making sense of them. And, you know, it's just like information has been given. So how you use it is now up to you. So I agree with you, Musioma, that this information has come in. So it's up to different consumers of the information to use it either to their advantage or their disadvantage. That to that extent, I think I'm with you on the patterns that are coming out from what has been said. Of course, we can question the methodology, we can question the sampling, we can question whatever, but they are numbers. So assuming they are correct, what do we do with it? Assuming they are not correct, what do we do with it? So it's for various, some of us, you know, we are just basically analysts looking at it, interpreting the numbers as they are, but now their assimilation and using them for either their advantage or disadvantage is a different game, a ball game altogether. So I want to give it to PK. He has a burning issue that he wants to bring across before I bring Jonas again, then I bring Wanga. Yes, PK.
Yeah, thank you. There's something Mark mentioned, and I think we are just tiptoeing around it without going straight to the meat in the bone. There's a question he's asked: what if? What if these people turn up? I don't think we have captured that question clearly. If you look at our DP during the referendum, I do not think he was running the no campaign for the sake of winning. He was just testing waters for bigger things to come. I don't think he was out to win. He was just out to test the ground. And he must have discovered something about the church then, which now he is using now at the current situation. And I think he has executed it so well because he had learned from the past. The big question, somebody like Demba, is knowing where you are. You know that the Republicans never thought that Obama would turn the youth vote because they said the youth never turn up to vote. They will not turn up in numbers. But Obama proved them wrong. He was able to turn that vote. And the youth pulled Obama through for him to become president. So the big question that Mark is asking, what if these people we are ignoring, saying that maybe they're not serious, they will not vote, what if they come out in numbers and vote? How are we going to handle that situation? I think it's a question that needs to be given a very big, serious thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Jonas, was it Jonas next? And then Sam? Jonas.
Yes, thank you, Temba. I like the trajectory that the discussion has taken. I think now we're kind of focusing more on the results of that, of this particular poll that was the topic of discussion, and now to kind of maybe extend that discussion to kind of show this this political difference in ideology. I think on the 29th, on Wednesday, if these guys actually get to debate this election amendment bill that is to be debated on the 29th, I think we're going to see a difference in the two campaigns coming out. We're going to see a difference in the campaign in the sense that you're going to see the Azimio part of the campaign wanting to, the arguments that they're going to be making, you're going to see are kind of going to kind of lean towards the traditional tribal, the traditional coalitions of the tribe. And you're going to see the people who are kind of against this bill, making arguments, arguing for the idea that we need to have, we need to transcend these tribal coalitions and have a coalition based on other things. I think that's going to be the discussion that we're going to see on the 29th. And I look forward to hearing that discussion. It's disappointing for me on my part to hear, when you see these UDA fellows refusing to debate. I think it's a good idea to debate. They don't need to be going to parliament to shoot down having a discussion. They need to be brave enough, man enough. Just come on the floor and let's hear this debate. And I think on the 29th, really, on the 29th, if these fellows proceed with this debate, we're going to hear what their political ideologies are, especially regarding the future mobilization of votes in Kenya. How do you go about getting votes? Is it going to be a tribal thing as usual, or are we going to try to take a new approach where we say, hey, let us not necessarily go along tribal lines, and let's have a new sort of a new tribe, which is basically what Ruto has been trying to say, that we have these two tribes in Kenya. We have the haves, and then we have have-nots, and those are in other countries, those are the tribes. In developed countries, those are possibly the two tribes. You have very rich people and people who don't have anything. In countries where they don't have the kind of tribes that we have in Kenya, those are probably the discussions that people are generally having, is about are we going to tax the rich and give more welfare to the poor, or are we going to continue to, where are we going to focus the resources of the government? So I'm looking forward to that debate on the 29th, and I believe that it's going to extend the discussion that we're having here today. We're definitely going to hear more about, the thing will just come out. You're going to see it coming out. The guys who are for these tribal coalitions, boardroom elections, it's going to be very clear. And the people who are trying to go the other way or trying to shift the needle a little bit to where we kind of move away from that style of politics is also going to be clear. So thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Sam Wanga, are you there? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm here, and thanks a lot for this opportunity to air my views. Well, I think one of the things that we keep on running away from is what actually builds Kenya. I mean, if you talk to any Kenyan, they will tell you, I think we have 47 tribes. I think the new term that we are supposed to be using is that 47 communities, and that forms the foundation. It's very difficult to run away from the communities that actually form a country. But the question is, what aspiration brings us together? I mean, what is it that brings this 47 communities or 40, whatever the number is? What are the aspirations of these communities? What brings them together? What unites them? And we know since independence, politicians have played one community against another. You're told this community is bad, we can't do this, the Western people can never unite, they can't do this. But it's all for the politicians' selfish ambitions. All right. Now, in 2002, one thing happened when one politician said Kibaki Tosha, and a big chunk of Kenya, irrespective of the community that you came from, united under this guy, right? under President Kibaki. And even though he was injured in a road accident, and it was, things happened, and these guys still came together and fought and won the election. And I want to believe it is the aspirations that the the aspirations and the dreams that they told Kenyans that this is what we are going to give you. Everyone forgot that they were Luo, Luya, Kikuyu, what, and they came together under one umbrella and said, this is what we want. So I believe that aspirations also is key. All right, to change the data that you have been given by Infotrak. What is the messaging that these politicians have? One of the panelists say that the information is out there. Let them use it. ODM can use it for their own thing. If they use it wisely, fine. UDA can use it for their own thing. If they use it wisely, fine. So how they are going to package their message and take it out to the people. Is it going to inspire these guys to unite and say, okay, fine, let this guy from the lake move out of the cocoon of the lake and vote for this candidate because he carries my aspirations for this country. Now, there's also something that came out so nicely about the youth, and I think PK mentioned it, that it is very difficult to forget the youth. When Obama, in the first election of Obama, the people who propelled Obama to the White House was actually the youth who were around universities. And of course, I know people will tell me, oh, the American, system is more of federal, they have those electoral votes. Fine. But for you to get that electoral vote, it depends on how you vote in the state. You must be popular in the state. All right? So it is the youth around these universities. That's how he won. One of the red states, which is North Carolina. And then it is the youth and the women who propelled Obama to the White House. It is the youth and the women who made him be re-elected for a second term, right? And then it is the youth, if I remember correctly, when things happened in the Democratic Convention and they were dissatisfied, all right, with the way that the leaders in the Democratic Convention, carried out their thing. So this disgruntled youth ended up, who thought that Sanders carried their aspirations, and things went haywire, and these disgruntled guys ended up voting for who? Ended up voting for Trump. If you look at what happened in Pennsylvania during Trump's election, it is the women who actually voted. So the issue of the youth should not be taken lightly. Patriot, I'm sorry, I've dealt with the youth, but I know, yes, it is wrong to use that particular age group as a representation of 47 million people. I think they should have broadened the age group. But as Themba rightly put it, we have been given the data, so whoever uses it, that's their own business. But I would also emphasize that yes, politics is a question of numbers. Politics in Kenya, it depends on which community you come from. But I would urge my fellow Kenyans, once you receive the message, once you identify the candidate, is it possible to stop and think, inquire, right? Find out what's the manifesto all about? What is this guy's history? What does his manifesto talk about? How is he going to guide us from level A to level B? And is it possible, or is the manifesto just simply on paper? Because some of the things we are hearing, even in the campaign slogans right now, really, just to be sincere, they don't make sense. they really don't make sense. It might be appeal for a short period of time and it's emotional, you know, and someone thinks, okay, fine, I will give you this if you vote for me. But the long-term goal on where the country is going to move right after election might not be achieved. Otherwise, thank you for the opportunity to air my views.
Thank you so much, Sam Wanga, for that. I think now we want to start our closing remarks, and I will start with PK. PK, you'll have your 2 minutes. Then Harun, then Musioma, Patriot, then Jonas, then Jakindu Bey. Then we come back to Sam Wanga. So PK, your 2 minutes.
Yeah, my 2 minutes. I'll say as far as the polling is concerned, I'm happy at where we stand right now, and there's a lot of work to be done on the side of Baba, and wherever we have some loopholes, I think we still have time to catch up and do some cover up and make better strides. The recent election of some guy in Central who was not able to even give a speech or even talk, I think was a blessing in disguise. If we can use such gaps to educate people on how to vote for the right candidate, I think it would be a big step. For people in Central, I think it opened their eyes. They realized voting is not about being emotional or just following the euphoria of someone, but they have to vote for the right candidate. And going in that direction, if we can put up the right candidate in our team on the Baba side, and going by the polling, the way we are covering the ground, I think we are headed in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Harun.
Yeah, Mr. Themba. Yani issue ya leo ni ya akili nzito kupatana na akili nzito. I really love it. So in fact, I want to end by saying that the discussion of today has really been so sweet. So long live to these bright minds that made to the show today. My urge to all presidential aspirants, let this poll of today be a wake-up call to enable them to do their homework well in as far as vote hunting is concerned. I thank you, Mr. Themba, my fellow panelists, and all my brothers and sisters in the comment section.
Thank you. Musioma. You are muted. We can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. I was saying it's been a great show, and for me, numbers count. They make a lot of sense. We do a lot of extrapolations, and I'm loving what I'm seeing. I am loving what I'm seeing because when you see the numbers indicating that literally nobody enjoys a majority, absolute majority, in any of his own background, that these candidates are able to pick votes across the country, it's something that is encouraging. And I think we should be running away, much as people keep on talk about ethnic mobilization. We are running away really from the emotional bit of it, and possibly looking at the candidates as we should. And I want to imagine that on Thursday, was it on Thursday or Wednesday, when the MPs are meeting Parliament, we want to see super arguments for and against the political parties bill, And those who are imagining that OCA guys, the Wiper and ANC guys are going to oppose the bill, I don't see that coming, because in any case, it's supposed to assist them to craft their own alliance. But I want to wish you well, and for those who are, I think should be 6 in the morning, have a good day, and those who are about to sleep, you can have a good night.
Thank you so much, Musioma. Patriot. Musioma, kindly mute.
Oh, sorry.
Musioma has been unfair to me to the end. Well, yeah, thank you for today's discussion.
Jonas, mute. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Pemba. Yeah, I want to throw in the towel by saying the following. The Deputy President is very much aware of the voting demographics of this country in as far as, age factor is concerned. Largely, the people who follow him are the people he has chosen very correctly, because he understands when it comes to manipulation of emotions and this, distress management. They know very clearly that the youth will find it quite a challenge to deal with that, other than just following what they will have made. They are not very stable emotionally. I think the Deputy President knows very well that the young people are vulnerable. He wants to use these people who are yet to really get stability on what they want to do in life. So to me, I think today's topic has been very timely, and the discussion, the way it has gone, it has given me, a second thought over what is actually going on in the country. And I think I'll not be wrong to say that the DP knows very well that his slogan can only be accepted in the vulnerable groups. And that is why you can see correctly the youths are coming in very handy, moving around with stories. When you try to interrogate, I remember PK mentioned this. These are people, when you sit with them, try to really find out why they are moving around with the name UDA, why they think bottom up is something that can work. They fumble, they become emotional. Sometimes they want to be violent. These are examples that we are seeing, and I think it's a worrying trend that needs to be curbed. I think that Raila is coming up with a counter narrative that has brought everybody on board, including the youths now, because they need to be guided. Once you have a guided trend for a young person, then they'll be able to see, because they are eligible for proper education. But when they are left, they become more vulnerable, they become more manipulatable, something that the UDA are actually taking advantage over. You cannot play with emotions of an adult, but a young person, is very easy to have them follow you without proper reasoning. So I want to conclude by saying it is clear that Raila is catching up, and it's only a matter of time. And even those, the younger group will actually catch up. They'll be talked to. We are doing so. A forum like this, some of them who are following are able to learn, and learning is part of growing in life. I think at the end of the day, majority of Kenyans will not decide on who they elect because they are young or because they are old, just because they know the qualities of the leader they are going for. I am sure we are going to cross that bridge when it comes. I want to thank you so much for listening to me. May you have a good early morning. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Patriot. Jonas, your turn.
Thank you, Themba. I'd like to basically start by thanking all of you for the engaging debate today. Sometimes we come here and we become so partisan, and the whole debate becomes very emotional. So today I'm very appreciative of the fact that we've been here and we have kind of, begun to analyze the numbers as we see them. my parting shot really is going to be a reminder that really the future of our country really depends on the youth. And I think as a political, and I think these presidential candidates and also these political parties, if they have not been focusing on the youth, and they continue this trajectory of ignoring the youth, I don't see that these parties are going to have a future. And really, the person who begins to kind of create this, or kind of cut out this group of voters, that we call youth, as opposed to tribal blocks, I think really is going to be the future of it, or at least, or let me say, I hope is going to be the future of the politics in our country. So I'd like to see more of that youth being taken seriously, and hopefully the political parties, when they look at these numbers today and tomorrow, and as they move forward, they're going to adjust. At the very least, they need to fine tune and begin to adjust their strategy to make sure that even when they win, they actually have a real mandate to govern. Because what use is it for you to win and you don't have the youth with you? Then what will you do moving forward? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jonas, for that elaborate explanation. I saw it important to put that banner so that Patriot can see there's someone who identifies with his perspective. Stephen Ojuang says that on youthful stage, Patriot is very right. Also, on youthful voting in the West is totally different. They have parliament right from secondary school and tertiary level, not compared to Kenya. Thanks. So I thought I should put that there so that Patriot doesn't think he's alone. There are people in the comment who identify with your comments. So even as you own your comments, muko wengi. Let me bring on Jakindube.
Asanteni sana kwa mjadala wa leo. Hiyo youth tu nataka kucomment hapo tu kabla sijasahau, ni kwamba hawa youth wanahitaji sana guidance yetu. Unaona, tusiwaachilie tu kwamba youth basi hivyo, wanahitaji input yetu wa kuelekeza njia safi na kuwafundisha kusema ukweli, sio uongo, kwa sababu saa zingine wanafuata tu hii bottom up. Ukiuliza, niliona jamaa moja ambaye anatetea sana makamu wa rais, alikuwa kwa kipindi kimoja pale anahojiwa, every 1 minute anasema Ruto, every minute anasema Ruto, mpaka anaambiwa, bwana we, hatu discuss Ruto tu peke yake hapa, tunataka tuchambue manani. Lakini alipoulizwa kuelezea bottom up manake nini, alishindwa. Kwa hiyo bottom up sielewi ni nini, sijasikia mtu akielezea kabisa. Jambo lingine ambalo nataka kugusia, mtu amesema juu ya Obama kwamba alichaguliwa na youth. Ni sawa, alichaguliwa na youth, lakini aliungwa mkono na vigogo wa Amerika wengi. Yule alimuunga mkono wa mwisho kabisa, wenye wale watu wa kumuunga mkono ambao mwisho alikuwa marehemu ambaye ameaga dunia juzi, Colonel Powell. Unaona, hizo zote zinafanya youth, hata wao youth wakiona kigogo ameunga mkono huyo mtu, hata youth wanajua huku ni kuzuri, kwa sababu wanamwangalia yule ambaye anaunga mkono huo ni mtu ana sifa za namna gani. Kwa hiyo hata youth wanaangalia kwamba wale viongozi wao wanamuunga mkono huyu mtu, na wakimuunga mkono inakuwa ni rahisi kwao kumsupport. Kwa hiyo tusisahau kwamba hata youth ni jukumu letu kuwaelekeza na kuwaongoza kufuata mambo ya ukweli. Kuna mtu alitaja kwamba Bwana Ruto ndio wa kwanza yani ameleta narrative ya kusema kwamba kuna bottom up, economy. Nafikiri kampeni zote mimi zile nishasikia. Kila siku watu hutaja mambo ya economy. Hakuna kampeni yoyote nilishaona ambayo haikuwa na mambo ya economy. Hakuna, sijaona. Hata wakati Kibaki alichaguliwa, hata wakati kina Ruto na Uhuru walikuja, ilikuwa ni hiyo tu. Kwa hiyo si yeye kusema eti yeye ndiye ameleta hiyo mambo ya economy. Ati sasa watu wana discuss economy. Sio hivyo. Hiyo ni uongo. It's not true. Mambo ya ukabila, tafadhali tuwache mambo ya ukabila. Hii kitu ambacho nachosema ni kwamba, nafikiri nilisema hapo mbeleni kwamba ukabila, ile azimio la umoja itatufanya tuangushe ukabila kando, kwa sababu wakati wa 2002 hata wakati wa kukomboa nchi yetu tulikuwa wamoja. Kwa hiyo aspiration yetu inatakiwa iwe ni umoja. Azimio la umoja inatakiwa iwe aspiration yetu kama Wakenya, kwa sababu tukija pamoja hakuna jambo litatushinda. Kwa hiyo mtu aliuliza kwamba tuwe na kitu gani itatu aspire kwamba tuwe kuangalia nchi yetu namna gani. Ni umoja. Umoja ndio itatufanya nchi yetu iendelee. Unaona? Kwa hiyo tukiacha hiyo mambo ya, tukifuata mambo ya umoja, hata mambo ya ukabila tutaweka chini. Kwa hiyo tutakuwa tunachagua mtu tu kwa sababu anafaa, si kwa sababu ni kabila letu. Asanteni sana, nimeshukuru sana kwa majadiliano ya leo, ilikuwa ni nzuri. Na kitu moja tu nimekosa ni kwamba nani leo hakuweko? Ndeto na wengine wale wa mrengo wa UDA hawakuweko.
Sami Wanga amekuwa hapa.
Sikumsikia akitetea sana, sikusikia amesema nini sana, lakini kama ni yeye ndiye alisema eti kwa sasa watu wana discuss economy, hiyo si ukweli. Na hiyo ndio maana nakataa, nasema ukweli, tusemage tu ukweli siku zote, kwa sababu hakuna kampeni yoyote ambayo ilishafanywa isipokuwa watu wasipo kama wanasiasa wazungumzi juu ya economy, hata zile za local, hata hizo ndogo, watu wanazungumza juu ya economy. Kwa hiyo si ukweli, ni uongo huo. Kwa hiyo nashukuru na natumaini tutakutana nao wakati mwingine. Na Demba, usisahau ile jukumu la Ndeto back to baba. Asante.
Asante sana Jakindube kwa maarifa, mawaidha yale ambayo umeweza kutupatia. We really appreciate. Sami Wanga, ni wakati wako sasa to prosecute your final 2 points.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for giving me the opportunity finally to participate on this. And I'm saying finally because yesterday I had technical issues. I've just been following your talks on Facebook, and I didn't know that I would be here. But that said and done, I just want to say that if I came out to be a UDA supporter, I'm not. That's first. Let's start from there. I'm just, you know, looking at the information that is there and interrogating my history. That's what I would urge all Kenyans to do. Politics, number one, is a game of perception. And I started when I got in, I started from the very beginning. Politics is a game of perception. But you don't stop at perception. You have to interrogate. I mean, you have to inquire, not interrogate, but inquire. This guy that I see guys following him, why are guys following him? Look at his history. Right now, Kenya is on a devolved system of government, and each and every level of government affects Kenyans directly. And it's important to interrogate our candidate for the president. It's important to interrogate candidate for the governorship. It's important to interrogate all the other candidates and see who is our best, who can protect our interests as a nation. Now, with that said, from perception, look at politics as a game of numbers. Whoever has the numbers will win the election, whether we like it or not. It's not like the American system whereby you can be a popular candidate, but you end up losing the election because we have a what system? There's the college system of announcing who has actually won the election. In Kenya, we have popular. The only threshold you have to meet is a county, number of counties that you won. Now, with that said, I would urge each and every Kenyan to register to vote if they really want to see a change. If you really want to see, let us not be people who are here on social media. You know, we chat and we answer, we respond. But when it comes to walking the talk, we are nowhere to be seen. And my message to the youth, I'll still come back to I know you've been we've talked about the whole point, but I still come back to the youth. And the reason why I talk about the youth and the women is because that is where the women are usually consistent in voting in each and every election. The youth, usually most of them are first timers, second timers in an election. Go and register to vote. Go in and vote on the day of voting, and be the change in that election that you want your candidate to carry. And then as you're preparing to vote, interrogate your politicians. What is their manifesto, right? What is their manifesto? I have for a long time, I've been a Baba supporter. I am still a Baba supporter, but I still ask those questions. Baba, where are you taking us? You know, this is where we're supposed to be. How are you going to reach us there? It is important that we ask these questions, right from the grassroots all the way to the top, right? Now, the last thing that I want to commend is the panelists that we've had today. You are passing a message, and the message is that Facebook, Twitter is not to be vilified. You are passing a message to our politicians that is very loud and clear, that we will hold you accountable, right? We are passing a message to those who are listening to us right now, who are voicing their thoughts, and they may belong to the other side, or they may belong to your side. That, guys, whatever side you are on, we need to interrogate our politicians. And then finally, you are also propagating a message that if me as an undecided voter, or if me as an ODM voter, or if me as a UDA voter, we can sit like this in this big panel, right? And listen to each other, be emotional at times, and still talk and say, okay, fine, this is where we have come from, this is what's going on. And they see this. Then I think we have started a level whereby we are building a better Kenya. That's my message. So whatever we are doing here is not very small. It should not be taken into, should not be left unidentified, you know, or it is something to be praised. And the organizers of this show, I believe all of us will support you. We will respect. We will respect each and everyone's views and opinions. It has been so good today. Even yesterday was so good. Listening to everyone talk. Yes, I was out there and I couldn't join, but it was so good. I would congratulate all the panelists for today. There have been words of wisdom. The data has shown we've interpreted that data in so many ways. But at the end of the day, we have come as friends. We have talked as friends, and we are leaving each other. We're leaving each other as friends who believe that all that we need is a better Kenya for my mother, for your mother, and for our future generation. Otherwise, thank you very much.
Amina.
Thank you so much, Wanga. Maybe I give my closing remark by 3 points. Number one, we have been talking about statistics today, and probably it behoves me to use a quote that has been attributed to former Prime Minister of UK. He was a former Prime Minister in the UK, twice Prime Minister in the UK, Benjamin Disraeli. He said that there are 3 kinds of lies. And he says there are 3 kinds of lies. There are lies, damned lies, and the statistics. So if you are to use that particular word in this time as we are approaching elections, especially in understanding polls and polling, in approaching election, there are different kinds of polls that different kind of players, bring out. And we are likely to see several polls that are going to come up. It is the art of a good politician to invest in such process, including having their own internal polling mechanism where they collect data for their own usage. And I'm hoping that they're not going to completely rely on this kind of polls. They need to have their own internal mechanism of getting polls and statistics to help them, strategically map out their activity. If you totally rely on some of these polls, you might be dissuaded or maybe have a sense of thinking that you're either winning or losing, and it can affect you strategically. So at this time and at this point, it is the art of any political player when they are looking forward to their strategies and what they need to do. They need to invest in their own internal mechanisms of polling. And some of them even release some polls to dissuade others. So that is something that I needed to mention there. Secondly, I need to also have 2 political thinkers that have shaped our understanding of politics. I hear us saying that politics is a game of perception and stuff. Far from it, politics is a way of life. Politics is the way we make demands, is about who owns the resources and who distributes it. It is important for us to appreciate that the actors in a political system, the citizens themselves, need to make demands on the system. And as much as they make demands on the system, they get what demands they make in it. Our purpose here is therefore to educate the masses, to make the people understand that it is up to them to make the demands they want from the political actors. And some of these are the stakeholders in a political system include the politician. So what demands do you make from them? It is those demands that you make that will determine the output that you get out of what they do. But if you are just going to be waiting for them to drive us into certain ways, then we are not going to get the maximum of what we are looking for. We will be put into cocoons, we will be put into baskets of what we are calling maybe tribal cocoons, or maybe some people will come in and buy our vote by what they have. We will be going for the highest bidder. They'll be knowing that If I come at this point and I buy this person's conscience, they are going to sell their vote to me. That is a practice that was used a lot by the previous regime, the Moi regime, where they would wait towards the election time and they would come with maybe some maize and stuff, and then people would vote them in. So we want to get away from that kind of politics, so that the person and the citizen owns the process of politics, so that they know they are the bosses. They are not the victims of their circumstance. They are the bosses when it comes to voting, so that you have a voice. Your voice is not to be sold. Now, when we come, and even some of us come and maybe we speak so eloquently about what we think is appropriate, but yet we still want to take people towards the idea of selling their conscience, towards the idea of them being cheap enough to be receiving handouts, I think we are still going back and taking our country back to where we want to come from. Let's empower our people so that they take charge of the country. And this conversation is supposed to encourage that as much as possible. The young people whose future is being gambled with right now need to take that front seat. They need to decide, because 50, 40 years from now, some of us who are above 30, we will be old, we will not be there. Vision 2030, 2060 might not find some of us alive. But now those decisions they are making right now need to be in their hands, not in someone else's hand. So I think we need as much as possible to have this conversation, and we also thank those people who join us on the comment section. Just to mention but a few, we have the latest is Dorothy Bryant. Kenyans don't vote like Americans. I don't believe in those demographics, and I think the youth tend to have voter apathy and are unreliable. That's what someone is saying. I mean, we need to have the youth taking charge of their life and taking charge of their voting and deciding the leaders and much more. Don't sell your vote. Don't sell your conscience. Yeah, Chui, thank you so much. Thank you, Milia Diambo. Thank you, Benja Kibor. You don't have to insult people. Just come and give your views when you come to the forum. I don't understand why you come to the forum and then you use insults. If possible, you don't make it any better for your candidate when you're insulting other people. You make it better for your candidate if you come in and, I mean, who would want to be in the same forum with someone who is using insults, even if you want your candidate to win? It is Desmond Tutu who just passed on the other day, who says, do not increase the sound of your voice, improve your argument. So if you want to win someone over, improve your argument. Don't just come and say, nonsense and stuff like that. It doesn't, it makes you, these are kind of the things that people think that youths are not serious. When you come in and all you do is insult. If you want to show that the youth is serious, show us what you have, or above your shoulders. They say you judge people by what they have above their shoulders and between their ears, not down. So if you want to come out and speak, let's hear what you have. Talk to us. Siviro Joang, thank you. Moses Ogutu, Momanyi Nyang'au, thank you. Albert Nyangoa, really appreciate you. Let's ask God. That's an interesting name. Pen Nyagaka, the governor, the Kisi governor, who has to be Kisi governor. Asante sana. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. Thank you, Jakindube, Sam Wanga. Thank you so much, Jonas, Harun, PK, and Patriot. It's always a pleasure to meet here and share our views. Kindly subscribe to Mutembei channel and also share widely so that many people can learn. The reason we come to this forum is to educate each other. And as they say, iron sharpens iron. You might find there's something I know that you don't know, and there's something you know that I don't know, and then from here we get to learn. They say you stop learning when you die. So as much as you're still alive, it is time for you to learn something new, and you can learn something from anyone. And then again, the reason we come here is not so much because of those people who have already decided. We come here because of that person who is still sitting on the, baby, you want to go the other side? Thank you. we come here because of that person who is still in the middle, because that person is not decided yet. So you need to not look at us as say, and I'm coming to defend my position. No, I'm coming to persuade. Give a persuasive speech. Let someone there get to hear what you have to say about your side and help them make a decision. We have been told by the statistics today that there are 35% of people who are not yet decided. That's a very key demographic in my view. So we need to persuade them to move to whichever side. And then again, when you see these people here, these are votes. So talk to that voter. I really appreciate all of us today. You guys have been so beautiful and so tempered in your sharing. Let's keep it rolling. And I want always to ask you again as I finish, come to my channel also and subscribe. Remember on Diege TV on YouTube. If you can subscribe, I'll really appreciate. Get me to 1,000. Give me 5 subscribers. I really appreciate. Now, today we have who is going to pray? Harun, can you pray so that we go?
Yeah, it's okay, it's okay. Jakinu Beina, Brother Sam, toeni kofia tuombe. Yeah, tuamini na tuombe. Tunakushukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa vile umekuwa nasi tangia tuanze kipindi hichi mpaka tumefika hatima yake. Mungu wetu, haya masaa ambayo sisi kama watoto wako tumeketi ambayo yanakaribia masaa 8, Mungu wetu hatuja keti kwa sababu ya kuketi tu, bali tumeketi ndiposa tupate kusemezana sisi kama watoto wako kuhusu nchi yetu ya Kenya, na vile Mungu wetu tunapoelekea katika uchaguzi mwaka ujao, mwaka wa 2022 August 9, kuwa Mungu wetu tupate kuchagua viongozi wazuri ambao watatupa maendeleo, ndiposa tunapoendelea kuishi katika ulimwengu huu, Mungu wetu tusije tukakosa elimu ama watoto wetu wakose elimu, kazi, afya na yale mahitaji yote sisi kama wanadamu tunayoyahitaji. Mahali ambao tumeongea kinyume na mapenzi yako, ama tumefikiri ama tumetenda, hebu Mungu wetu upate kutusamehe. Ndugu zetu ambao leo hii wamekuwa kwa panel, ndugu Mark, ndugu Joe, ndugu Themba, ndugu Samwanga, Patriot, Jakindupei, Mungu wetu na wale wote ambao wamehusika. Mungu wetu, these are bright minds. Hebu Mungu wetu upate kuendelea kuwapa hekima, ndiposa Mungu wetu hii hekima ambayo umewapa wapate kuipeana kwa watoto wako, ndiposa Mungu wetu tupate sisi wote kufanya uamuzi mzuri, kwa sababu Kenya ni nchi yetu na tunaipenda. Watoto wetu ambao ama watoto wako ambao wako wagonjwa wape uponyaji wa kipekee, na wale ambao wanaosafiri wakitumia vyombo vya angani, ardhini na majini, hebu Mungu wetu upate kuwapa traveling mercies. Watoto wako ambao wamekuwa kwa comment section, watoto wako ambao wamekuwa wana view hii show ya leo, Mungu wetu wanapotoka wakienda kutafuta lishe yao, hebu Mungu wetu wasije wakarudi mikono mikavu. Tuomba haya machache kupitia kwa jina la Yesu aliye Bwana na mwombezi wetu. Amen.
Asante. Thank you so much. See you guys later today. Yeah, inshallah.
What time, Themba? What time?
8 p.m. Kenyan time.
Sawa.
Yeah, we go with Kenyan time.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
All right, panapo majaliwa.
Okay, sawa Wanga. See you guys.